action-packed.
Countrywide.
Sports for all.
And a tongue strap. Number 12 is Oyster Perch, almost D Kiddo, trained by L Kiddo and ridden by I Bunko. Number 13 is Stephen.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope you're well. I'm Cornelius Lysaght and we are back. Point to pointing in the Devon and Cornwall area is back here at lovely Cherrybrook, close to the Devon town of Tavistock. And as you can see from the banner behind me, it's the Spooners and West Dartmoor fixture. 8 races in all, due to start at 1:30. I've heard stories in the past of how the weather hasn't always been all that good at Cherrybrook. Well, look at today. It might not be boiling hot, but the sun is out. We're very much ready to go for the resumption of point-to-pointing in Devon and Cornwall. The website is all important. Pointing DC, as in Devon and Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk. News of where you can pass on information about our live streaming. We're live streaming all the races, and also you will be able to find out how you can have a bet on the 8 races. But I cannot think of a better place to be on Easter Saturday. Sorry you can't be here, but I can't think of a better place to be than Cherrybrook. We will do our best. We're behind closed doors. We will do our best to bring you all the action, all the interviews, all the news. So stay with us from now until, 5:30, 5:45 this afternoon on lovely Dartmoor.
Anyone with runners in our second race, we have 3 horses not declared as yet. You have 5 minutes for declarations in race 2. If you don't declare in time, obviously you have come a long way and won't have a run. So you know where you are. 3 horses in race 2, not declared as yet.
And thank you very much indeed to all our supporters here this afternoon. Condi Matthias, Dartmoor Ice Cream, Dartmoor Hill Ponies, Wild Meat, Amos Cole. Thanks to Print Concern for their support of the restricted and supporting the NHS. Thanks to Totnes and Bridgetown for the ladies' conditions race and the men's open as well. To Penbod Vets too. Thank you very much indeed for your support. And we're also grateful as always to Weatherby's and the Point to Point Racing Company at Weatherby's for their support, and to Messrs N, P and C Able for allowing us to use part of their wonderful farm here to stage this event this afternoon. So we're here, we're ready to roll, and we will have horses for the first race in the paddock fairly soon. So the idea is that obviously we bring you all the races this afternoon, and there are 8 of them starting at 1:30. But we'll also make certain that our cameras are having a good look at the runners in the paddock beforehand. Lizzie Kelly will be with us a little bit later on, and Donna Harris as well, with their expert views on the horses as they go about their business in the paddock. And Simon Nott is here as well, who was a very popular addition to our team at Wadebridge. Gosh, we haven't raced in the Devon and Cornwall area since the beginning of December, when we were at Wadebridge for the Cornwall Hunt Club. Simon was good enough to join us on that occasion, and Simon has been good enough to join us this afternoon as well. Looking, dare I say, as though you've had a haircut. Well, most people are waiting until the 12th of April.
Luckily, my wife's a barber.
Right, don't get too far from the mic. We need to be able to hear you, Simon. Okay. Can you say that again?
Yeah, luckily my wife's a barber.
Oh, excellent. Well, she's done a great job, if you and she don't mind me saying. So, this is my Cherrybrook debut. Have you been a regular here in the past?
I was a regular here about 20 years ago.
Just get a bit closer to the mic again.
I was a regular here about 20 years ago when I used to work for a bookmaker, but I've not been here since then, so it's a pleasure to be here today.
And Dartmoor regulars, point-to-pointing regulars in Devon and Cornwall say, don't be deceived into thinking the weather's always like this around the Tavistock area. It snowed one year. I think a race was delayed because of snow. This year, there's going to be nothing like that unless something extraordinary happens over the next few hours.
Yeah, I think you have to always prepare for all seasons.
Excellent. Right, so we've got 8 races in all. Before you just mark our card as to a couple that perhaps have been supported, just remind everybody that this may be behind closed doors, and this live stream is taking place. Now, not all live streams have the facility to have a bet as well. So just remind us of that.
Yes, the bookmakers are taking bets that they're pitched up with their prices. If you go onto the Devon Cornwall point-to-point website, you can find out how to bet. You can sign up and then call them and bet live on the races. So that's facilities available at the moment.
And the website, Pointing DC. Who was the idiot who got it the wrong way around earlier on? Oh, Cornelius. It's Pointing DC, as in Devon and Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk. And in fact, as well as all the news on today, there's lots of good news. There are newsletters. There's lots of good stuff on the website, regularly updated as well. So certainly something well worth having saved on your device or whatever. So the first race is 1:30, which is a maiden. It struck me there were 1 or 2 quite interesting contenders in Division 1 of the maiden.
Yes, well, Wandering Soul, ridden by Will Biddick, will be the odds-on favourite. Odds-on at the moment at 5-4 on. But money for number 4 Chesham Rose each way. Rather substantial amount of money for a point-to-point as well. And the bookmaker's got another phone call that the punter said, what price is the favourite? And was told, and then he said, and what price is Stevenson Town, which is a 14-1 chance, and that was the one he was interested in. So there's been a couple backed against the favourite each way.
So, and Wandering Soul, the interesting thing about Wandering Soul, he's trained by Chris Barber, has come from the Tavistock country, Boundary Stables Partnership, and this is one of those horses that has come from Ireland. This one sent over by Sean Doyle from Ireland to be trained here at a point in time when there wasn't any point-to-pointing in Ireland. There is limited point-to-pointing now in Ireland, or a return has been announced. But they had a winner, didn't they, at Maysmore on Tuesday. They had another horse that had travelled from Ireland, which ran a good second at Charing earlier on in the week. So it's eye-catching. You reckon odds on, do you?
Well, it's 5-4 on at the moment. Risk on if you want to back it.
And these other ones that have been mentioned are Chesham Rose. This one, Paul John is riding Chesham Rose. Daniel Farr from the Torrington Farmers area. She's a grey mare. In fact, we're going to be looking at the paddock in just 1 second, but she looks interesting, that people are interested in her. And a point-to-point debut for Stevenstown, but Stevenstown, once owned by J.P. McManus. Probably wasn't entirely expecting the horse to be rolling up at a point-to-point in Devon. Was probably hoping that the horse might have been in action at Cheltenham a couple of weeks ago. But Stevenstown supported as well. Right, the runners are in the paddock, so there's an opportunity to look at the horses as they go around in the paddock. And let me just confirm that in this race, all the runners go. So we've got all 15 taking part I heard of one pound overweight being carried by Ivers a Legend, number 9, Conor Houlihan, one of the successful Houlihan brothers, jockey brothers, is riding that one. So the horses in the paddock, I think we can probably have a good look at those as I run through what we have got for race number 1. Number 1 is Arctic Article. Jill Dennis, the trainer of Arctic Article, and Jake Bamont is riding that one. There's number 9, Ivers a Legend. 2 here is Arctic Millie with Fly McIntyre on board. This one trained by Les Jefford. 3 Berberoos come down from the Osborne family operation, and Miles Osborne is riding Berberoo today. Chesham Rose, already mentioned, Paul John on board. Chicago Lady, another from the Les Jefford empire, Joe Supple riding that one. Darcy's Past with Merv Woodward is number 6. Number 7, Exit Plan with Tamby Welch. 8 is Fox's First, Darren Andrews is riding that one. We've already mentioned Ivers a Legend, and Ivers a Legend, Conor Houlihan. King's Key confirmed as number 10 with Matt Hampton riding that one. 11 Oscara, Annabelle Bacon, the trainer, and Charlie Sprake on board. Oyster, I think Charlie Sprake rode his first winner at Wadebridge, didn't he, in December? A young rider with a future. 12 is Oyster Perch. Isaac Bunkle on board that one. Did run, is a horse from the Kitto operation, and is a horse with some ability. This mare has shown enough, I think, to indicate hopefully she'll have some ability. 13 Stevenstown and Evan David. 14 Terminafond, and it's Thomasina Easton on board that. And then number 15 is Wandering Soul. Change of colours. It's quite bright green. Will Biddick riding Wandering Soul, and they're quite bright colours. And there is number 15, Wandering Soul. Now, I think people who study the form, and you can see the colours just in the middle of your picture as we follow number 15, Wandering Soul, round, looking a real picture here today. Confirming the ground is described as being good. Those who've walked round think it'll be a little bit faster in places, but on the whole, those who've walked round have been, in fact, not on the whole, they have been complimentary about the state of conditions here. So just going past us, there's Stevenstown, has already been mentioned. The grey is Chesham Rose. She's already been mentioned as well. Going past there, Ivers a Legend. So, as you can see, a really beautiful setting here in Devon, and the sun is out, the horse is looking magnificent, jockeys in the paddock, and this live stream is well and truly underway as point-to-pointing in the Devon and Cornwall area returns after that hiatus which lasted something like 4 months. So let's bring Simon Nott back in at this point. And Simon, the fact is that this Wandering Legend, with the reputation of those who are involved with the horse, it's worth, that is basically why people are so enthusiastic about this one's prospects.
Yes, and the bookmakers basically are saying that if Will Biddick has a good day today, which he could easily start with a good one, they'll have a bad day because he's probably going to have 4 or 5 of the favourites. So, all eyes are on Will.
Yeah, well, champion jockey on many occasions, and will be making a bold bid, no doubt, to be champion jockey. The thing about Wandering Soul is worth just looking at the breeding. 5-year-old by Robin Deschamps, and the mother Violin Davis. She was a good quality mare when trained by was it Paul Nicholls and Harry Fry? I think trained Violin Davis. So Wandering Soul, a popular choice. Let's see if the horses now returning to the. Or our camera can return to the horses in the paddock ahead of this first race. Our commentator here today is Mark Dennis. He'll be describing the races for us as the afternoon progresses. But certainly, as they are paraded here, there are some horses looking in tremendous shape. There's Termina Fond, or is that? In fact, that's right in the middle there. Is Chesham Rose there in the middle, and number 13 Stevenstown, local horse, has been adjudged the best turned out in this race. So as you can see, not, I have to tell you, the biggest paddock of all time, and not the smallest field of all time here. So we've got jockeys ready to roll. We've got horses ready to get on with it as well. And yeah, it should be only a few moments' time before we can hear from Mark Dennis as the runners make their way to the start. I love looking at the course layouts and having a think about those. And I reckoned that if you were to describe what the layout of this course is, it would be like a sort of potato. And the start is on the far side of the potato, the bottom of the potato, if you like, and we are in the enclosure area at the top part of the potato at the moment. So they will start quite well away from us, and then we will. They basically, in these races, have got to do 2.5 circuits of the racetrack. So. Not quite certain what the delay has been. I suspect.
Anybody in the paddock without a mask, please put them on. I understand there's several in without them.
Yeah.
Please abide by all rules. We are here by the love of the gods.
Well, there's a bit of a reminder for those on the track here at Cherrybrook that we're behind closed doors. We're very lucky to be here this afternoon. You, unfortunately, can't be here and having to follow it from afar, but strict COVID instructions for those of us who are on the course. As a broadcaster with a microphone, I'm allowed, otherwise you wouldn't be able to hear a word I said, I'm allowed to take mine off. And I think we will be hearing interviews from people. They'll be just lowering their masks as well. But it is important for everyone here to remember the COVID regulations. And I think on a lovely day like this, especially on Easter Saturday, there is an inclination to slightly forget what the situation is. It remains very serious, and we're very fortunate that point-to-pointing has resumed, only resumed on Monday, and has gone very smoothly so far. Just less fixtures this Easter than most Easters, and a real feeling of privilege, I think, that everything is going ahead here as planned, and we are able to go ahead. So the situation here at Cherrybrook is the horses are in the paddock. Everybody's hopefully masked up. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send Simon off to the bookmakers just to get an update on the odds for this first race of the day. And he'll be back with us as soon as possible just to tell us what's happening as far as Wandering Soul and the others are concerned. And just that one notice here, that Wandering Soul's rider, quite bright green colours for Will Biddick on board that one. I'll tell you what we can do is we can ask Darren Edwards just to come and join us. I think, come and join us, Darren.
Hi, Cornelius.
Hello, nice to see you. Get in nice and close to the mic. We like to hear what you're saying. And I think that somewhere have we got a little film of a drone that has gone and done its bit over the racecourse, and we were rather hoping that that someone who knows their stuff, and you've been pushed forward as certainly knowing your stuff, might. Anyway, how are you? Before we're just getting sorting out the drone footage.
Yeah, no, very well.
Everything
thank you.
Good?
Very well.
All set, ready to go. Under starters
all
orders?
set and ready to go. One lesson. I was declared to ride. One who's not going to run today.
Which one's that?
The one in the second race, which is a maiden, a horse called Russian Invader.
Right, that's a non-runner.
He's going to wait another week, I think. But no, looking three nice rides, so glorious sunshine. So looking forward to it.
And how's the resumption of point-to-pointing been for you?
Yeah, no, resumption's been good. It's obviously a relief for everyone involved, and a lot more people than me personally. If I have a job and I sort of work has carried on, but no, it's great to get back going. And I was at Maysmore when you were there presenting the other day, and obviously they had.
You didn't come and say hello, so I thought maybe you were much too busy with much too well fancied
horses.
No,
I think I was probably just sort of overheating or something. Obviously, it was very warm up there.
Have you? I'll tell you what. I think it might be Q drone now. There's some sheep anyway, and that gives you an idea of what it's like here. We're high up above the Devon town of Tavistock. This is I imagine a predominantly sheep farm, certainly a lot of sheep around the place, and I'm hoping in just a second the drone that we sent up into the sky at vast expense so you could show off your outstanding voiceover skills is going to start operating.
Well, we'll certainly try our best.
Right,
So,
here we go.
I think if I just get my bearings, hopefully the sheep will have gone today. But I think we're just in the far field from where we are now, and effectively approaching the what is the sort of third last, or it's a second fence, but on the final circuit it'll be the third last. Again, hopefully the wings are going to be up by the time we get there.
They're up all right. They're up now, I promise you. Absolutely promise.
Yeah, fences, I haven't walked the course yet today, but fences look a good size from what I can see there. It's fairly flat. The bit that you're travelling over at the moment is effectively the run from 3 out to 2 out. It's fairly sort of level ground there. So what you tend to find, certainly on the last circuit, is they'll be kicking on after 3 out, and they don't generally come back too much. So you don't want to be leaving yourself too much ground to make up. That's the second last, and you'll see landing over the second last. Then you've got a gradual turn, left-handed turn round to the last. So as we look there, no, that's the last fence now.
Right.
It's a slight incline from the last up to the line, but really not enough to make much of a difference. So you want to be sort of bang there, jumping the last fence.
And if it's going to go on, because I think what's really striking after this is how it's sharp and downhill on the earlier circuits.
Yeah, so the ditch there is just in front of us now. So that's where all the people are today, on the inside of the course and the outside of the course. You're absolutely right, Cornelius. It's a fairly sort of sharp left-hand bend there. The ditch can be a bit starey here because you've got people both sides of the course, and it's an island fence, so horses can just take their eye off the ball.
Obviously, no one here today, so that will probably help.
Well, obviously less people, but there's a few distractions anyway. But then, yes, you start dropping away down the hill, and you can just see the brow of the hill there, and you've got a fairly sharp drop down. That's not a fence where you can see the white railings at the bottom. That's effectively
a bridge,
a run.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bridge sort of run through, and it's a fairly sort of sharp downhill and uphill. I think the key thing about Cherrybrook is you know there's very few straight bits. It's almost sort of a banger type track with more undulations, but you're always sort of turning left-handed. There's a fence there at the top of the hill. There's been plenty of horses run out at that fence over the years because they get running down the hill and then can get a run on the jockey if the jockey's not switched on. And then you come back to one of the sort of what I call the sort of hedge fences. They can be a little jump a little bit upright because of the nature of the fact that they're in the hedge. And what you tend to find here, there's 3 sort of hedge fences and I guess 4 or 5 island fences. The hedge fences, because they're here all year round, is the sheep just do tend to lie up under the backs of the fences.
Well, hopefully we won't have too much of that. That is tremendous insight, Darren.
Yeah,
thank you so much for that. But I think the 1:30 is about to take place, so we better actually see the real thing now. But thanks very much to Darren Edwards, and very best of luck to Darren as the afternoon goes on. Let's bring Simon in quickly as. Just any update from
the trend of trying to get the favourite beat the favourite each way. Oscara bet from 20 to 1 into 8 to 1, but you can still bet 4 to 5 on 4 to 5. Wandering Soul.
So that is the one with the change of colours as well. The green colours, which will really show up bright in the sunshine here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. Right, the horses have made their way to the starting point. And hopefully we can see them down at the start now, and it won't actually be too long before they are off and running for this first of 8 races here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. We go through until round about 5:30, 5:45. We'll try and keep as punctual as we possibly can, and we're live streaming all of the races during the afternoon. I can tell you the horses are over there at the starting point. So hopefully, if some buttons are pressed, we can actually see them over there because They're slightly behind a tree at the moment, but I promise you they are there, and they will be off and running fairly shortly. Just confirmation of what Darren said, that his intended mount in race number 2 is out of that race. So that's number 9, Russian Invasion. There will be other non-runners, 1 or 2 other non-runners as the afternoon goes on, and we'll keep you up to date with them as the afternoon progresses. Anyway, hopefully we'll have some excellent sport. We've got, as I say, 8 races starting with Division 1 of the Maiden, and potentially a very informative race with horses in action in this race, like Wandering Soul with Will Biddick riding. But the Dennis team have had a lot of luck at this track in the past. Arctic Article is their contender. As Simon said, bits and pieces of money around for Chesham Rose here today. Joe Supple on Chicago Lady, number 5 in the list of runners here. Darren Andrews on Fox's First. Connor Houlihan, who's a young rider on the up. Ivers a Legend, number 9. Charlie Sprake, a young rider of whom plenty speak highly of, on number 11, Oscara. And Evan David with Stevenstown could be of potential interest. Well, the next voice you'll hear in a few moments' time will be that of Mark Dennis, who is our commentator. So I think what we will do is we'll train the camera on the starting point, and this race will be up very soon.
So about a minute to post time.
So it looks as though we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Starter now in position. Just raises the flag to call them under orders. Taking a final turn now and begin to make their way in towards the line, which they do. So they're away then, all 15 nicely away from the start then for this first division of this Open Maiden. On towards the first of their 18 fences, and they all look to have negotiated the first okay, for what I can see, for behind the tree. So they're on the turn then, come down the side of the course, and it looks as though it's Berbero with the fractional advantage on the outside of Stephenstown. Racing up there on the inside, we take next is Ivers a Legend. Races up there in third to dispute third. Also going up there on the outside to dispute the lead is Exit Plan, as they race on then to fence number 3 before they come into the home straight, and they're all over that safely. And the back markers are Darcy's Past, Oyster Perch, and just on their outside is Foxy's First. So leaders are on over the next fence number 4, and all the tail enders are over it as well. As they pass the judge with 2 suckers ahead of them to race, the open ditch looms large now. Coming to it, Berbero sailed over it, jumped it beautifully out in front. Rest to come to it now. And they're all out over the ditch safely. Oyster's Perch, just give him a reminder for his trouble at the back there. But they're now on the free wheel, so to speak, down into the dip and out into the country for the first time. Berbero, Stephenstown, Ivers a Legend in their Slipstream, Exit Plan wider out in the red colours. And following these through is Oscara, King's Key. Bit of a gap then, back then to Chesham Rose. They're up the far side and take on another plain fence. And the leaders are right over it safely and making their way on quickly to the next, which they do. And they're right over both those okay. And I think they're all over it safely. But again, there is a tree in the way. So they race then, passing their port of departure now. And onwards, Exit Plan on the outside of Berbero. About 3 lengths clear of Stephenstown in 3. And 4 is Oscara, as they take that plain fence at the far end of the course. And leaders are safely out over it. Oyster Perch just coming to it now. And now they sweep left-handed to come down the side of the course once more. And Berbero with the advantage. Around about 3 or 4 lengths clear. Now under trainer Miles Osborne. Comes to it, sails over it nicely. Stephenstown into second now at the expense of Exit Plan. Oscara back in 4th, and Tamina Fond is 5. And King's Key has just moved up on this one's inside. Arctic Millie is next. Gap of about 3 or 4 lengths then to Chesham Rose. And on this one's outside is Ivers a Legend. Foxy's First is in behind this, then Wandering Soul, the favourite. Gone around about 15 lengths to make up on the lead at the moment. And Will Biddick, the Cheltenham Fox Hunters winning trainer. Partners Wandering Soul. And they're all over what will be the final fence in the circuit's time. We've got one pulled up there, that's Arctic Article. Oyster's Perch continues, but the leaders are on over the ditch now. The leaders have sailed out over it. A bit of a mistake in mid-division there by Chesham Rose, but continues as they head out into the country then, just under a circuit left to race. And Berbero, he's been pretty brave so far and been out in the lead pretty much from flag 4, about a length clear. King's Key has made nice progress into dispute second from Stephenstown on the outside. Arctic Millie is next, then Oscara follows these through with Tamina Fond in behind this, then Foxy's First. And Wandering Soul now just beginning to make up a bit of ground on the leaders as they continue on then. 2 plain fences in quick succession in this part of the course. And we wait for them to reappear to race along the far end then. And it's Stephenstown now who's taken over, has gone about two lengths clear of King's Key in second. Oscara has made ground up to take third now from Berberoo, who's beginning to be shuffled back through them. As they've leaders are safely over that, and now begin their left-handed turn to run back to home for the final time in this maiden race. So Stephenstown races on the outside of King's Key. These two now pretty much matching strides as they take the next then. Arctic Millie is also made ground up into third now. In behind this, Oscara, and Wandering Soul is back on the inside with the green colours, and just about to go into fifth now. And this is two out. Two out coming up then, out over it. It was King's Key, length and a half clear of Arctic Millie. Oscara is next. Then Wandering Soul's back in fourth. Run about 8 lengths to make up on the leaders then as they race towards the final fence. King's Key out over safely. Arctic Millie, Oscara giving chase, and we've lost Berberoo at the last. But King's Key scoots clear. It's gone 7 or 8 lengths clear on the run to the line. Oscara may just have nicked second. Judge will have to sort that, but Arctic Millie is next. Then Wandering Soul, and Dominifond and Stephenstown will be the final two to finish.
Confirmation then that number 10 King's Key for Matt Hampton has won that race. Hasn't actually shown a great deal thus far. We'll get news of the betting when we've got the full result confirmed, but yeah, I think there's been an R for running out, a B for being brought down, a P for being pulled up as well, but nothing wrong with King's Key. I dare say one of the talking points afterwards will be Wandering Soul went off as a short price favourite. I thought looked quite green and inexperienced, and then has ended up finishing about fourth in the end. But we'll confirm the result in full in a moment. For our next race, Division 2 of the Maiden, we just need to confirm some non-runners for you. Quite a lot of them actually, and they are these. Number 1, Boomtown Nott won't go in the next, nor will number 5, Guinness Village. That's a non-runner. Number 6, Yasmin Desbordes is out, and as we heard from his intended rider, Darren Edwards, number 9, Russian Invasion, is also a non-runner in the next race, which will leave us with 8 in that particular race. So we're just waiting for confirmation of the result in full, but it is King's Quay. In fact, I think we can bring Simon Nott in now, probably, just to tell us something in terms of the betting. I'll tell you what, Simon, King's Quay wasn't exactly the most mentioned horse in the build-up. The form figures weren't particularly promising. What did the betting ring make of it all?
Well, Wandering Soul went off at 10 to 11 in the end, so it was fairly weak. King's Quay was a 12 to 1 chance, but not one of the ones that attracted money outside the favourite.
And we will just await confirmation of the second and third as well. And as you can probably hear the loudspeaker, the announcer here in very good voice here this afternoon, and we have here's just getting this confirmed that number 11 This'll Do was second in that race, and Coastal Capers and George Hiscock finished in third place. An idea from Simon maybe of betting on the second and third?
Was it number 11 was second?
Yeah.
That was Oscara.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong race, aren't I? So, of course, it was Oscara who finished in second place, with Arctic Millie in third place. Apologies for that.
Oscara,
sorry for causing that confusion.
Yeah. So, okay, Oscara was the one they bet from 20 into 10, so there was each way money, so not unfancied.
So that was second, and third, as we said, was Arctic Millie.
Arctic Millie was a bit weak, opened at 4, returned 6.
Excellent. So that, and what was the starting price approximate of the favourite in the end?
10 to 11, tips on, 10 to 11.
What's tips on mean? Explain what it means.
Tic tac is tips.
Right.
So it's odds on, tips on.
Right. Okay.
10 to 11.
Excellent. So give us a bit more while you're at it.
Tips on.
Tips on. That
Yep.
right. Good. I hope you got that idea. You don't see much tic tac these days. What would 12 to 1 be in tic tac? Oh God, do it again. I enjoyed that so much.
10
Excellent. Excellent. I'll tell you what. Let's give you one. Let's give you a harder one. Just so say something was returned. Look into the camera when you answer this. Say something was returned at 100 to 30. What would it? Burlington Bertie.
I don't know. I don't know what 130 is. No,
you don't know. What would give me another one then?
Well, 7 to 2, 4 to 1.
Yeah, look into the camera. There, we're enjoying this.
7 to 2, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. It carries on.
I'll tell you what, you've earned your corn today. Thanks.
It's all antiquated stuff now. It's all online.
So, does anyone ever do any tic tac? Do you ever see tic tac on a race? John McCurrick, God rest his soul, made a whole lifetime out of it.
He kept it alive for a lot longer than it probably would have been if it hadn't been for him. Yeah. You used to show the floormen used to show the bookmakers quietly the tic tac, because if they showed it out at 6 to 1 over there and they were only 5, nobody would back it with their books. They used to just show the price. But
right.
But the slang is used a lot. The slang is still used. Tips.
So give us a bit of slang while you're at it.
5 to 2, you'd say eyes, which is the sign. 5 to 2 is eyes. Right. Top of the head, obviously, the favourite one. 9 to 4. So you say top of the head, and bookmakers know that means 9 to 4. Like we say, tips or tips on. Wrist is 5 to 4. Half arm 6 to 4. Shoulder 7 to 4. Double tap 15 to 8. So a lot of the description of the tic tac is used for slang still as the prices.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll send you off to the betting ring now to update us, and come and do it in words, will you, rather than as signs when you come back.
Available in all sorts.
Excellent. Thanks to Simon for news of that first race. And, sorry, I have my race card mixed up there. So King's Quay confirmed as the winner ahead of Oscara in second and Arctic Millie in third place. The favourite, Wandering Soul, never really got into it. Well, you're very welcome to our live stream of the 8-race programme here from the Spooners and West Dartmoor point-to-point at Cherrybrook this afternoon. We're 1 down with 7 to go, and I think an opportunity. You've met Simon Nott already, who's in charge of our betting information today. And in fact, do look at the website, pointingdc.co.uk, to get information about how you can have a bet. And also, it is worth bearing in mind that under the rules, we have to run a little bit late. So therefore, if the race is scheduled for such and such a time, there is a delay on our broadcast, so do just bear that in mind and factor that in to your thinking. I think, here we have, we've got some non-runners here, as we've heard. So Boomtime Nat is a non-runner in this race, but an opportunity to look at some of the others. So ignore number 1. Number 2, Coastal Capers, with George Hiscott riding that. Da Vinci Code, Will Knight, who's a student not too far away from here at Exeter University. He rides number 3, Da Vinci Rock. Number 4, Floribel. With where are we? There we are, with Fionn Summers on board. We must catch up with him as the afternoon goes on. It was one of my favourite interviews of the whole year he gave when winning an amateur riders race at Wincanton earlier in the week. Then 5 and 6 don't run, so ignore those. I think we can probably turn our graphic onto the next page now, can we? Let's press some buttons and see what we can do with the graphic here. Guinness Village doesn't go. That would have been a challenger from Herefordshire. Here we are. Mad for Action. Abigail Lewis on board that one. Our Grey Boy, Annabelle Bacon and Josh Cameron. Then number 9, Russian Invasion. That doesn't go. And then the last 3 all do. So that's Stone Age Icon with Isaac Bunkle. Conor Houlihan on number 11. This will do. And number 12, Westwood Pistol, the mount of Darren Andrews. Well, I talked about meeting the team. As I say, we've met Simon Nott, but we haven't yet met Lizzie Kelly. And you will be very familiar with Lizzie as a Grade 1 winning jockey. Now, as a result of becoming a young mother, not riding, but here as a pundit with us this afternoon. Lizzie, lovely to see you. Get nice and close into the microphone, Lizzie. Lovely to see you.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here. Gorgeous day for it.
How's motherhood?
Yeah, I was up sort of 4 or 5 times last night, so feeling a little bit worse for today.
And just remember, so you didn't come, last time we were in action was at Wadebridge. You weren't, that was beginning of December. Was that about, so what did you have? What would you tell us the details?
Little boy called Hugo Phillip. He was at Wadebridge, he was born on the 28th of November.
Right, so he'd have been 6 or 7
7
days old. So we let you off that day.
That's right, yeah.
And have you recovered quickly from everything?
Yeah, so I'm back riding out now, and yeah, it's great. Like, he's really easy and happy and healthy, and yeah, it's been a really good experience so far. And
your mum Jane Williams, trainer, is she into all the granny bits?
She's not mad keen on looking after him. She told him to stop moaning when he cried the other day.
Did she do the same with you when you were younger?
Probably, yeah. And I find him in all sorts of peculiar places, like in the tack room and in a wheelbarrow, in a duvet, and when she's out feeding and stuff like that. But like they say, the outside fresh air is good for them. So yeah, I love it. It's great.
And so who's in charge today of him? He's
not here. So his daddy's in charge today.
And what's Dad like in terms of being in charge? Is he good?
Yeah, great. He loves it. So that's that does make life a bit easier, doesn't it?
Excellent. Well, and just tell us, in terms of the riding, is that on hold or have you finished?
I think I've finished.
Riding in races?
Yeah, I think I've finished. I like to sort of toy with the idea of coming back, but I haven't stepped on any scales yet, so that's the first obstacle.
Well, I think you're looking great.
Thank you. Yeah, but I'm not brave enough to do that yet, so I'll leave that for a minute.
And just tell us what your, very quickly before we start talking about the horses for the next, because they're just appearing in the paddock, what's your new enterprise called?
Valentine Bloodstock. So we're doing pre-training, breaking, and hopefully train a couple of pointers, but we also source young stock as well. So yeah, we're on all the sort of relevant social medias. So going
well so far?
Yeah, brilliant so far. We've had some really nice horses come through our hands, and we're just stepping up now to get the facilities. We've got all our facilities ready for all the breaking this summer.
And I think secretaries of Point to Point in Devon and Cornwall, here's a business doing well. Potential sponsor. You heard it here first. So what this track at Cherrybrook, have you ridden around here in the past?
Yeah, I have. I actually had one of my sort of first outside winners here for a lady called Gail Hayward, who now trains under rules. And we had a lovely horse, I forget its name now. But yeah, I rode around here and it's a lovely track. It always reminds me of summer because it's always lovely and sunny here.
Well, is it? Well,
Maybe.
yours is the best news.
Yeah.
Somebody said to me earlier on they remembered a race being delayed because of snow.
Oh, well, I'm very lucky. I remember a race being delayed and we were down at the start for about 15 minutes and the sweat was absolutely pouring off us. So I know, I've always thought it's really sunny here.
And it's great to see, obviously you're involved in every aspect of Bloodstock, but pointing is back this week. 3 fixtures, whether on Monday, there was one on Tuesday, one yesterday, we're here today. And that was important to get the show back on the road, I think, just with the future in mind.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it is the grassroots, and a lot has been said about the Irish versus English at Cheltenham, etc. And this is where it all begins for a lot of horses. And I think that, you know, people are taking their pointing very seriously with young stock here, and you know, having winners in maidens, etc. is really important. It's important that it's well supported as well. You know, yeah, like you say about sponsorship. Yeah, we'd love to get involved in sponsorship because if the pointing crumbles, then it's, you know, it's the bottom layer of a, you know, very tall pyramid, and you know, it's important that the foundation is there for people.
And that this pointing thing in terms of the horses coming from Ireland, that so many of them have had their basics there. You know, horses run, I suppose, in bumper races as well, don't they? But it just strikes me, every time you look at a Willie Mullins hot pot or a Gordon Elliott hot pot or a Henry de Bromhead hot pot, Honeysuckle, for example, they all started in point-to-points. It wasn't really bumpers.
No, exactly.
Sometimes it's
I think
bumpers,
it teaches them a huge amount. You know, you're having to go out and jump sort of 18 fences on your first go, you know, teaches them a massive amount. And, you know, we've discussed horses, but also for jockeys and trainers. You know, a lot of young jockeys cut their teeth in the point-to-point scene. And it's important for people to have the opportunities at that lower level where you can ride without, with no TV, but here we are. But, you know, without the sort of criticism of, you know, too much pressure and being on a bigger stage. It's important that people can learn their trade at some stage, and pointing really gives a good opportunity for that.
Well, you had one of your early rides here and you ended up as a Grade 1 winning jockey.
Yeah, so there we are. Good advert.
Very good advert indeed. Well, the horses are in the paddock for the second race here this afternoon, so we might get a few shots of the horses in the paddock and talk to Lizzie in just a second. She'll talk us through some of the horses, but I'm just going to ask her to change places with Simon Nott, who's been to the betting ring at the moment, and just to update us on the latest. Simon, come in on the latest from the betting ring. So, Lizzie, if I push you out of the way and bring Simon in. So what's the news from the betting ring on race 2?
Well, the news from the first race is that they're not very happy because the odds-on favourite was out of the frame, which meant all the each-way money, first 3 places, was landed, so they lost there. I'm sure everybody's very sad for them. Da Vinci Rock has been installed as 5-4 favourite, number 3, Da Vinci Rock in this next race.
Ex-Eugene O'Sullivan had a bit of form in Ireland. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to put you on pause for 1 second, Simon, but we're just going to get the presentation of the trophies for that first race, which Frank Yeo on the committee of the point-to-point is going to do right now.
Thank you, Cornelius. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Spooners and West Dartmoor.
Point, really glad to be back in action again. I'd like to make the first presentation of the first race, the first division of the Maiden, sponsored by Conde Matthias. There are regular sponsors here for this maiden event, and the cup, the Robert Jones Cup. And I'd ask the winning jockey and trainer, Matt Hampton, to come and collect the prize. The owner, Laura Claydon. Hope you're watching this afternoon, but really good performance. And Matt, congratulations on your success. Well done. That's your cup. That's it. You have a memento and a jockey's memento as well, and a hamper for the owner from Devon Hampers. Thank you very much.
race 2 very quickly?
Not really. Still very early skirmishes at the moment, so it's still 5-4 Da Vinci Rock.
Da Vinci Rock, our favourite, looks an interesting contender. And Da Vinci Rock, trained by Robert Channin, close by, and owned by the Knight family, and Will Knight, who's a student at Exeter University, having his, I think it's his first ride, but he's on board that one. Now, Matt Hampton's is clutching the trophy for the first race, so a whole series of nice trophies, and I hope he's just going to come over and join us for a quick chat. In fact, I know he is, but he has plenty of well wishers. So well done to him for winning that first race of the afternoon today on King's Quay. Matt, come over and join us on this microphone here, and clutching that cup. Thank you. Certainly get in nice and close to the mic, Matt. But yeah, well done. That was it entirely expected? I think the horse was 12-1 or something, but quite a lot of letters in his form.
Yeah, he's a very unlucky horse, to be honest with you. We've always liked him. Laura Claydon, who owns him, she's been very patient with him. It's paid off today, but I mean the letters in his form haven't really suggested what sort of horse we think he is.
So what do you think he is?
Well, he's a nice horse, and he'll progress from here, and yeah, hopefully go forward again. So
from Cherrybrook forward.
Fingers crossed, yeah, absolutely.
And the whole sport just feeling like it's going forward now after that hiatus and everything. That we're back in our stride now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great to be back, and nice to have the sunshine out. Although it's a bit too warm for us lads who haven't ridden for some time.
Were you puffing a bit at the end?
Had a good puff at the end there now, so I'll sleep well tonight. But yeah, no, good to be back, and thank you to everybody, that's put it on, and. That's keep the show rolling forward anyway.
And what else have you got today?
I've got one in the restricted. Where's Wilma for Mike Watson? Yeah. So
any chance?
Yeah, she should have a very good chance. Obviously, a lot of these horses haven't run for such a long time, so hopefully fitness is on our side today. So.
Excellent. Well, look, well done, and love the proper trophy. Isn't
yeah,
it?
Absolutely.
Nice.
yeah,
hold it up to the camera so we can. That's a proper one.
Yeah.
But well done, and best of luck later on.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Super.
Thank you.
It's good to hear from Matt Hampton after that success of King's Quay in the first race. Right, Donna Harris is another member of our team. I hope she's going to be with us in a few seconds' time. Horses in the paddock, so an opportunity to have a good look at these horses now that they are in the paddock, I hope. So we've got just a confirmation of those non-runners for you this afternoon. Out of the race of this next race are numbers 1, 5, 6 and 9. So that leaves us 8 runners, and hopefully we can see some of them in the paddock right now. But they are gradually arriving. The one I really want to have a look at is number 3, which is Da Vinci Rock. So there we are, Da Vinci Rock just going past now, and that's the there we are, number 3, 7-year-old, and Will Knight. That's a terrific shot of Da Vinci Rock, number 3, going through the picture now. Certainly some decent form. We've lost our form. We've lost our form person at the moment, but we'll find her in just a second. Lizzie Kelly is with us. You'll come to the microphone. And there you see number 3, which is the one that's a bit of a word on the track for Da Vinci Rock. Let's see, the camera suddenly stopped as soon as I said that, so let's go back onto that horse if we may. We're trying to get sorry, slight technical issue here, but we're keen to look at the horses in the paddock, and we can listen to myself and Lizzie at this point, this number. That number 3 is just going. Right, we've got a different grey. It's our grey boy there. A couple of greys actually, Lizzie, in the picture. Let's just see any. Right, they're just emerging there. Oh, there's another one. So
yeah, we've got 3 greys.
Yeah, plenty of greys. What do you think of Stone Age Icon number 10?
Yeah, really, really smart. He's been in the paddock actually for a while, really sort of making use of the ability, like able to warm up nicely, and he looks really smart. And I think that he's got a bit of, he sort of seems a bit like he's got a nice chance here. I think that he seems to be the one that everyone's talking about anyway.
He's certainly one of them. What else? We might just take that caption off our screen for the time being. There again is Stone Age Icon. Let's pick up another of them now. Behind is number 7, which is Mad for Action, just going round there. In fact, number 11 going round as well, which is This Will Do. Quite a small paddock here, but yeah, these horses, it feels like spring. Just look at them. I think they know it's spring as well, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned Mad for Action, who seems wonderfully named given the fact that he's sort of just happily plodding around the paddock here in front of us, so not particularly mad for action. Perhaps he'll get a little spring in his step once they get down to the start. One that perhaps is just looking like it's just heading over a little bit is Flora Bell, ridden by Fionn Summers, who you mentioned earlier had that wonderful winner at Wincanton. And another one that I thought looked quite smart was number 8, Our Grey Boy. I think when you're walking out into the paddock, it's nice to see a nice big horse. Gives you a little boost of confidence. Well, at least it can see over the fences, you think to yourself. So yeah, no, there are some nice looking horses in here. Number 12 is just beginning to go over again a little bit, isn't he? Westwood Pistol, ridden by Darren Andrews, yeah.
Let's get a betting update from Simon, who's here as well. So what have you gleaned from the betting ring, Simon?
There's very little going on at the moment, Cornelius, but the bookmakers would like to point out to punters at home that there's a 5-minute delay on the pictures they're seeing. So please don't try to call for a bet as they're just jumping off, because the race is probably finished.
Okay, so what you must have, there must be a bit of activity, isn't there, or is there none?
The favourite is steady at 5-4. Stone Age Icon is a 4-1 chance. Our Grey Boy 3-1. It's fairly tight in the betting. There's nothing without a chance in the race, according to the odds.
Well, the signal to the jockeys to get on their horses has been given, but let's take our cameras back into the paddock, I think, so we can see them closely. And there we are. Yeah, as you can see, preparations well and truly underway to make certain the jockeys are all up on board. There indeed is Darren Andrews. Nice colours, those. I know you shouldn't just like a horse because they're nice colours, but I think maroon and gold, especially on a day like today, works especially well. So what they will be doing is just doing a turn of the paddock here, and then they'll be making their way down towards the starting point. And Mark Dennis is the commentator here today, and I think his will probably be the next voice you hear.
So we move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our second race of the day. This is the second division of the Open Maiden, and the runners now on their way down to start. First out we see is This Will Do, ridden by Connor Houlihan, maroon and white check with a half-season check cap. Good, now beside that one is number 12, that's Westwood Pistol, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, maroon with the yellow hoops and a quartered cap. Then we see Coastal Capers, ridden by Mr. George Hiscock, royal blue with a yellow sash and a black cap. Next out is number 4, that's Flora Bell, ridden by Mr. Fionn Summers, red and yellow halves with white sleeves and cap. on this one out is number 7. That's Mad for Action, written by Miss Abigail Lewis. Black Power Cross Lorraine, Sleeves and white cap.
Okay.
Following this one down is number 10. That's Stone Age Icon, written by Mr. Isaac Bunkle. Yellow with a green cross Lorraine, armlets and a green cap. Next out is number 8, Our Grey Boy, written by Mr. James Cameron. White with a grey hooped cap. And the final one to go down is number 3. That's Da Vinci Rock, written by Mr. W. Knight, navy maroon quarters, navy sleeves, maroon armlets, and a white cap. So 8 go to post then for this second division of the maiden race, and they're due away at 2:05.
Because they're heading towards the boxes.
Thank you very much.
We talked about the trailer, the back of the trailer.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Oh, it's going forward. No, backwards again. I thought it was going forward, but it's the illusion of the tail, actually. Tom said he was going to do it. No, they have a massive delay. It's going forward again. It's off the red one. Da Vinci Rock. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we thought. There's only 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes. Hello, alright? You okay? Are we loud in here? Yes, let's do one more.
So we're away then for this second division of the Open Maiden. They jump away from the start then. Slightly staggered start, but they are away safely and take the first of their 18 fences. And the tail enders are over it now, so they sweep left-handed, and our grey boy is up there with in the front rank, and it looks like it's mad for action on the outside. Our grey boy and Westward Pistol. They are bypassing fence number 2 for this entire race. Bit of damage done in the first maiden, as I understand. But they settle down then to run down to what would have been the third, but is in fact now the second. So our grey boy on the inside, and the 3 ladies jumped it nicely out in front. Our grey boy joined on the outside by Westward Pistol, and wider out we see Mad for Action. Following this one through is Da Vinci Rock. He's back there just in the slipstream of the leaders, and gap of about 3 or 4 lengths then to Coastal Capers. Flora Bell's another 5 lengths off of this, as the leaders then take the open ditch. They're over the open ditch, and we've got one run out there, and that was Stone Age Icon. Stone Age Icon out, run out at the ditch, dropped the jockey on the deck, and is now making his way back to the box as we speak. So back to 7 then, as they make their way down over the hill. Westward Pistol with the lead. Our grey boy's just on his inside, and then Da Vinci Rock has gone up into third as they take the 2 fences at the far end of the course. I'd like to give you a little more information, but my view is a little restricted by the trees. So anyway, they are now almost complete one circuit, and our grey boy with Da Vinci Rock up on his outside. Da Vinci Rock may have just now got the lead. Westward Pistol back in third. 3 or 4 lengths then back to Mad for Action. Abigail Lewis in fourth, as the tail enders come to it now. Flora Bell continues. So they now race left-handed, and this will do it. It's a long way back, just taking a turn now. So the leaders then are on past what will be that next fence, and running on along the level down to what will be the second last in a circuit's time. So Da Vinci Rock and Our Grey Boy by about 3 lengths to Mad for Action and Westward Pistol. 2 lengths then back to Coastal Capers and Flora Bell. We're about 6 lengths between first and last of these 6. They're a long way clear of This Will Do, who may well be being pulled up as we speak. So as they race on to what will be the final fence in the circuit's time, 1 or 2 gave the guardrail a bit of grief then. But we've still got a race on with 6. So they pass the judge, circuit left to race, and the open ditch looms large next. So Our Grey Boy on the inside of Da Vinci Rock. Westward Pistol just made a semblance of an error on landing there. Coastal Capers was slightly impeded. On the outside of that one is Mad for Action, and Flora Bell is now beginning to drop off them, and is being ridden at the moment, but is not making a great deal of impression as it begins to lose touch. So they make their way down over the hill then, and just over 3/4 of the circuit of the race, Our Grey Boy and Da Vinci Rock. These two, Our Grey Boy just with a fractional advantage then. Coastal Capers trying to get into third from Mad for Action. Westford Pistols in behind these as they continue up to another plain fence then. And it looks as though they're all over safely. And now sweep left-handed to go up the side of the course. Our Grey Boy, Da Vinci Rock, and Mad for Action in behind this, about 3 lengths off the lead in 2. Coastal Capers another 2 lengths behind this, but is losing ground. And Westford Pistol is around about 15, maybe 20 lengths off of those. So they're over that. That was the fence at the far end, and now begin their journey back towards us then. Our Grey Boy, he's about a half length clear of Da Vinci Rock, the favourite. Mad for Action now trying to get on the premises under Abigail Lewis. About 2 lengths then back to George Hiscock and Coastal Capers. And these 4 surely have it between them. Westwood Pistol's been pulled up, as has Flora Bell. So we're back to 4 then in this second division of the Open Maiden. And Da Vinci Rock, Our Grey Boy. Our Grey Boy game, and it's gone about 1.5 lengths clear as they come through the run through then. And they're right over that safely. So Our Grey Boy, 3 lengths clear. Da Vinci Rock back in second. Mad for Action's 3. Coastal Capers around about 6 lengths off the lead then. So Our Grey Boy driven into the home straight. Down to the final fence then, comes to it now, out over safely. Da Vinci Rock gives chase in second, but Our Grey Boy is game out in front. And it's pushed out to the line. A fast finishing Mad for Action made just into second. And Da Vinci Rock 3. And Coastal Capers will finish back in 4th.
Well, there is our winner, Our Grey Boy, successful for Annabelle Bacon. Brought this down from further east, and yeah, a 9-year-old who pulled up at Kimble in November on his most recent run, but has shown plenty of promise and successful under Josh Cameron at Simon. What sort of price?
7-2 second favourite.
So
the result of race 2, first
all
past
right,
the
we're
post
just
number
getting
8,
confirmation from the
second
judge.
number 7,
So confirmation, Mad for
third
Action
number
was
3.
second, and Da Vinci Rock finished in 3rd place in the end. And we'll, as you can hear probably on the loudspeaker system, they're announcing the runners for the next race. We'll sort those out for you in a second. But let's just sort out the betting for this Division 2 of the Maiden, first of all. So it was first number 8, Our Grey Boy. Just confirm the SP.
7-2.
Second was number 7, Mad for Action.
12-1.
At 12-1. And third was number 3, Da Vinci Rock, who was the favourite.
The very weak 2-1 favourite, opened at 5-4.
What, 5-4 favourite to 2-1? I suppose for obvious reasons that money's not flying around.
Yeah.
But people weren't that enthusiastic about Da Vinci Rock, but has run well to finish 3rd in the end. And I think only one other horse finished, which was Coastal Capers. There was a spectacular departure from the race for Stone Age Icon, but I'm pleased to say that Stone Age Icon was fine, and Isaac Bunkle was okay after that as well. Let's just bring you news of we'll send Simon off to the betting ring to bring us more gems as the afternoon goes on, but our race 3, which is due off on the racecourse at 2:40. Just a reminder, we do have a delay on the broadcast. That's under the rules, nothing we can do about that, but it's due off here on the racecourse at 2:40, and we've got one non-runner, which is number 9 Spooky Dookie. That one Natalie Parker was due to ride. That is a non-runner in the next race, which will leave us with 12 horses, and the horses will be in the paddock before too long. We'll meet a couple of guests in a few moments time, but let's bring Lizzie Kelly back in at this point. And you're back in the swing of it all now, having seen that. I think the first division of the Maiden probably was a good quality race. The second division, perhaps not quite so much quality, but it's what Point of Pointing is all about, a few thrills and spills.
Absolutely. The horse that won is absolutely towering over the two ladies that are leading him up in the winners' enclosure, and everyone looks absolutely delighted. And, you know, like you say, he's a 9-year-old, he's probably been around for a while, and that... But for them, you know, it's a really big day, and that's just as important as all the people, you know, trying to make a business out of it. You know, mustn't forget that it is, you know, an amateur sport at the end of the day.
And it's what it does. It bestrides the whole thing from the amateurs for the enthusiasts, a young guy who's at university who wants to have a bit of fun, through to the fairly serious trainers who are trying to condition these horses, bring them along and flog them for plenty of money.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they clearly went a decent speed in that race. You know, only 4 finished, one, like you say, managed to run out after a fairly hairy round, and a couple pulled up. So, you know, it was clearly a decent speed. I thought Abigail Lewis gave her horse a really good ride to finish second. She just sat in behind the pace.
For action.
Yeah, that's right. Sat in behind the pace and just crept into it. But the winner was as game as you like. In fact, the jockey nearly fell off at the fence in front of us here on the second lap. So yeah, no, really game and really good fun to watch, wasn't it?
And it's worth saying here, it's very sunny. It's not boiling hot, but it's warm, and certainly if you run 3 miles, it's very warm. So good to see so many buckets of water being flung around all over. I think they said at Maysmore on Tuesday, I think they reckoned 600 buckets of water had been wielded during the day. Yeah. Not quite so many runners today, but good to see the team of volunteers making certain that horse welfare is, as always, top of the agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people know how important it is, and you know, there's no one here that cares more about the horses than the people who look after them. So yeah, there's plenty of sustenance and refreshments for all.
Well, we'll catch up with one or two of those involved in a few moments' time. There's about to be a presentation to those involved with our winner there, number 8, Our Grey Boy, Annabelle Bacon and Josh Cameron, the successful team. In fact, a trophy is just being taken over to them, so give us 2 seconds and we'll hear from one or both of those. Just confirmation in the next race that Spooky Dookie doesn't run, but I think jockeys are as advertised. So, in fact, it's an opportunity for me to just quickly run through those now quickly. Number 1, Annalise Moriniere. Isaac Bunkle deserves a bit of better luck. Not had so much so far, but he's on board that one. Bay to go, James Armstrong in action on that. Number 3, Crown of Thorns. Will Biddick is the rider on number 3, Crown of Thorns, trained by Sarah Pidsley. Number 4, Doctors Differ, George Hiscock for his family involved there. And they have weighed in for race 2, weighed in for that. Number 5, Indigo Stamp, Tamika Lee is on board that one. She owns and trains it as well. It's a Steal with Pippa Glanville. In fact, we've got them on the screen there. It's a Steal, trained by Lee Glanville, ridden by Pippa Glanville, you can see. Then number 7, Moonaroo with Paul John on board. So those are your first 7 contenders, and I think we can just... This is the conditions race sponsored by Devon Hampers, so thanks to them. And then we can see the others there. Number 8, Somewhere to Go with Tamby Welch. We've got number 10, Starweld, and it's good to see Starweld here with Amy Benelick, the rider, on board. Syracuse's Dream for the Traineers, Barnaby Traineer on board, and then the Dapper Fox, heard that talked up by one or two, Jack Veazey, and tipping away now with Joe Supple, that one trained by Liam Corcoran. Time for presentation for race 2. Back to Frank Yeo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the presentation for the second division of the Maiden, the Matthias second division. This was sponsored by Devon Hampers, who we're eternally grateful for stepping up as the second sponsor. And I'd like to present the winner to Annie Bacon, and who co-owns the horse with Alex Gibbs. Annie, well done. I know you're delighted with the win this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Great. And the winning jockey, Josh Cameron. Josh, well done. Great race. You have a memento plate, the memento and the jockey's silver frame, and the Devon hamper as well. Well done.
Horses to the paddock for the next race, please. Horses to the paddock.
So there, on your screen is confirmation of the result of the previous race. We're about to hear from the winning rider, Josh Cameron. We might have just got his name slightly wrong there, but sorry to him, but I'm sure he won't mind. And hopefully he's going to come and join us now. He's clutching a silver salver, having been successful on Our Grey Boy, who's become our winning boy here this afternoon. And good to see Josh in. Well done. Good afternoon to you.
Well,
it is a good afternoon.
Good afternoon now, thank God.
Yeah, sum that up.
Well, amazing. The horse has rather hit the crossbar over and over again. I think he's been third 4 times for us. And he's just been missed out really with COVID and a leg injury. Annie Bacon's done an amazing job getting him back to fitness. And it's probably quick enough from out there, but we're grateful to have her get a run, and even better to have a winning one.
Yeah, and he's shown plenty of, I know you said he sort of hit the crossbar, but there's been plenty of promise with hitting the crossbar.
100%. He's just a big lump of a horse, tends to run a bit free early on in his races, and maybe a year older and a year wiser. He just found this twisty turny course a bit better for him. He could use the hills and put some ground on the others. So no, we're lucky to have him, thanks to Alex Gibbs, the other owner, who's shown a huge amount of support to Annie throughout her training career. She had a horse called Thunder On, and now Our Grey Boy. Thunder On actually had a foal this week, so long may it continue.
So what was the foal?
Filly foal by Sans Frontières. So
nice.
Yeah, very nice, very excited, and it keeps the owner interested, hopefully for another 10 years.
Oh, you've hooked him in.
Hopefully, she goes back again next week. So.
And as far as the course, it's always the silly thing to ask the winning jockey what the ground's like, what the course is like, but I'll ask you anyway.
Yeah, riding lovely. It's definitely good ground. It probably rides a bit with a bit more ease than when it walks. But it's a lovely course. They always do it so well here. Fences jump lovely. Thankfully, the open ditches are soft enough because we ploughed through it the first time. But yeah, long may it continue.
Yeah, you had to sit tight, didn't you? On what was that? The second circuit.
First circuit, open ditch. He pretty much sums the horse up. Sometimes he just thinks I'll just run through it, and but other than that, he didn't put a foot wrong.
And so tell us about your operation, because you and Annie ran the operation together.
Yeah, so we moved in the November before COVID, which in hindsight probably was the wrong time. But she's been training for a few years, and I was doing it. So we were doing it separately, and we decided it was time to probably put it all together. We've probably got 25 in at the moment, right. All sorts, pointers, pre-trainers on the flat.
Pre-trainers for Paul Nicholls, is it?
We've got. Hopefully, well, I think they're probably going to end up Paul Nicholls. Mrs. Yeoman, who has the Southfield horses, we've got 2 for her, and I've done some pre-training for Whitsbury Manor Stud to go on the flat. So you've got to have many irons in the fire. So long, a little bit of everything, and hopefully we'll survive this bit and we'll only go forward.
Excellent. Final thought. Those are very woolen colours you're wearing
Yes.
on quite a warm day in bright sunshine. So, if your temperature was taken now, might it be a bit on the high side?
I could well not be getting in, I don't think. But no, these are Alex Gibbs's father's colours, and so they've seen a bit of pointing around the country. And they're lucky, so we'll probably keep them.
And well, look, well done here. Have you got anything else to come today?
2 more, Tombstorm in the restricted and Alternative in the men's open.
And hopes high, hopes low, hopes medium?
Yeah, high hopes in them both. Tombstorm won his maiden very nicely the season before last. Again, has had a year off for COVID. An Alternative, I don't know whether he's quite good enough for a men's open, but he was good horse under rules years gone by. I claimed 5 as a novice rider, so see how we get on. But I'd just like to say thanks to all our owners for supporting us through COVID, leaving the horses with us and allowing us to be ready for when pointing has gratefully restarted again. And without them, we wouldn't be here doing it. So thank you very much indeed.
Well, and great to see you back, and well done with your winner.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed.
Super. Excellent. Josh Cameron, successful there. As you can probably hear in the background, all the horses basically arriving in the paddock. Let's bring another member of our team, Donna Harris, in. She will have a view on this race. We've mentioned all the horses that are taking part in this conditions race, race number 3. Nice to see you. Get in nice and close to the mic, Donna. Any thoughts ahead of this race 3?
Yes, I particularly fancy the Dapper Fox with Jack Vesey, who is a farrier by trade. He's a good lad. He is owned, trained and ridden this horse to several victories. As long as he doesn't get a little bit behind with the grounds, got quick, think it's drying up all the time, the Dapper Fox should be thereabouts.
Did he run when we were last in action? It was Wadebridge.
It was Wadebridge, yes.
And he
he was
finished in
second,
the frame that day,
yes,
didn't
10 lengths second to Honest Deed that day.
Which is pretty solid form.
It is very good form, although we've had a break, December 3-4 month break.
Challenge these trainers, hasn't it?
It is for them, trying to keep these horses fit, ticking over nicely, not going over the top. The other one, a couple I would like to mention, Somewhere to Be, young Tamby Welsh. It would be lovely for him to win here today. His father, George Welsh, Totnes and Bridgetown Racing Company,
Great
has sponsored
supporters.
2 races here today. They've sponsored the ladies and the men's open, and I think hats off to George Welsh and the company.
And did that run at Weybridge as well when we were there? I think, no, it was like he's run at Weybridge in the past. Though,
he has, yeah, he has one.
There's quite a lot of letters in his name, but I always think he's a bit better than some of his letters.
He's a winning chaser, and he did run at Weybridge second to Radden Top.
Yeah, which
so,
is solid.
Yes, yeah. That's
and what was the other
solid.
one you wanted to mention?
Quite like Tipping Away. Ex-Irish contender, looks interesting with Joe Supple on board. Talented jockey.
Not a lot of
she's
form to
good
go
girl.
on, is there? But Joe
There's
Supple
not.
is eye-catching.
Yeah. There again, who knows what these horses can go well. 1 or 2 surprises in the first race. With the favourites in the last, not staying the trip. Like I say, it's a day where we're watching, hoping they will come home safely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
Well,
see
we'll
how
hear
they
more from
form.
you, Donna, in a few moments. Horses
Pleasure.
in the paddock. We might just switch our camera now to look at them in the paddock because they are pretty much ready to go for our next race. And you can see the horses in the paddock, so we'll have a good look at them.
People are watching. You will be asked to wear your mask.
Yes, ready.
Will not.
I'll tell you what we'll do. While we just look at the horses going to the start, let's just quickly bring Will Knight in, who rode in our previous race. Was that, Will, the horse ended up being quite well fancied, finished 3rd in the end, didn't he, Da Vinci Rock? Have you had a good time?
Great time. Great first spin here. The ground was brilliant from him. It was seriously quick out there. And, I got it wrong a lot of the time, but he sort of saved me on countless occasions. So, very happy.
And 3rd in the end, were you hoping for a bit more than that?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a really classy horse and sort of showed a lot of promise at home and was really handy throughout and sort of ran a great race. But I think my fitness probably failed me slightly at the end.
Are you puffing a little bit?
A little bit.
Yeah, well, you haven't had a chance to really practice for some time.
No, exactly. And, regardless of what you do at home, it's never really the same for this. So
So this is the start. Will you have a few more rides in the remaining weeks?
Hopefully, yeah. If the ground sort of stays, I think just as much as we can throughout the season, sort of every 2 weeks if possible, and just sort of garner a bit more experience.
Yeah. So we'll see you maybe in a couple of weeks' time.
Hopefully, yeah. Fleet Park would be.
Fleet Park in 2 weeks today,
yeah,
is
exactly.
it? Or in 2 weekends' time.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, you go and catch your breath, and well done. Lovely to chat.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Super. That was after earlier on. That was Will Knight, who rode Da Vinci Rock in our earliest races. Simon's here as well, just for an update from the betting ring.
Yes, Crown of Thorns is the even money favourite. The Dapper Fox 2-1, second in. With tipping away now 4-1.
Go on, keep going.
Bait to go 10-1. Doctors Differ 8. Indigo Stamp 25. It's a Steal 10. Moonaroo 20. Somewhere to Be 4. Star Weld 33. And Sicarus's Dream 12-1.
If I made you have a bet,
I would go for Will Biddick. When in doubt, choose Will Biddick.
When in doubt, go with Will. Super. Well, lovely shots there that you can see at home of the runners making their way to the starting point. This race due off on the racecourse at 2:40, and as you can see, beautiful day. Getting as one of the riders who took part in the last race described as seriously quick out there, but on the other hand, I think people are suggesting that it's probably not riding too badly at all, especially for this time of the year. What are we? Beginning of April on the Easter weekend. Let's just bring Lizzie in quickly as they continue to make their way to the start. What's caught your eye in this?
I thought the one that Will Biddick was riding.
Crown of Thorns.
Yeah, I thought he looked really smart. I like the look of him. I think the rest of them, I thought, that funnily enough, the horse that got the best turned out clearly did look very nice, but he was really,
Which one was that?
really shiny, which I know, one that Joe Buck is riding, or Joe Supple, sorry,
Number
tipping
13,
away
tipping
now.
away
yeah.
now.
He looked really well in his coat. I don't want to be the person that says, oh, he was very shiny, but he was really very shiny. So, yeah, clearly looked really well in his coat as well.
And the weather conditions are allowing that kind of look, aren't
Absolutely,
they?
yeah, absolutely.
Well, there are some great shots looking across towards the main part of Dartmoor. We're in the foothills of Dartmoor here. We're close to the Devon town of Tavistock, and as you can see, the runners are making their way to the starting point. Mark Dennis is our commentator here at Cherrybrook this afternoon, and he'll be describing the action as the afternoon continues, and the horses making their way to the starting point right now.
They're not. But presumably later on we can go and get a couple of someone.
Yeah. I think they've got some heads individually. So yeah, I will talk to them. But I think I'm going to buy paint as well for actually making sure that you're wilting away.
Yeah, we might get somebody to keep the pain lamb. Yeah. Check the sheet.
So starters in position then, and his flag is raised. So let's just take a turn and make their way in. And the flag's down and we're away. So we're away then for this conditions race. Owner and trainer, and sometimes ridden by both as well, as they take the first then of the 18 fences. Starwell was a little bit slow away from the start. And they now run left-handed, and it's Annalise Morinier with the lead, about 3 or 4 lengths clear. Racing in behind in a line of about 4 then. We've got Crown of Thorns on the inside. On the outside, Monaro. Monaro just made a little bit of an error on landing there. Somewhere to be is a little bit wider out. Just preceded by the Dapper Fox, who's also up in the front rank and has just shades the lead now as they race into fence number 3. And leaders take that. Front group take it really well, in fact. They jump that well. Indigo Stamp is the back marker. Got about 5 or 6 lengths adrift of the main group as they race then on to fence number 4 into the home straight. And Annalise Morinier with the lead. A couple of lengths clear. Crown of Thorns on the inside of the Dapper Fox. They're 2 and 3. It's a Steal is 4. Then tipping away now on the inside of Big to Go. And somewhere to be on that one's outside. Monaro's getting a little bit of a wake-up call from Paul John on the inside. 3 lengths clear then of Starwell. Syracuse's Dream is another 5 or 6 lengths then, and 8 lengths back to Starwell then, and similar distance back to Indigo Stamp. So they're on the run down into the dip then for the first time. And Crown of Thorns and Annalise Morinier, these two with the lead. The Dapper Fox wider out as they take these 2 fences in quick succession. And the leaders look to have safely negotiated them as they reappear from behind the trees. So Annalise Morinier with the lead, couple of lengths clear. Crown of Thorns. The Dapper Fox just goes into second at the expense of Crown of Thorns. It's a Steal is next. Then Somewhere to Be on that one's inside. And they're about 4 or 5 lengths clear then of tipping away now as they take the fence away from the start. And just over a circuit completed then. And race left-handed now on their journey back towards us. So Annalise Morinier, the Dapper Fox, Crown of Thorns. Bay to Go is wider out with the purple and red colours. And shares about 5th with It's a Steal. On the inside, there's around about 4 or 5 lengths back then to Tipping Away Now. Doctors Differ follows this one through. Then Syracuse's Dream. As the leaders take the next then, they all jumped that pretty well, and the rest are safely out over. Indigo Stamp and Starwell, the 2 back markers, and now keeping each other company as the leaders then race on towards what will be the final fence in the circuit's time. Crown of Thorns jumped up there to join the leader there, Annalise Morinier, and he takes the lead though, and they head on now to the open ditch then for the final time, just under a circuit left to race. Leader there jumped that beautifully, stood off at a treat as they head out then into the country. Annalise Morinier from Crown of Thorns. Somewhere to be on that one's outside in 3 and 4. We've got the Dapper Fox. It's a Steele, sits there on the heels of this front 4. And there was about 5 lengths then back to Beta Go. About 6 or 7 then to Tip It Away now. Doctor's Dippers on that one's outside, and Syracuse Dreams on the heels of these. And the 2 back markers, Indigo Stamp and Star Weld, continue around about 15, maybe 20 lengths off the leaders. So they're on up the hill, taking the first of these 2 fences that come up quickly. And they're on to the next. And wait for them to reappear, and they do. And it's Somewhere to Be then with the lead. Comes out with the lead, about 2 lengths clear. Crown of Thorns just shows in second from the Dapper Fox. Annalise Morinier is the one that's losing ground back through the pack, and is back to 4th now as Beta Go goes in pursuit of the 3 leaders. So they're at the fence at the far end then, and they're over that safely, the leaders are. And now begin their run back towards us. So Somewhere to Be, being tackled on the inside by Crown of Thorns. So these 2 with the lead. In behind them, the Dapper Fox trying to get on terms. So this is 3 from home then. Crown of Thorns on the inside, Somewhere to Be, just dived it slightly. Better jump on the inside by Crown of Thorns. And Will Biddick sat pretty steady at the moment, and just pulls out a couple of lengths clear. The Dapper Fox now goes into second in hot pursuit. So they're at the second last then. 2 out coming up then for Crown of Thorns. Out over, just a little bit scraggy at it. Dapper Fox is in second. Somewhere to Be is 3. It's the Steels trying to run on from the back. So they race into the home straight then. Crown of Thorns from the Dapper Fox. It's a Steel in behind this. So the Crown of Thorns out over. Half length clear though from the Dapper Fox. Somewhere to Be back in 3. It's a Steel 4. So Crown of Thorns shaken up on the run to the line. Judge will confirm. Dapper Fox runs well in second. It's a Steels next. Somewhere to Be in behind this. Starweld's gone round and will finish next from Syracuse's Dream and Indigo Stamp.
There is then Crown of Thorns, successful in our 3rd race here this afternoon. We might have another look at him, actually. You don't really want to be looking at me and Simon. Yeah, there he is, coming back on this sun-drenched Dartmoor afternoon at Cherrybrook into the winner's circle. Crown of Thorns trained by Sarah Pidsley. And the better going here, I think, probably suited Crown of Thorns. Season never got going last year, but has won 4 races in the past. And you can see Will Biddick, another success for him on the far side of the horse. Starting prices, Simon, what news from the ring on this one?
Well, when in doubt, back Will Biddick, even money favourite, Crown of Thorns, chased home by the Dapper Fox, who was also chasing him home in the betting, 3-1, and It's a Steel 3rd, 12-1.
12-1 in 3rd place. So, if you were a bookmaker at the moment, how would you be assessing the afternoon after 3 races?
They lost on the first race because of money each way.
I think the commotion there is because, yeah, as you probably saw, one of the buckets of water just slightly missed.
They lost on the first race because of the each way money. The second race wasn't much business being done. That race, the only one the punters wanted to be on was the winner. So they're losing at the moment.
And just a reminder about A, how you can have a bet, and B, about the time lag.
Yes, there's a 5-minute time lag from watching on the pictures. The bookmakers, you need to put money into a PayPal account, and then you can telephone them and have your bets with the bookmakers just down there live on course.
And how many are there actually here?
2.
Give them a name check.
Dave Phillips and Richard Pittard, the stalwarts.
Stalwarts,
yes.
Excellent. Well, thanks to both of them for their support here today. Lovely pictures there of Crown of Thorns and there'll be a presentation very shortly to Crown of Thorns. Good to see water being thrown around all over the place. It actually probably, watching at home, it probably looks as though we're really we are basking on sunshine, but there's quite a breeze here as well. So there's, at the moment, there's no prospect of it becoming particularly warm, but it's a really pleasant afternoon in this part of the west of Devon, and we're in the foothills of Dartmoor. You can, while watching the races later on, you get some good scenic shots as well, and a reminder there on that banner of how one of our main sponsors here today, Print Concern, is supporting the NHS. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do now is the winning trainer there was Sarah Pidsley, and I'm going to ask Sarah to come in and join us.
Hello.
Get nice and close to the mic because we want to see your very smiley face. Were you throwing water? Were you looked as though you were having a water fight there?
I was, yes. My best friend come and helped, and I got a little bit wet in the process.
Well done.
Thank you. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So, but this horse went off favourite today, but also has got plenty of ability, hasn't he?
He has,
so not
yes.
a surprise he went off favourite.
He has, yes. He's got plenty of ability. We ran him 3 times last year and just didn't get his ground. We travelled up country a bit. And every time the ground was a little bit softer.
So ground like this is what you really like?
Ideally, yeah. He's an out-and-out stayer. He loves to gallop, jump and stay, and that's what he did here today. So, yes, delightful.
And just for a few strides, sort of going to 2 out, etc., the dapper fox looked as though he might be the party-ruining fox.
I was a bit nervous, yes, because I know how well he stays as well, so I was hoping we just had that little bit left, which we did. So
you did have Mr. W. Biddick on board.
I did,
yes.
See? I was very glad to have that phone call this week.
He had a little bit up his sleeve, didn't he?
Yes, no, definitely. It's very nice to have Will on. He gets on with the horse amazingly, and what I like is I don't ever give Will any instructions. I just tell him, you go out and you do whatever the race pans out to do, and he does it perfectly every time. So that's, yeah.
We can see just how, and also reading between your words, you are absolutely ecstatic about the result.
Absolutely delighted.
This is what point to pointing is all about. Is people like you coming here and
it was fantastic.
with the champion jockey and doing this.
Yeah, it's a real family thing. I mean, it's my mum and dad's horse really. I just train it. I used to ride a few years ago. Got a little bit big for that now, but we've only got him, and it's just great, like you say, to be back out.
So you're a one-horse operation?
Yeah, just a one-horse this year because we were a bit unsure with the COVID what was going to happen, so we didn't go and buy anything else. But yeah, we've got him, and he's just our superstar. He's fantastic, and he's such a lovely person, which makes it even better.
And what is he in? Is he Crowny in the yard or Thorny in the yard?
He's Thorny in the yard, yeah.
Thorny
in the yard.
So what are possible plans with Thorny now?
We might possibly look to Cherrybrook. I haven't seen what races are there yet. I think that's about 3 weeks away, so that should give him a nice little break to get recuperated and back out there and hopefully have another crack at something else.
And you've obviously you had him nice and fit for today.
I was hoping so. I did say to Will when he got on, he may be a piece or two of work short, but we're all in the same boat. We only sort of found out 6 weeks ago that we were definitely, hopefully, going to come back. So we built the work back up then, and just this last week I was I think he's there, but yeah.
Well, I tell you what, if
he obviously was.
The Dapper Fox might have got him.
He would have, yeah, I think he would have.
Just looking at this, so that's the 4-borough meeting at Cherrybrook on the 24th is a possibility.
Yeah, that's his possible next target, so yeah.
Well, look, well done. There's a glistening trophy there.
Lovely.
For you. So I better let you go and get that from Frank Yeo. But many congratulations
from
all of us.
Thank you very much.
Super. Well done with Crown of Thorns successful in that race. Worth actually, just before we get to the presentation, reminding ourselves we're here at Cherrybrook today. That we get a weekend off to follow the Grand National next weekend at Aintree, Fleet Park on the 17th, 4-borough on the 24th, and back to Fleet Park on the 1st. In fact, there are 5 in May. Upcut Cross on the 9th, Bratton Down on the 17th and the 23rd. We're at Upcut Cross again on the 31st, and we race into June. Bratton Down on the 6th and Umberley on the 12th. And the idea is that all races at all of those fixtures will be live streamed, and you'll be able to have a bet, so you'll be able to watch, even if we're behind closed doors. We'll have to see how the COVID regulations go. You'll be able to follow it via the live stream, and you will be able to have a bet. But hopefully we can get people in before too long. A presentation is upon us. Frank Yeo, now that Sarah has left us, is going to present a trophy, I think, to the winning connections after that third race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the presentation for the third race, the owner-trainer conditions race, won handsomely by Sarah Pidsley and her family, her very emotional family here this afternoon with Crown of Thorns. Sarah, congratulations. You have a magnificent cup. I'll let you pick it up from there, but also a memento for the jockey, for Will. Will is here as well, and a hamper from the Devon Hampers. I'm not too sure who's going to take the hamper, whether it is Will or whether it is the Paisley family or whether they share it. But I think there's a bottle of wine in there that you may get tucked in together. Well done.
So happy scenes there with Crown of Thorns successful. We might just get a quick word with Will Biddick if he can possibly come and have a quick word. Here he is. We're going to see him like that, and now you can see him like this. Well done.
Thank you.
Sarah's they're absolutely ecstatic at that, and that's what pointing is all about. A family with one horse. They get hold of one of the leading riders and they go and win a race like that.
No, we've had a good combination with the horse. He's won a few now. He'd won an intermediate, so he carried a penalty in that today, and it's nice that was an opportunity for him to do, because it's a big step from intermediate to opens, and he's done that well there. First time out, credit to Sarah, because it was hard
she was
work
a bit
on her
worried he
own.
wasn't going to be fit enough for you.
That's it, yeah, she's doing it on her own, so it's that's why it's more rewarding, I think.
And the Dapper Fox, watching from here, I don't know what it was like in the saddle, but it looked as though the Dapper Fox was throwing down quite a big challenge at you.
Yeah, I could just hear him behind me, and he's a good pointer, so it's I thought he might have challenged a bit more, but my lad pulled out a bit and off he went, a bit idle in front, but the line came in time.
And we're now back at it, and you're right in the heart of pointing. So to be back point to point, is this your first winner of since resumption?
Yeah, I went up to
because you went
Yorkshire.
off, you deserted, you went to Yorkshire, then you deserted for a hunter chase.
Then I stuck with Cader Burley at Warwick, and then it's the first winner back. It's just good to be here. It's a shame for the hunt, because imagine the crowd here today with the weather. It would have been a bumper crowd, but at least they're having a point to point. That's the main thing.
And plenty for you today, but quickly before you go, because everyone loves you, I know you've got lots of rides, everyone loves to ask you, I'm sure, you didn't ride the winner of the Cheltenham Fox Hunters, but you trained the winner, and you said you cried afterwards, didn't you?
Yeah, we don't have to repeat that. It's weird. It was that was the more emotions went through my body when that happened, more than any winner I've ridden. Big sense of achievement, and I think it's a lot harder to train a horse for the months you haven't been training than it is to ride him for the minutes that it takes to do the race. We're just fortunate to have a horse like that in the yard, and equally have good team in the yard that make it all work and keep it all running.
It was quite a tense finish, wasn't it? We're against the Mullinses as well.
Yeah, I know that.
Paul Bay, let's remind ourselves, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a gutsy horse, all the way up the running, his head's on the floor like a little terrier, and he wanted it just as much as Lorcan, and they struck a good partnership. That was nice. It just worked on the day.
And what will happen with him now, Paul?
He's now just being wound down, and
because he's not entered at Aintree, is he?
No, it was the owner's decision to put him away now until next year. He's had a bit of trouble in the past with his legs, and he's fond to the owners, so it's nice he wants to just look after him and let him have a downtime now, and we'll bring him in next year and start off in a point and aim back for Cheltenham, I imagine.
And with you on board. And Aintree next week, have you got something lined up for?
No, because it's not often you get spares in the Fox Hunters, because you usually qualify them yourself and take them there. So no, I don't have a ride this year in the Fox Hunters.
So if anyone needs a jockey
for
next Thursday at Aintree,
between now and then, yeah.
Excellent. Well, and what if I was asking you to pick one for later on in the day that we should be particularly looking out for?
I'd say Crown of Thorns.
Right. What about earlier on? A little bit of a disappointment in the first race. Quite a lot of interest in your Wandering Spirit.
Wandering Soul, is it? Yeah, he's a lovely big Robin Deschamps. The ground is just a shame. We're pointing this time of year, and he would have ran a bit earlier with a bit more cut in the ground. It just ran away from him a bit today. He's kept galloping and ran through the line, but it was all a bit too late. And just the ground was a bit too lively for him, I'd have said. But he's a lovely big horse. Lovely big horse, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Well, look, we better let you go off and get ready for the next race. Thanks very much for chatting.
Cornelius.
So that's Will Biddick with us for after winning that third race of the afternoon. If you're with us for the first time this afternoon, let me just confirm that the first race of the day went to King's Quay, with Matt Hampton successful on that one. That was Division 1 of the Maiden, to which we were just referring. And then we had in the second division success for our grey boy, Josh Cameron, and then a really lovely victory for Crown of Thorns in that race. And many congratulations to the Pidsley family for pulling that one off. Our next race is the restricted race 4, due off on the racecourse at 3:15. But remember, if you are following the racing and are fancying horses and wanting to have a bet, that there is a delay on the transmission. This is under the rules, so do just bear that in mind. And thanks to Prince Concerns supporting the NHS in race 4, due off here on the racecourse at 3:15, and we'll confirm runners and riders on that one. In fact, I think we can do that right now. They all go in this race 4. They all go, and the riders as you expect to see them. So we've got number 1, Arkle 50, with Fly McIntyre riding. Number 2, Old Sport. Great name that. Old, spelled A-U-L-D, Old Sport, with Thomasina Easton. Cornflower Blue and Merv Woodward. Darren Andrews on Cottage Rose in this next race. Connor Houlihan will be on Could Be Better. Jake Bamment riding Funky Sensation for the Dennis family. Quite a lot of interest in that. It's been running under rules not so long ago. Taken by force with Will Biddick. Joe Supple on Tara Snipe, another from the Snipe family. The winner takes it all. Darren Edwards. Tombstone with Josh Cameron, and Wes Wilmer with Matt Hampton. Those last 2 riders both looking for doubles, and I think you can see that the first of the horses just emerging into the paddock, and we might bring Simon in to see whether there's any news from the betting ring at this stage.
Yes, Cornelius, it's safe to say that the bookmakers have priced up rather defensively in their first show. They go 2-1 Funky Sensation, 2-1 Will Biddick's Taken by Force, and 5-2 the winner take it all. So but you've got to bear in mind that they may not lay many horses in the race. So but that's quite defensive pricing at the moment.
Let's see. So those 3 that you mentioned Funky Sensation, and you mentioned Taken by Force. We'll see if we can. That's Cornflower Blue, the second of those 2 in your picture at the moment. I think that's Arkle 50, is it, in front in the sunshine here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. Let's see. We'll hear in a few moments' time from Donna Harris about her views of this race. I'll tell you what, we might, as there's quite a word on the racecourse for Funky Sensation, and Funky Sensation representing the Dennis family from Bude, a family which has had plenty of success here at Cherrybrook in the past. I might just ask whether Tim Dennis, who is representing the family, and I can see over there, he's too busy talking to someone else at the moment, whether he might just come and join us in a second to talk about Funky Sensation, which runs in the colours of his brother, David, who used to be a National Hunt jockey, has been a trainer as well, assistant trainer now to Matt Shepherd. Tim Dennis, come in, because we know that you've had plenty of success personally here at Cherrybrook in the past, and the Dennis family has as well. I'm not talking nonsense. The great Coombe Hill, he strutted his stuff around here.
He did, yeah.
But there's a word on the racecourse that Funky Sensation may strut his stuff around in this race. What do you think?
I just passed that through to see his favourite, and I just spoke to his owner, David, who's just won, had a winner at Haydock with Innisfree Lad.
Right.
So,
what about a famous double?
I'm just about to say, I think Jake Bateman has had a lot of instructions from his owner.
Oh, right. These ex-jockeys, do they...
Yeah. I think Jake did manage to take 20 minutes out this afternoon to ride my horse, and now he's gone back to report on the going and probably getting the final words as we speak.
So this was Arctic Article that you ran in the first race?
No, he rode that one for us, and then he's had a chat with David about what to do with this, so I'm a little bit in the...
Oh, right.
Out of the hoop, really.
But are you surprised that there is a bit of a buzz on the racecourse? Does that surprise you?
Well, I suppose he has won a point in Ireland, and he's rated 109 over hurdles, so he's been out. David is thinking about putting him in some novice handicaps now soon, but just for a bit of mileage on the point circuit. Might just, give him a bit of an edge if he goes back on the rules.
Bit of the Dennis magic at Cherrybrook.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but it'll just be interesting to see where we are with him, really.
And just mentioning Coombe Hill,
Yeah,
so
that's
that
right.
was the lovely family story in the mid-1990s. Won the Hennessy in 96.
96, that's right.
Yeah.
I won on him here in 94 when I was restricted.
So what was that, riding a horse like that, which ends up being a Hennessy winner?
Yeah.
I
wish I knew.
You're looking wistful, just.
Well, I wish I knew then what I knew now, because I was 17, and I mean it was sort of like went over my head a little bit riding a horse of that calibre. I think it was very heavy ground that day, and I think the second last he absolutely winged, and the indication then was that he just might be a bit better than average, might be a bit better. But I didn't really, if I was in my mid-20s, you would have really enjoyed riding a horse, like that. But I've still done it.
Yeah, I have a feeling you can still get a bit of that.
Exactly.
That sort of feeling comes back into
the
the
paddock
mind.
was where it was today.
And did he win very easily?
Yeah, very comfortable.
And did he look quite good? Did he look really good in the saddle?
No. No, I don't know. I couldn't lie. But no, I think...
I thought the Dennises were always said to be very stylish, right?
Well, there's exceptions to every rule, isn't there? But he just... he did saunter around that day.
Yeah. And he obviously went on to even
he
greater
did.
things.
He went on and done some good things.
So that was 1994,
that was, yeah.
Yeah, and then he won in 96. Gosh,
that's right.
So next November, it'll be 25 years since Coombe Hill won the Hennessy.
This year, yeah, coming, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, goodness
There we
gracious.
are.
Well, look, best of luck with Funky Sensation. Give Jake our best wishes and say if he's had to listen to 20 minutes of instructions.
No, I'd say he'd be happy if he had have only had 20 minutes of instructions.
Oh, there was even more than 20?
Oh, I would say so. He rang him. He wanted his number last night, so I didn't send it to him until about 9 o'clock last night. So hopefully he wasn't kept up too late. So there we are.
Well, look, let's. I'll tell you what. Thanks very much
You're welcome.
to Tim for joining us. I think your brother's probably watching in, isn't he, this afternoon?
Yeah,
hopefully?
I think he's at Newton Abbott or Haydock today, David.
All right.
So,
well, we're looking as our cameras are trained on the paddock. We're looking for number 6, Funky Sensation. There in the distance is Old Sport just going through there, and you can also see Arkle 50. Yeah, no wonder there are some announcements on the track for horses to sort of get a bit of a move on, because we've got 5 in the paddock so far. There we've got over on the far side, we've got the winner take it all over there, number 9, and number 10 is Tomb Storm. And I just would love the Dennises to hurry up and get Funky Sensation in, so that we can let's bring Lizzie Kelly in to offer a bit of her expertise on this one. There has been quite a buzz around the racecourse. I saw you just talking to Tim Dennis there about the Dennis horse, that I suppose because it's got a bit of rules form, and David, the owner, has had a bit of has been in good form this season with Tom Simmons and Matt Shepherd.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, obviously given the situation, quite a few horses have been flip-flopping with the national hunt runs as well as point-to-pointing, which seems to have worked. And I think most people are very grateful for the opportunity to keep their horses running, perhaps with their local trainer. But there are some nice other nice horses in this race, and I think it'd be interesting to see how they sort of stand up against that horse.
I'm just getting the word that Funky Sensation is in there, so we're looking for number 6 in this race. Where are you, number 6? There he is, just coming right past the position where we are at the moment, and this is a horse technically trained by Jill Dennis, Tim's mother, making his debut in the point-to-point sphere today, but the 4th place at Exeter at the end of 2020 reads quite nicely. But as Lizzie quite rightly says, there are a few other possibilities in this race as well, and so let's just see what else we've got here. Any others as you look across that?
I really liked Where's Wilma, number 11,
right,
which is going to be ridden by Matt Hampton, and I think beautifully turned out in the paddock, but looks to, she won a nice race at Fleet and acts on most grounds. So the ground here today, which I think, judging by the sound of them cantering down to the start, is fairly rapid today, that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
That's number 11, Where's Wilma, who's just coming past our camera position.
Yeah,
at the
gorgeous
moment.
big mare,
And
proper big mare.
she's an 11-year-old mare. I've written down the word redoubtable. I think that's a good word to describe This horse never out of the first 4 in the last 3 seasons. So
Absolutely.
talk about, there's that expression, fun horse. Now that is a proper fun horse, and Matt Hampton, who is in light blue colours with red and more maroon coloured crossbelts, is going to be riding Where's Wilmer, who certainly, there's another shot of her in the paddock, who looks tremendous. So here we are, the jockeys about to be told to get on board and take their horses to the starting point. Maybe we can see if we can attract our pundit Donna into attract her attention. She's going to come and tell us a few words about the runners in this next race. I thought for a second in the last race she had tipped us a very good winner when the Dapper Fox loomed up. Wasn't quite to be, Donna, but ran really well.
Reproduced his form and came up trumps, which was really good.
Right.
Dapper Fox ran a good race, and I'm sure will be winning this season.
Yeah, before too long.
Yeah, normally Fleet he goes well, so could see him at Fleet.
In a couple of weeks. Well, there are two fixtures coming up at Fleet, aren't there?
Yes.
So get nice and close to the mic so that we can hear you, Donna. So what's caught your eye for race 4?
Race 4, I quite like Earthstorm. Although he's won on heavy, he's also acted on good to firm.
That's actually, unfortunately, that's a non-runner. So.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's go. And Famous Clearmont as well was a tip of mine.
Right.
That won the other day.
Right.
So I would go for the winner takes it all for Dean Summersby.
Yeah. So so this hasn't run for a bit, but has some quite nice
No,
form.
he was unlucky to fall here in 2017. He should bounce back from that. He was travelling well that day. He won at Trebudannon as well in May 19, so I would like to see Darren Edwards get on the winners board this today. And
I always think Darren's one of those riders. If he's on my fancy, then that doesn't put me off. He brings all that experience, doesn't he?
And Where's Wilmer as well is short price here.
Doesn't she look well?
Very well in the paddock. Ran second at Didmarton last season. Should go well with Matt Hampton aboard, who's already won one race today. So I should see both of them.
So your
go
two
well.
for the race would be number 11, Where's Wilmer, and number 9, the winner, Take It All.
I would have thought so, but then again, like I say, I've been hitting the crossbar today, so...
Well, it's about time it'll hit the back of the net in a minute.
Yes.
Super. Well, look, great to hear from you. In fact, talking of betting, I think Simon's here as well, so maybe he can just give us a little bit. So the two that Donna's keen on are number 9, the winner, Take It All, and the bottom one, number 11, Where's Wilmer. And Lizzie saying that one looking really well.
Yes, it's been money for Where's Wilmer. That's been 6-1, now down to 4-1. The market's settled down a bit now, so Funky Sensation is now the 2-1 favourite. Taken by Force has drifted out to 7-2. The winner, Take It All, is 3-1. Where's Wilmer and Tombstorm both 4. But there's been money for both of those bottom two, Tombstorm and Where's Wilmer. Forces bookmakers to shorten it.
Yeah, I suppose. But both teams have had winners already today, so there'll be people perhaps thinking Lightning might strike again.
Yes, and it's the biggest price horse in the race is only 14-1, so it's quite competitive compared to some.
So it's 2s to 14s, the total range.
Yes.
So that does tell us that so no one can quite decide.
It's quite a competitive looking race.
Absolutely. Well, great, lovely. We'll hear more from you after the race with starting prices. Horses now all in the paddock. Riders talking to trainers in little huddles. Well, not huddles, that's the wrong expression in this day and age. In small groups, but socially distanced, masks where they're required to wear masks. And certainly this looks like quite a... It's Lizzie... Simon just indicating that there are only 10 or 12 points between the favourite and the complete outsider. There's a few that look all right in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you pointed out earlier on, it's not just because there's a word for one and the Dennis family are very associated with one, doesn't mean to say it's any kind of one-horse race.
No, absolutely. I think this is a lovely competitive race and should be, as a restricted. So every horse in here has won the race, which is always a good start. I mean, that's better than some national hunt races you get where you're searching around for scraps of form. But we've definitely got, some really nice horses in here and some really nice stamps of horses walking around the paddock. I'm sure that it must have been mentioned to the connections of Where's Wilmer about her being a broodmare. And I'll tell you what, I'd be first in line for one of her foals.
Would you?
Beautiful horse. Yeah, so we've got some really, should be a really exciting race.
Yeah, I love the thought that Wes Wilmer just well, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, but she never lets you down, does she? Whereas actually Funky Sensation's got some form under rules, but it's nothing necessarily to write home about. So it's not that you go, wow, this is, it's nice.
Absolutely, it's the connections, and of course that's what you're looking for when you're looking through the card in terms of backing a horse. You're looking for it to have all the right attributes, and of course, that's a good thing about Funky Sensation. But I think that you've got some nice horses like Tara Snipe, trained by Pippa Morehouse.
And breeder Mrs. Tyler, she's got lots called This, That or the Other Snipe, and what a solid family they are. Absolutely.
With, of course, Joe Supple on board, who will be, our viewers will definitely know the name Joe Supple.
Or if not, Joe Buck.
Well, of course, if you go back far enough, so that's...
And look at the family she's married into as well.
I know.
Jockeys wherever you look.
You don't need the horse to be bred well, because...
So you've got her husband, Jerry. You've got John Supple, who was a jockey. You've got Robbie Supple, who rode Nick the Brief, wonderful chaser of the early 90s, now a starter. So, talk about sort of extended pedigrees, which I know you don't necessarily when you're talking about riders, but that's worth noting. I can see, can you see Funky Sensation there, number 6, the jockey with the crossbelts and the blue cap? What does that look? Looks quite sort of cool and calm and collected to my mind. In fact,
definitely. Of course, when you're looking at them in the parade ring, you want them to be sort of alert and looking enthusiastic, but you don't want them to be slightly, some are teetering on the edge and some are falling on the other side of that and becoming too sweaty and too sort of het up by proceedings. But another horse that I thought looked rather nice was Arkle 50, which is trained by B. Coward, with Martin McIntyre on board. Won a competitive Lark Hill Maiden a few years ago now, but was brought down on his run this season, but certainly
he's had
leaves...
his moments in the past, doesn't he?
Absolutely, leaves the door open for a better run this time, really.
Well, the horse is streaming out now onto the racecourse, and I think we can allow Mark Dennis, the commentator, describe them down towards the start for this one.
Yellow star, yellow sleeves, red armlets and a yellow cap. Next out's number 1, that's Arkle 50, ridden by Mr. Martin McIntyre, and that's burgundy and grey quarters. Following this one out is number 6, Funky Sensation, ridden by Jake Bayman, dark blue, the white crossbelts. Then we see Tombstone, number 10, light blue, the black chevrons on sleeves and a red cap. Next out is number 8, Tara Snipe, ridden by Mr. Joe Supple, green with the pink star, pink sleeves and a green cap. Following that one down is number 7, that's Taken by Force, ridden by Mr. Will Biddick. Light blue with a cherry yoke, white sleeves and a cherry cap. Next out is Could Be Better, number 5, ridden by Mr. Colin Houlihan, light blue with a dark blue hoop, yellow collar and sleeves, light blue and yellow quartered cap. Just following that one out is number 3, that's Cornflower Blue, ridden by Mr. Mervyn Woodward, navy blue with the yellow hoop, navy blue cap with the yellow hoop. Then we see number 11, Where's Wilma, ridden by Mr. Matt Hampton, light blue with the maroon crossbelts, maroon and light blue striped sleeves. And just in behind that is number 2, that's Old Sport, ridden by Miss Thomasina Easton, dark blue, the beige cross of Lorraine, dark blue sleeves and cap. And the final one to go down is number 6. That's Funky Sensation, ridden by Mr. Jake Bayman, dark blue, the white crossbelts, half sleeves, white cap with a red star. So full house then, 11 go to post then for this restricted, and they'll be due underway pretty quickly as we're just a little bit behind time. So looks as though we're almost ready. Starter now over at his rostrum. Has raised the flag. Flag is down then, so we're away, and they jump away nicely from the start this time. And race 4 then, the restricted, take on first of their 18 fences, and they come to it now. And they all look to have jumped the first well enough as they settle down to take a left-handed turn. So up front, it looks as though it's Where's Wilma? In the centre, Cottage Rose is also up there prominently with the yellow and red on the outside. As they race to the next end, Oracle 50 is also up there on the inside of the leader. And Could Be Better is a little bit wider out, disputes 4th. Winner Take It All is on the inside with the black and yellow colours. Also disputing about 5th. Funky Sensations in between these two as they take the next end. And they've all jumped that okay. Tombstorm is the back marker of the 11 then, as they take their turn and race in to the home straight. Plain fence and then the open ditch to take in this part of the course. And again, they've all safely negotiated that plain fence. And just preceding Tombstorm at the back is taken by force. Will Biddick looking for a quick double. So this is the ditch then. Where's Wilma? Measured it nicely. Jumped it well. They all jumped it pretty well. And now settle down for a bit of a run to the next. So down into the dip. So Where's Wilma? Cornflower Blue in second. Funky Sensation is 3. Cottage Rose 4. Tara Snipe races on the inside. Winner Take It All is in behind this. And Oracle 50. Out wider is Could Be Better. Old Sport is next. And then we see Taken by Force and Tombstorm. So they're the two back markers as they momentarily disappear. And rise up the other side. Two plain fences to take in this part of the course. And they're at the first of them now. And from what I can see, they're all safely over that. And quickly on to the next. And they're all cleared that one now. And race slightly left-handed and continuing to climb up to go past their point of departure. Cornflower Blue, Where's Wilma? Cottage Rose. Tara Sniper on the inside. Funky Sensation just on that one's outside. Could Be Better on the heels of these. And then comes Winner Take It All back on the inside. As they cross the next then, one circuit complete. And it looks as though Tombstorm is the one that's just struggling to stay in touch with the main group. Old Sport is also becoming a little detached as they race back towards the sim and down towards another plain fence as they come to it now. Come to it, Where's Wilma? Winner Take It All has just fractionally taken over the lead. Cottage Rose on the outside. Could Be Better now, just shows in 4th from Funky Sensation. And on their outside, Taken by Force. So as they take the next sim. Cornflower Blue with the advantage. Cornflower Blue a little bit wider out. Cottage Rose in between them. Where's Wilma? Could Be Better. Tombstorm wider out. So they cross the next then, and they're all over that safely. And now settle down for the run towards the ditch. So they do so. It's Cornflower Blue, Where's Wilma, and Cottage Rose. Tombstorm into 4th from Funky Sensation. Winner Take It All on the inside as Tara Snipe's been pulled up. And behind this then comes Could Be Better. Then Winner Take It All. Oracle 50, just the one that's a little detached now. There's Old Sport and Tara Snipe both pulled up at that. So they're out into the country and around about 3/4 of a circuit left to race. So Cornflower Blue with the advantage. Where's Wilma? Funky Sensation. And Tombstorm also gone up there on the outside to just take the lead now. Just marginally Tombstorm as they come to the first of these two plain fences. Leaders right over it and continue on then to another plain fence. So Tombstorm out over with Cornflower Blue. Cornflower Blue and Cottage Rose, Tombstorm, Funky Sensation and Where's Wilma. That's the front rank of 5. And around about three lengths clear of Arkle 50. Another 6 or 7 lengths back to Could Be Better. And Winner Take It All just about to overtake that one. So this is the fence at the far end then. And it looks as though the leaders are safely out over. There's Cottage Rose now on the outside. Goes to dispute it with Tombstorm. Tombstorm on the outside of Cottage Rose. And behind them then... Where's Wilma? Funky Sensations on their inside then. The 2-1 favourite when I was at the bookmakers. And they cross the next then. And they're out over that safely. So it's Cottage Rose now, tackled by Funky Sensation on the inside. Funky Sensation about a length clear then from Where's Wilma. Also moving up there's Arkle 50. Patiently ridden early on, Arkle 50, Funky Sensation. That was the second last and they're out over safely. Arkle 50 then from Where's Wilma, Funky Sensation back in 3. So they race up towards the final fence then. And on the outside, Where's Wilma? Arkle 50 on the inside, Funky Sensation right in behind them on the inside. These three are going to battle it out on the run to the line, but it's Where's Wilma who's got the advantage from Arkle 50. Funky Sensation back in 3. Winner Take It All's next, Tombstorm. And then we see Cottage Rose.
I was making a move to be challenging. Went into it, lost it back in, and look, look, we know he thinks he's a bit.
Some happy pictures there of Where's Wilma. I think let's keep on looking at Where's Wilma. She has put in another spirited performance there, and a double for Matt Chapman, someone quite different, Matt Hampton, and I apologise to Matt Hampton for confusing him with Matt Chapman on that particular occasion. My lawyers are insisting on an immediate disclaimer, I think. But well done to Matt Hampton, successful on Where's Wilma. Let's bring Simon in as we continue to look at Where's Wilma. She was quite well supported, wasn't she?
She was, yes, 6-1 into 3-1, ended up second favourite.
And then, so second was Arkle 50.
Yeah, it was 8-1 chance.
And third was number 6, Funky Sensation, who went on favourite.
A steady 2-1 favourite, yes.
And who sort of moved into the race, didn't he, quite threateningly after 2 out, but the others were basically stronger through the closing stages.
Yes, Arkle 50 would have been their dream result because there was quite a few horses backed in the race. As we said, it was competitive, and that was displayed with the amount of money for different horses. So, but they probably lost there, whereas Wilma were well supported.
In the print concerns supporting the NHS restricted, and our grateful thanks to Print Concerns for the support that it is giving us today. Indeed, our thanks to all sponsors. I think I know we're hugely grateful to everybody who has been able to support us and make certain that this event at Cherrybrook is taking place as planned. So if you have been able to support us, thank you very much indeed. Well, Where's Wilma, the winner, is trained by Michael Watson, who's local to us here, who I think has been good enough to join us now. Come, sir, come a little bit closer. catch your breath. Yeah, come in close to the mic so we can hear you, Michael.
Yeah.
Well done. How about that?
Well, thrilled a bit. We only got 2 horses and she's been having to work by herself for the last month because the other one's not been quite right. So
get a bit close to the mic. Mic.
And so she pulled her best foot forward and fantastic. And Matt gave her a fantastic ride, and we get them from this mare came from Nunsdeyton Stud, where we've had another one that won for us before, and they're just a lovely family up north, and they send us down things that us poor old buggers can ride.
So you ride it yourself?
My wife and myself do all the
right
work, yeah. And with thanks to Nigel Hawke, who used his gallop, Linda just up the road from us, and also he goes scooting at Philip Hobbs.
All right.
So we've got a lot of people to thank.
Always rely on the Hobbs operation on these occasions. And you say it's an emotional because you invest so much in her.
Yeah, she's just a lovely mare, really, and she tried her guts out, and thrilled to bits today.
I was looking at the form book. I don't think she's ever been out of the first 4 in the last 3 seasons.
No, she hadn't. Well, first season she only had 2 runs and came second in her first race. Then she pulled a muscle in the back. And then the next season she had a few runs and we hadn't got quite together with her, and we were running her at the back, and she'd run on at the end. And then we got Matt to ride her at Fleet that year, and she won by a mile. And then basically last year we just had 2 runs, which came 4th and second to Premier Magic, which isn't a bad one.
And then you got stopped by the COVID.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
She's a lovely looking specimen.
Fantastic.
She's got a great name, Wes Wilmer. Is she as nice a lady as I think?
She's lovely, but she's a nightmare at the race. She gets she sees red mist and.
What does she do?
She uses her head as a battering ram to us, trying to put the bridle on, all that sort of thing. But at home, she's just a lovely mare to deal with. So we couldn't be happier, really. But she only had some rain. She had a foal by mistake up at the Nunsdeyton Stud. A gypsy colt jumped into her field with about 40 young mares, and they injected them all. But that winter, Chris Dawson said, Wilma's getting a bit fat. Anyway, she produced a coloured foal, so she didn't get broken until she was a 6-year-old.
Right.
And then she had 1 race with them, and then we got her.
What an amazing story.
No, she's a lovely mare.
Yeah, well, she is a lovely... And did you get to name her?
No, that was their name.
That was...
I don't know why. But
no, well, and what this sort of ground suits?
Yeah, she seems to run on most things now. Yeah. We weren't sure she was very good on fast ground. I'm not sure. She's not a very quick mare, but she coped today very well. She's up front most of the time. So
where do you think we might see her
I expect we'll go to Fleet, probably.
In a fortnight?
Yes, if all being well. Yeah, that probably.
Well, I'll tell you what, I just have a feeling that she's going to have a good season and that she's going to get plenty of support. People love...
The one we got from the Dawsons was her full brother. So when we got her unseen, because we were just sort of short of a horse, and I rang up Chris and he said, I was going to ask it tomorrow. I said, OK, it's Christoph's full brother, we'll buy her.
So what's the brother called?
He was called Wandering Wild.
Right.
But he's did a leg and...
Right.
He works with her as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, you and your wife had her absolutely perfect today. Well thanks for chatting. Congratulations.
Thank you for putting this on. This is fantastic.
Well, I think they've even got a prize for you now. You better go and get that before it gets warm. Don't want the alcohol to get warm. I think there's probably some, and Frank Yeo, as always, is wielding the trophies and wielding the hampers. So here's the presentation after race number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the presentation of the restricted race, the print concern sponsored race, kindly sponsored and organised by the Point-to-Point Authority. The conditions, and we've kindly and generously given the prize, the entry money back to the NHS for this race. So really good sponsorship for us, and we hope we can do some good with something back into the NHS for all the good work they've done. Mike, really pleased to present to you the restricted trophy. I'm not going to hand it to you, but it's there for you to pick up. It's the George Langdon Cup. There is a beautiful memento from Print Concern as well. You have a memento from Dartington Glass, and then for the jockey, there is a silver photo frame, and for the jockey as well, Print Concern have donated a whip. So, and on top of that, before you go, for the celebration tonight, there's a hamper from Devon Hampers for you and the jockey to celebrate a very good victory. Well done.
Very generous, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay. But don't panic if you can't. Okay.
So wait in for the last race.
Is Matt coming back?
Oh, what about, I can't remember his bloody name now, the guy who won the race, Peter, who won the Hunter Chase the other day, the amateurs race.
Well, thanks to all our sponsors here at Cherrybrook this afternoon, and a special mention as in terms of supporters to Messrs NP and C Able, the landowners here who allow this point-to-point to take place. Our next race, race 5, coming up in a few moments' time, but an opportunity to change gear for a second and talk to another. We just spoke to Michael Watson, who was the winning trainer there. Now we've got Emma Watson, no relation, who's you are no relation, are you?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, and you're no relation to the other Emma. There's another Emma Watson, very well-known actress.
No,
isn't there?
I'm not. I wasn't.
You're not her.
No, I wasn't in Harry Potter.
Not her playing your part. No, Emma's here, who's a good point-to-point rider and a great supporter of the point-to-points around here, who's riding in November in a charity flat race at Newbury. Now, it struck me there's a good part to riding in this race that you've been asked to take part. But you've still got to find a horse, and you've still got to find funding.
Oh, there's a lot to go with it. Yeah, it came up on Facebook. You know,
Get nice and close to the mic.
Apply here. So I applied thinking, oh, you know, I'll never get in because it's just one of those things. I got shortlisted down to 60. I had a telephone call interview. Then I got an email saying I got in.
And what's it all in aid of, the charity race?
It's the British Horse Society, and then you have separate off charities. Riding for like disabled, road safety. There's lots of like other ones that you can pick. I've gone for kind of riding at helping disadvantaged kids and things like that. Yeah, I've got to raise minimum £2,500. I hope to do a lot of other fundraisers. So
you've got to do that, raise £2,500, plus find a horse too. You can't run.
I'm hoping finding the horse will be an easier task.
What's the distance of the race?
It's a mile.
Right.
So it's just a flat race.
So it's not any old horse. You need to find something.
Has to be fast. I would like a fast one, admittedly. So I'm hoping that some trainers will try and hope for the support. I haven't quite gone out and asked yet, but this might be it.
Yeah, absolutely. So how can people contact you if they can help?
I'm on social media.
What's your
Emma Watson?
Emma Watson. Yeah. Don't send it to the Harry Potter actress.
Don't send it to Harry Potter. She might be confused.
She's got enough money already.
Exactly. I have got a fundraising page, which is.
All right, that's the one. Right, tell us that.
So it's justgiving/fundraising/ Emma Carly Watson.
And the second word, Kylie.
Carly. Yeah.
So that's all one word. Emma.
The whole Emma Carly Watson. Yeah.
CARLI.
Yeah. No, LY.
LY. Right. So spell it out for us, because
Emma, and then CARLY.
And then Watson.
Yeah.
All one word. Look for that on Facebook.
Yeah.
And support a really good cause.
Yeah, hopefully, because there's 12 of us in the race, and we are from all over the UK, and I'm the only one from Devon.
Right.
So support Devon and
hint.
Give me your money, please.
Well, look, best of luck with that. And that's what date in November?
It's the 4th of November at Newbury Racecourse.
Right. Well, we'll be rooting for you.
And
good luck with the fundraising. Good luck with the horse searching as well.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. That's Emma Watson with us this afternoon. That's something happening at Newbury later on in the year. I thought just for 2 seconds we'd talk about something that happened at Wincanton earlier on this week, because I've watched a lot of TV interviews after a lot of races, and some jockeys are very happy, some are a bit miserable, some are just absolutely ecstatic. And you're going to meet one right now because he's here this afternoon. Fionn Summers, who rode and won an amateur rider race at Wincanton on Monday, though they put the caption up as your first name, which is David.
Peter.
Peter, sorry, not David, Peter. Yeah, but you answered more to Peter or Fionn?
No, I answered to Fionn. I've never really been called Peter apart from officially, like.
But you were so happy. Just tell us the background to riding that winner on Monday.
Yeah, it was what feeling. Laura I go in to ride Laura for Laura, once a week if I can, and she gave me my first chance on the Roos back in October at Exeter, and I gave her a ring just to ride out on Thursday, and she said she had 2 in Wincanton in the amateur race. It didn't divide, did want to ride Cash in Time, and of course I said yes. And
the fact it was 150 to 1, that didn't worry you?
No. I knew it was a good jumper, and I'd written it at home, and they said it was in great form. So, but obviously I didn't go there expecting to win, especially with that much ease.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a great day. It was an incredible feeling, like.
And it was. I'm not joking when I say that's as uplifting a TV interview after a race as I've seen for a very, very long time.
I was fairly high after it myself. I driving home in the car. I ended up halfway to Honiton. I took the wrong road. Had to turn around, and go back to Taunton.
No.
So yeah. I was on the phone to people, and I just looked up. I was like, I'm not on the right road anymore. But just an amazing feeling, and the horse means a lot to Laura and her mum and her family. So it was just a great win for everyone, and they work hard at home and they don't have many horses, but they really care about all their horses, and it was just great to have a winner for them, especially after her giving me my first chance under Roos. So yeah, it was a great day.
And 150 to 1. So
yeah, I wish I'd known.
I hope some of your family were on.
No, my mother. I got a stern dressing down by my mother when I rang her after the race. It's the first time she's not backed me. She backs me.
Was that because she thought you had no chance?
Well, I told her, I was like, Mom, look, it's 100. It's 100 and whatever it was to 1. Like I said, your money's probably a bit more value somewhere else for you to watch the race. And she's given out. She said she could have gone on holiday if she'd backed me. But look, everyone at home was delighted, and
well, I think we all were. It's, everyone's needed a bit of cheering up lately, and it's great that there are extra amateur rider races to help amateurs get qualified for races under rules, and good week as well to do it. The return of point-to-pointing.
Yeah, great week, and came out here. I just had the one ride today, but that'd be all right. And it was just an amazing feeling, and hopefully I'll have a couple more. But
is that horse going to run again soon?
He'll probably go again in the next couple of weeks, I would imagine. Yeah, he came out of the race absolutely fine. He wasn't even blowing in the dope box.
Be nice to the trainer.
Yeah, definitely.
And Mrs. Summers, back it next time.
Yeah, she definitely won't be missing that one next time, I'd say.
And is that you done for the day?
Yeah, that's me done for the day now, I think.
You were walking the biggest dog I've seen today. Just tell us the name of your dog very quickly.
That's Rex.
All right. Well, he is a bit of a king, isn't he? Gosh,
he is definitely. He's an absolute gentleman. He enjoys his days out fighting. He usually gets more attention than I do. So.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you with plenty of attention today. Look, we must press on towards the next race.
Thank you very much.
Well done at Wincanton. It was really good to watch.
Thank you very much.
Super. That's Fionn Summers. Now the horses are in the paddock. So I'm going to have to ask. I've libelled you this afternoon. I've slandered you this afternoon. I accidentally called you Matt Chapman. I do apologise for that.
I've got as good a tan as him, though.
No, you haven't got as good a tan, and you're not as good a broadcaster. Sorry, he's not as good a broadcaster. No. But very quickly, where's Wilma? What a star she is.
Yeah, it's down to really Mike and Sheila. They do a hell of a lot of hard work alongside their job at home, looking after a lot of sheep, and they only have a couple of horses, so. Really, it's all down to them. They work very hard at it, so I'm just pleased for them, really.
And this horse is hardly ever out of... Well, in fact, it is never out of the frame.
Yeah, she's 11 years old, but she's she's just very consistent. I think sort of Mike and Sheila seem to just keep her on the right side, and she just keeps on sort of being there or thereabouts, which is great.
And they're talking about maybe going to Fleet in a couple of weeks' time if all's well with her. I imagine you'll be very available.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'd love to ride her, and the owners will be back. It's part of a syndicate that are big supporters of Mike and Sheila, and they'll be there, and hopefully we can celebrate at least this win with them, if not another one, hopefully.
And you train yourself as well, so you'll be keen to get your owners back on the track very soon too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are they champing at the bit?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the same without them not here, and that's what we do it for, really. So yeah, looking forward to sort of a few more people, faces coming back into the sport. Anyway.
Excellent. Well, look, well done. That's a double for you today. So have you got any more?
That's it now. That's it.
Well,
Drive the lorry home.
So. Good day's work.
Yeah, no, it's very good. So.
Excellent. Well, look, well done from all of us, and hopefully see you in Fleet in a couple of weeks' time.
Lovely. Thanks very
Super.
much. Cheers,
Thanks very much indeed to Matt Hampton, not Chapman. And apologies again to all involved for that slip earlier on. Our next race, the horses are in the paddock for the ladies' race, which is coming up at on the track here at 10 to 4. But it's worth emphasising that there is a delay on this transmission under the rules of racing. Number 4, Broughton's Rhythm, doesn't go in this race, which will leave us 8. And let's quickly tell you, Apple's Queen is here, and Apple's Queen with Natalie Parker again riding that. Holly Ann Drown on number 2, Awesome Tunes. Number 3 is Ballyhown with Alice Board riding that one. Number 4 doesn't go. Number 5, Chosen Lucky. Bit of a word around for that. Charlotte Summersby is on board Chosen Lucky. Then after that one, it's number 6, Dry Old Party with Chloe Emsley. 7-Inch Rock with Annabelle Duman. Number 8, Joe Supple rides Purple and Gold, and Quite by Chance is the mount of Lauren Reed. And there is in the paddock Dry Old Party. I laugh when I said that because I just love the name of Dry Old Party, who looks terrific here this afternoon. We can get some betting news hopefully now from Simon Nott.
Hi Cornelius. Chosen Lucky is the 5 to 4 favourite in the ring. Close to Purple and Gold is 2 to 1, and Apple's Queen 3.
Any more? Apple's Queen was the one actually that caught my eye particularly, I think, as Sally Allner is responsible for Apple's Queen, a grey 11-year-old who's got some decent form.
Yeah, the middle pins are Awesome Tunes at 8 to 1, Dry Old Party, your fancy at 8 to 1, and Quite by Chance 8 to 1, with Inch Rock the outsider.
And there are the names and trainers and jockeys, etc. on our screen, and Chosen Lucky is, when the graphic goes again in a second, will be in the middle of the picture. The horses soon to go to the start for the Totnes and Bridgetown Racing Company Limited Ladies Conditions race, and I'm hoping Donna, I can attract. Yeah, great. She's going to come, and you cast your eye across the form book, Donna, on this next race. What do you reckon?
Well, I think Chosen Lucky deserves to be favourite in this ladies' race. Has won 14 out of 21 starts and placed first or second in the remaining 7 races. Charlotte Summersby, who I passed this morning, she was riding out her third lot for Paul Nicholls in Ditchett. She was well up for this race, and I'm sure that she'll do her family proud and hopefully bring home a winner for them.
When we were last in action at Weybridge, she was in action there that day as well, wasn't she? Chosen Lucky.
Yeah, she worked really hard. I think she's a young jockey to look to for the future.
Excellent. So that's Chosen Lucky. Any others to mention?
Purple and Gold. I like Purple and Gold. It used to be a winning ride for Millie Wanacott, who's now doing well, or has been doing well under rules. Purple and Gold clocked up 5 straight wins in 2019 under Millie. And for the Les Jefford team, and it's be interesting to see who's on board. I haven't actually clocked.
On which Purple and Gold?
Yes.
Joe Supple.
Joe Supple. Well,
yeah. Well, that's not exactly discouraging, is it?
No, I think they'll be thereabouts, and as you say, Apple's Queen as well could be in the mix, as could some of the others with the first race for 3 months.
Yeah,
for them.
You've got to take your hat off to those trainers, haven't you, who have got their horses. Like Wes Wilmer in the last race, got them. I know.
I said that before, and not just the trainers, the team that support them as well, keeping them, ticking over. and hopefully on a day like this come back safely.
Absolutely. Well, in the sunshine. Thanks to Donna for that update ahead of the Ladies Open. The runners are being mounted in the paddock and will be shortly going to the starting point. I'm going to just bring Lizzie Kelly in at this point. She's been casting her eye over some of the competitors in this race. What caught your eye?
I did like purple and gold.
Because you did pick out Where's Wilma in the last race. In fact, I think you pointed out Arkle 50 as well.
Yeah, 1, 2, I
think.
So
we're hanging on your every word.
I'm not sure I can guarantee it. But, yeah, I did like purple and gold with Joe Supple on board and Leslie Jafford. They're a force to be reckoned with as a combination. This horse has got some really nice form. Missed last season completely, and probably because they were saving it for the better ground, which obviously then COVID.
Yeah.
So
they've got the better ground today.
Absolutely, as we've alluded to, it's fairly rattling here today. And I think the other horse I quite liked was the Big Grey, trained by Sally Allner. Apple's Queen, yeah, ridden by Natalie Parker, and he looked pretty happy in the paddock.
He won a race at Larkhill, I think, before I can't remember which delay we're in now to the point-to-point season, but won a race at Larkhill, won really nicely, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and Larkhill's competitive, you know, and it really likes a stayer. And I was just talking to Matt Hampton, he was just saying that today he feels that they're just getting quick, like they're just getting going perhaps a bit too far from home, so that's why we've seen these waiting tactics come into play quite nicely today. You know, if you're absolutely pressing the button with a circuit left to go or 3/4 of a circuit left to go, it's going to help the horses that are perhaps taking their time at the end, sort of mid-div, if you like.
And the good thing about Apple's Queen in terms of fitness is had a couple of runs under rules.
Yeah, absolutely, of course, so that helps as well.
Super. Well, look, purple and gold is the one you gave the big
Fingers
talk up
crossed.
to. Let's hope you continue in good form. Let's bring Simon back in just with latest from the betting ring.
There's been a bit of fun going on down in the ring there. First of all, Chosen Lucky is now odds on, 5-4 on Chosen Lucky. Right. But the bookmakers disagreed. So Richard Pittar went 6-4 purple and gold. Dave Phillips went 5-2, and he got absolutely filled in. All the punters coming in for on the telephone, and a bit of cash down there with people that are allowed in. And also Apple's Queen, there's money for that. So the three of them have all been supported in their way. So it should be quite an exciting race.
So Chosen Lucky is now odds on.
Odds on, 5-4 on, yes.
And Apple's Queen, what sort of price?
Apple's Queen 5-2.
And the other
purple
one
and gold, they can't decide. It's 6-4, 2-1, depending on which bookmaker you look at. So they differ about that.
And you know, if you have a fancy but you're not having a bet because you're not registered, well, get all the information from our website, Pointing DCD for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk, and all the news on exactly how you can put money into a certain fund so you can have a bet and enjoy the action here even more than you otherwise are. Well, the horses are on their way, thanks to Simon, are on their way to the starting point. Purple and Gold has been well talked up for this race. Also Apple's Queen, but Chosen Lucky is the favourite. And worth reminding ourselves that Chosen Lucky, as we look there, the runner's just coming up on our screen there. Chosen Lucky, blue colours with a lighter blue disc and a quartered cap. And wearing blinkers today, Chosen Lucky. Well, the next voice you will hear will be that of Mark Dennis, who is the commentator here at Cherrybrook this afternoon, describing all of the action. This race due off on the racecourse at 10-4, but do bear in mind that if you are following and you're thinking about having a bet, that there is a delay on the transmission from Cherrybrook. This is down to the rules rather than anything else. So that is just worth bearing in mind if you suddenly get an urge to have a bet, that we are running just 5 minutes late. Earlier on in the day, or most recently I should say, Where's Wilma was successful good success for the Watson family as well, with Where's Wilma winning the restricted race in good style. Going right the way back to earlier in the afternoon. King's Key was successful in our first race of the day. Then we had Our Grey Boy, the man of Josh Cameron, successful in Division 2 of the maiden race. Race 3, the conditions race, that going to Crown of Thorns with Will Biddick riding his first winner since the resumption of point-to-pointing. And then, as I say, Where's Wilma completing a double for jockey Matt Hampton in the restricted race. And I know there was quite a lot of interest in Division 1 in the maiden in Wandering Soul. That finished 4th, and the verdict was probably the ground here, which is quite sun-baked, didn't really suit. Right, our cameras will now revert to the start for this next race, race number 5, and it will be, as I say, Mark Dennis describing the action for you.
10s is Ballyhound, quite by chance 12s, and Inch Rock, the outsider, at 25-1. So it looks as though we're almost ready. Starter's on his rostrum and quickly drops the flag. So we're away then. They jump away from the start then for this ladies' race. And towards the first of their 18 fences. And it's Inch Rock that leads them towards the first. They sail out over it. All jump the first safely enough. Awesome Tunes, the back marker of the 8 then as they begin the turn left-handed to come back towards us. Chosen Lucky up front also with Inch Rock. Quite by chance, the grey also prominent, and just racing up the inside. As they do so, it's Ballyhound, who just comes to the next end, fence number 2, and they're all over that safely. And it's Inch Rock now with the lead. Looks to be taking quite a keen hold in these early stages, Inch Rock. And length clear then, Ballyhound also looks to be taking a bit of a grip, but they're over the third safely, and now race slightly left-handed to come in to the home straight for the first time. And they race towards another plain fence then, so Inch Rock right in the centre of it. Jumps it nicely enough. Ballyhound over in the leader's slipstream, quite by chance, and Purple and Gold on the inside. Apple's Queen is a little bit wider out on their outside. Chosen Lucky wider out still as they take the ditch then. 2 back markers, Awesome Tunes and Dry Old Party, and they're all over the ditch and race out into the country then for the first time. And decent pace on in these early stages, driven by Inch Rock. He just looks to still be taking quite a keen hold as they make their descent down over the hill then. So Inch Rock from Ballyhound, quite by chance next. Apple's Queen in behind this, then on his outside Chosen Lucky, Purple and Gold back on the inside with the pink colours, Awesome Tunes and Dry Old Party, the 2 back markers then as they take these 2 fences now in quick succession before they begin to make their run up the hill once more. So Inch Rock, Ballyhound, they've gone clear now. They've gone about 5, maybe 6 lengths clear of Quite by Chance in 3. Another 4 lengths then back to Apple's Queen, who's a half length clear of Chosen Lucky. Purple and Gold's a length off of these 2. Dry Old Party is next. as they take this fence at the far end of the course. And Awesome Tunes, the back marker of the 8 then, as they now sweep left-handed for the second time to race back towards us. So Inch Rock may have just settled slightly now, and about a length clear then of Ballyhound. So they crossed the next, those two jumped it pretty well out in front, and are now about 4 lengths clear of Chosen Lucky and Quite By Chance. 2 lengths then back to Apple's Queen. Royal Party just improved slightly on the outside of Purple and Gold as they take this downhill fence, and Ballyhound jumped that beautifully on the outside. So they now race left-handed to come into the home straight and size up what will be the final fence in a circuit's time. So Inch Rock on the inside of Ballyhound. Both those two just ran out to the right slightly at that fence. Quite By Chance shows in third, and Apple's Queen 4. So they now prepare to take the open ditch then, and Inch Rock took the ditch, just dived at it slightly. Jockey did well to pick him up there. But they head out then into the country for the final time. So Inch Rock by about a length and a half to Ballyhound. Travels nicely enough back in second. In third, we've got Quite By Chance on the outside of Apple's Queen. These two dispute third. Purple and Gold is right in their slipstream. And Chosen Lucky's a little bit wider out. Dry Old Party is next, and Awesome Tunes just finding the pace a little bit hot as push comes to shove. So they're up over the first of the 2 plain fences. And it's, from what I can see, Inch Rock still with the lead. So they reappear then and race left-handed to go up to the top end of the course. So Inch Rock and Ballyhound, where they've been throughout, right up in the van, and they're 4 or 5 lengths clear then of Quite By Chance, Chosen Lucky, and Apple's Queen on the inside. That's 2, 3, and 4. So they cross the next. Awesome Tunes continues, but a fair way adrift of the main group then, as they begin their run back towards us. Inch Rock, Ballyhound, Chosen Lucky on the outside of Quite By Chance, and Apple's Queen, the grey, on the inside. So this is 3 from home. 3 out coming up then for Ballyhound and Inch Rock. Ballyhound there, and Chosen Lucky there has jumped up readily now and just takes an advantage of about a length and a half over Inch Rock. Ballyhound's the one that's lost a lot of ground there and is back to about 6th now. So this is 2 out then. 2 out for Chosen Lucky. Chosen Lucky about a length and a half clear now. Inch Rock and Dry Old Party with Apple's Queen on the inside trying to run on then. So Chosen Lucky and Charlotte Summersby race towards the final fence, and now being joined on the outside by Dry Old Party. Apple's Queen on the inside, also driven up there. So Judge will have to split these. Good race there. Apple's Queen may have just got the better of Chosen Lucky. Dry Old Party next. Inch Rock, the long-time leaders, in behind this. Then we see Quite By Chance, Awesome Tunes, and Purple and Gold. And Ballyhound will be the final one to finish.
So Apple's Queen looks to have done it again. The result hasn't actually been confirmed on the racecourse yet. It was quite tight between Apple's Queen and Chosen Lucky. But if we have another look at Apple's Queen, we can see that those around are pretty happy. Just sorting out. Good to see the water being thrown. It'll be, if you just run 3 miles, the sun is baking down here. And Sally Allner as well, just making certain the horse is okay. Just confirm it. Let's just confirm it. Yeah, Apple's Queen confirmed as the winner here, ahead of Chosen Lucky, and then Dry Old Party finishing in 3rd place. So lovely result there for Apple's Queen and Natalie Parker, following up a recent success at Lark Hill as well. I love that. I love the sort of celebrations. Almost the horse, Lizzie Kelly, with us here on the live stream this afternoon. Almost as though the horse knows that Apple's Queen, that exactly what she's just done.
Yeah, she's nodding away at anyone that will look at her. No, I thought that was a nice performance. It always looked pretty sort of sewn up, jumping the second last, but she's done it nicely, hasn't she?
And the horse to definitely mention from the race who was a little unfortunate was Ballyhown, who made quite a howler in the closing stages, and soon the rider Alice Board did well to keep that partnership intact, but that was really the end of the race for that one. So that's 5 races down here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. Certainly if you are looking at having a bet in the later races, you're looking for a horse that will go on better ground. I think the general feeling was we've got to Easter, it's likely there's going to be some better ground around, and this, well, it was described by somebody as rattling earlier on. It's probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but it is sort of far ground on the fast side here at Cherrybrook this afternoon, as we can confirm news of our next race here, which is that they all go, all 10 of them, and the jockeys are as advertised as well. So Alternative with Josh Cameron, Will Biddick on Different Gravy, Jake Bammont on Eric III, Beau Morgan, Heaney, Honest Deed and Darren Edwards, Tom Dixon on Mix Boy, Conor Houlihan on Radden Top, Darren Andrews on River Myth, Michael Trenier on Static Jack, and Unionist with Charlie Sprake. And it's worth noting that the riders on numbers 1, 6, 9 and 10 get an allowance because of their lack of experience. But we're going to just reflect once again on the Ladies Open now, because that was a famous win, I think, for Apple's Queen, following up a recent success. And Sally Allner has been good enough to join us here for a very quick word. Well done. That
Thank you very much
come in, Sally, nice and close to the mic so we can hear you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, that was lovely.
I would like to say thank you to the hunt that's put it on today, and also the sponsors that have kept it going. I think it's absolutely brilliant, and we can't praise people enough.
And well, thank you for that, and everyone will be very appreciative of your work.
Well, it's true.
Yeah,
it's absolutely true. You know,
it's lovely to be back, isn't it, this week?
Yes, it is, and beautiful scenery too.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
And the sun shining.
And even better when you're back with the winner.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's done you proud.
He.
Sorry. Is he? He's a he.
He's a he. It's only the French that would name a horse Apple's Queen.
Sorry, I apologise.
No, it's all right.
And it was the Ladies Open. I think the confusion is all over the place.
Well, they didn't do you a lot of good then.
No. So he
yes.
has done you proud yet again.
Oh, he's been marvellous. He's a true friend.
Yeah. And so, how would you sum it? Apart from being a true friend, how would you sum him up?
Oh, he loves his oaties and his custard creams every day, and he has them.
So he has some custard creams, does he?
Yes.
All right, and is that because
he loves them? I was having a cup of coffee one day, and my hand was up, and he came and snatched it out of my hand. So he has his oaties and custard. And
so
he's
he
just
loves
lovely.
his bickies.
Well, he's very lovable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And in terms of fitness, he'd had a couple of runs under rules of late, hadn't he?
Yes, he didn't like the wet ground, and didn't like.
So when you heard that it was lovely, good ground here, you thought, oh yes, custard creams all round.
Well, 2 of the owners are over 90, Percy and Annie Torrey, and got to give them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well,
Felix de Giles told me to buy him.
Right.
and he had a chip top at the time, which I knew about when I bought him.
Right.
And he's been a friend ever since.
Well, I'm so pleased, pleased for all of you, and I'm loving the custard creams as well.
It's true.
What would the French make of that, do you think?
I fail to imagine.
Well, and another lovely ride from Natalie as well on
brilliant,
board.
brilliant.
Right.
Yes, brilliant. You see, Lorcan Williams rode him, and who else rode him? Liam Harrison, they're all National Hunt Racing now.
Yeah. So, well,
Not
lovely.
Darryl Jacob didn't ride him.
Never got the chance.
No.
Well, look, well done to you and to the team, and thanks for your
you
kind
very
words
much
for the hunt.
indeed.
And let's actually bring Natalie in. She's here to have a quick word. Oh, well, thank you very much. I like you as a trainer as well, Mrs. Allner. Anyway, let's bring Natalie in. Get nice and close to the mic there, Natalie. Well, Sally is absolutely ecstatic with the way that's gone. You must all be.
Oh, so happy. Obviously, I won on him at Lark Hill last time before, obviously, COVID stopped us all. And first time he's run in the ladies, but I really fancied him beforehand. And I saw in the preview what mentioned, and I was thinking, I definitely fancy him.
Why do you think that was? Because that was a very solid effort. Well, it wasn't an effort; it was a win, wasn't it?
I don't know, maybe personal reasons, I'm not sure, but I'm not confident, but I thought I definitely had a very strong chance, and he took to the course well and loves the ground, and he's been brilliant, very happy.
I suppose if you look at it, Chosen Lucky, Purple and Gold, quite
definitely.
serious opponents.
I definitely thought they were my opponents.
Yeah.
I know Purple and Gold haven't run for a while, but his forms, I think has he had a year off or something? He won 5, his last 5 on the bounce or something, so I thought he'd definitely run well, and Charlotte, who rides Chosen Lucky, lives with me.
Oh,
so
really?
there's a little bit of
your housemates?
Yeah, at Paul's.
God, what's it going to be? So is it?
They said to me, feel free to forget to weigh in. But no, she's they both ran blinders, and I'm happy for her. She's happy for me. We'll be fine.
So do you both work at?
We both work at Paul's. Yeah.
Right.
She's based down Highbridge at the yard at his house, and I'm based up Top Yard.
So there's going to be quite a lot. Did you travel here today together?
Yeah, well, she doesn't want to say too much because I gave her the lift up here.
So
she
and it's
moans,
quite a long walk home.
Long walk home from here. No, she's very happy for me.
Excellent. And these type of horses like Apple's Queen, even though, as I've been corrected by Mrs. Orner,
is a boy.
Yeah. But I love the custard cream story. Likes a bit of custard cream. Loves his biscuits.
It's just lovely for Sally. I mean, I love riding for Sally. They're all fun, they all love it, they all work really hard. They've only got a handful of horses, but they're competitive, and it means a lot to me to win for her.
And if the weather stays sort of on the dry side, could we be seeing him out again before too long? And
yes, I'd say so. Even though he's a big framed heavy horse, you think he'd want mud looking at him,
but
he actually likes it like this.
And in fact, doesn't like the mud at all.
No, not in the snow, as it proven when he ran under rules. Didn't take to the fences, didn't like the ground, but back pointing is definitely where he enjoys it the most. And
so, what about you? Was this your first winner since the resumption?
It is, yeah. I rode a bit during the week. Not had too much success, things went wrong, but that's put me in line happy now, because hopefully, touch wood, if all goes right, I'm at Aintree on Thursday. So.
Oh, what have you got? So tell us.
Oh, so unless I get jocked off, I'm on at the minute Somatigal for Paul and the Fox Hunters.
Oh, right.
So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Because the bad news is Mr. Biddick says he's without a ride at the moment.
That's my big worry. I was thinking, is Will going to take it or not? But in pencil at the minute it's me, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, look, best of luck there, and well done today. And what have we got? So we're beginning of April now. We go through until the middle of June.
Yep.
So lots more opportunities
to look forward
with
to and have a lot of
Apple's Queen and a few others.
Hopefully, so fingers crossed.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
Lovely
Cheers.
to see you. Lovely to see you. So the winning jockey there, Natalie Parker, after the success of Apple's Queen, and despite the name, the custard cream loving Apple's Queen, is a male horse. Actually, I hope you've enjoyed some of the interviews that we've been able to bring you this afternoon, because we've discovered the horse that likes his custard creams. Fionn Summers earlier on, little bit of a discussion with his mother, because she always backs his horses, but when he had 150 to 1 winner earlier in the week, that didn't happen. And we also had the unmarried mother earlier on as well, didn't we? Where's Wilma, who got into foal unexpectedly in her younger days, but was a star of the show here today. Well, the latest stars of the show, as we've heard, were Apple's Queen and that team, and they're about to receive a presentation from Frank Yeo from the committee here at Cherrybrook this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the presentation of the Totnes and Bridgetown Ladies Conditions Race, and it's my pleasure to introduce the wife of the chairman of the Totnes and Bridgetown Racing Company, Rebecca Welsh, who is going to present the cup, the Spooners Cup, for the ladies' race to the trainer, Sally Owner, one of the owners, Mrs. Turner, and Natalie Barker, who successful jockey here this afternoon. So we have the trophy. We're not going to hand it to you, but if you'd like to pick it up. There we are. Take it the other side. Very good. And the memento. And you also have a hamper for the winning owner behind you from Devon Hampers. Congratulations and very well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Well done.
Happy scenes there after the Ladies Open, and thanks again to the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company for their support of the Ladies Open and the Men's Open today. Quick mention of some of the other supporters here today as well. Messrs N&P&C Able, landowners who allow this point to take place on their course. Conde Matthias, Chartered Accountant, sponsors as well. Division 2 of the Maiden, Dartmoor Ice Cream, Dartmoor Hill Ponies, Wild Meat, Amos Cole. What else? We've had also support from Print Concern supporting the NHS. Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company, as I say, and still to come, Penn Bode Vets as well. Very grateful to all their supports. And in fact, on the screen behind me, some of the other sets of organisations helping point-to-point racing. Skinner's there, the Oriental Club, Tattersalls, Cheltenham, the Jockey Club as well, retraining of racehorses. And we're grateful to everybody for their support. And we are celebrating here, sadly behind closed doors, but hopefully you're enjoying watching the action from afar. But we are celebrating the return of point-to-pointing here in Devon and Cornwall this afternoon here at Cherrybrook at the end of the first week of the resumption. And there's been some terrific stuff around the country. Much of it, I hope you'll agree, here at Cherrybrook this afternoon, where our next race is the Men's Open. I thought it looked like a really interesting competitive race with different gravy, a horse with lots of interest to him, and Radden Top as well, and Unionist, who you'll be very familiar with, a horse who had quite a lot of success in the past under rules. Simon Nott is here. He's been to the betting ring to find out what is going on.
Well, you said there was happy scenes at the presentation. There was humorous scenes down in the betting ring. As the bookmakers priced up, there was one solitary punter stood in front of them. They went up 5-2, Honest Deed, and he nearly knocked them over in the rush to get his money on, and that is now 6-4.
So Honest Deed is our favourite.
Yes, Honest Deed is the favourite. Radden Top is 5-2. Different Gravy 3-1. Going down the card, apart from them, Alternative is 8. Eric III is 12. Mixed Boy 4, Radden Top, I've already said 5-2, Rhythm If 5, Static Jack 10, and Union East is 6.
Union East is a 6-1 shot. So Union East has got some smashing form over the years under rules, hasn't he?
13 years old though.
Yeah. That's what people are thinking.
Roger Bannister's not as fast anymore.
Well, yeah, something like that. And just before you go, don't name names, but was the person who had the bet on Honest Deed someone who would be in the know?
He had his mask on, but I think they still recognised him. Yeah, so
excellent.
Enough to shorten it as much as they did. Respected.
Right, well, we'll let you put your mask on now as well. Happily, sports presenters under COVID rules are, while talking to cameras and into microphones, are allowed to lower their masks. But we are COVID masked up here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. And particular thanks from the Spooners and West Dartmoor Hunt for the kind words from Sally Allner, saying how much she appreciated what they have done, because a lot of people have done a lot of work for nothing to make certain that this point-to-point fixture has gone ahead. I think we've been racing since the 1980s here at Cherrybrook, and some excellent fixtures over the years, and another enjoyable one here in the sunshine on this Easter Saturday today. And let's hope, we're behind closed doors, as I say today, but let's hope before too long there's a chance for some of you who are following us from home, and we're really pleased to to hear from people all over the place who are following us. We're really pleased you're able to join us this afternoon, and I hope you'll be back with us at Fleet in 2 weeks' time. But hopefully, those of you that can will, when the behind closed doors restrictions are lifted and the doors are opened, in only a couple of weeks' time, hopefully we'll be seeing a few more of you. So the men's open nearly upon us, and the horses, as you can see there, are in the paddock. A call over the loudspeaker system for number 7, Radden Top. Les Jefford is the trainer, Conor Houlihan the rider on board, and here Lizzie Kelly is with us. As you can see, jockeys waiting to get the instruction to get up on board. In fact, there's somebody, Darren Andrews, already getting on with it. What's caught your eye in this one, Lizzie?
Yeah, well, this horse that we're seeing now is interesting, River Myth. He was an amazing point-to-pointer and won 9 point-to-points back-to-back, but recently refused or ran out. He just looks very on edge, and we were talking earlier about how we try to keep, you want to have a horse who's not teetering and falling onto the side of being a bit over the top, really, and he just looked a real handful. And I don't know,
gone to the start early.
Yeah,
probably.
He's gone to the start early, and the jockey was just about managing to grab hold of the reins and get on in time before the horse
I suppose
took
you wouldn't
himself.
want to, after that, and funny enough, it was the race that Apple's Queen won
Yes.
at Lark Hill. I suppose after that you wouldn't want to take any risks, do you? Even though he's won, I think, 9 races.
Yeah,
in the past,
9.
So
he's a decent horse, isn't he? But perhaps that's just his nature. Another horse, of course, I'm sure you've touched upon, is Union East.
Yeah, I'm loving the thought, because people talk about point-to-pointing and the business of point-to-pointing, horses emerging, learning their trade, and then being sold on under rules. Of course, it works the other way round as well. And some horses who are probably a little long in the tooth, perhaps, for racing under rules, can suddenly find a second
career for themselves.
Here.
Absolutely, and I think that's really important as well. We talk about retraining racehorses and retiring racehorses, and the career path throughout a racehorse's life is something that, as a sport and as an industry, we really have to think about. And to have sort of horses that were, seriously good horses in their time, coming to points and elongating their careers is really important, in my opinion. I know some people don't like it and they feel that they're too good to be running in points, but
not a horse like this.
No, and he's a lovely horse, and I think it's really nice to see him here today. The other one that I think is worth mentioning is the Alternative, trained by Annie Bacon, who had a winner earlier today.
Josh Cameron again,
yeah,
riding.
Josh Cameron again. So they'll be hoping, clearly their horses are in good form, so they'll be hoping for another good outing with this horse
I thought the horse
today.
ran all right. I think it ran at Lark Hill in December.
Yeah.
I thought ran pretty much okay.
Absolutely.
It's actually, I think it's a really intriguing race. Unionist. I had to look up how many chases do you think Unionist won for Paul Nicholls? The answer's 10.
I was going to say 10.
But
10 or 12,
I don't think there can be any real debate. A horse of this sort, he's a good horse.
Yeah.
But he should be going point-to-pointing if it suits. If you're Manila Indo, or if in the past you were Desert Orchid, that's a little bit different.
Obviously,
and you won the Gold Cup or whatever just the other day. But I think it's brilliant that there can be another career for a horse like
absolutely. I kind of half wish that there was a series actually for these highly rated National Hunt horses. I think that would be really exciting. But I mean, that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another horse that I thought looked really, really nice was Different Gravy.
Number 2.
Trained by Edward Walker and ridden by Will Biddick. I thought he looked really relaxed and really smart.
Right in the centre of the picture now, with the pink star on his.
Yes, lovely. Yeah, really smart, and he's got some nice form back in the day as well. And I think that's another horse that you can keep an eye out for. But like you say, a very deep race, plenty in with chances here today, and I think it'll be another decent, high quality race to watch.
Excellent. Well, they are gradually making their way to the starting point. There's Different Gravy just coming through, and behind Different Gravy, Alternative is coming out, and then on there, streaming out onto the track. After that is Honest Deed in the dark colours with the gold sleeves and the gold cap as well. And number 6, Mixed Boy, there is a grey horse, nothing much to go on with that one. Tom Dixon riding for Melanie Dixon, number 6, Mixed Boy. So the horses are on their way to the starting point in the sunshine. I love that shot. Don't that? There aren't many point-to-point racecourses that can provide close-up like that, and some members of the hunt following the horses down to the starting point as well. So our camera, which is particularly well positioned to see all of them, well done to that camera, which is trying to bring us as much information as possible, so that although you're following behind closed doors fixtures from afar, you can feel you're nearly here. I'll tell you what, talking of people being here, Donna's here. I'm just going to see if she can mark our card very quickly on this men's open. I think it's a really intriguing race.
It's a hot race.
What's caught your eye?
Well, I do like Different Gravy, but he didn't do well at Doncaster when he pulled up in a hunt chase there.
Never going, was he?
No, never going that day. Let's hope he bounces back. Radden Top won at Wadebridge, the veteran novice riders race under Conor Houlihan. Ran really well there.
I think if this was Wadebridge, we might have our maximum. We might be running to the bookmakers because he loves the track at Wadebridge.
He does. And also I like Union East.
Number 10.
Union East was in training for David Maxwell to ride Hunter Chase winner. He's, I think he's got little Charlie Sprake on board who rides out for Will Biddock. He's probably got a claim on this one, weight claim. Yeah. And Charlie Sprake, first winner, was at Wadebridge in December. So I do like those. I mean, you can't mention them all. I know that Apple's Queen I mentioned in the one of the ladies. I mentioned in the live, but with writing, the previews, you pick them all out, and it's difficult to give.
Just remind us where your previews appear every week.
On Jumping for Fun, on Weatherby's website, and Devon and Cornwall Point to Point, plus all the local papers. And the Western Morning News, who does a really good spread for us, or do a really good spread for publicity for pointing.
And how many winners are you on so far today?
2 winners and 3 seconds.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Yes, Charlotte Summersby rode really well in that last race. Give her a do, and both of the girls.
You gave her a good talk up. They came together.
They did. They live together in the same flat, so they're in the same bubble, and it'll be interesting to see the banter there tonight.
Well, Natalie revealed to us that she thinks she's sort of going to be okay as far as banter is concerned because Charlotte's getting a lift home from her.
Yes,
and it's quite a long walk from
I know.
From Tavistock to Paul Nichols's.
Yeah, like I say, Charlotte will have a day. She's got a good family back in, and she's riding out at the Ditchett Yard now, so she'll have a lot of opportunities. She's also been riding out, I think, for Sam Loxton too. So she'll have plenty of opportunity to reverse the forecast there.
Well, right. So if you've mentioned 3 or 4, and we're pinning you down to 1, you're going to say?
Oh dear. Well, the one I didn't mention, which I could mention, the Honest Deed for the Dean Summersby team with Darren Edwards on board.
So that's your tip?
I would guess. Don't put your house on it.
Excellent. But
okay.
You, though it's worth reminding you at this stage that this transmission is running a few minutes late. So therefore, just be aware if you do fancy one, we are 5 minutes. What you're seeing happened 5 minutes ago, if that makes sense. So that is worth bearing in mind as we get closer to the race. I know Simon's here as well, so a quick update from the betting ring before we go to the start.
Honest Deed, even money now from 5 to 2. It was 5 to 2, knocked over by the mystery man in the mask, and it's now even money.
Even money?
Even money, yep.
For Honest Deed?
Yep.
Good
The only one they wanted to back, and they've nothing else has been backed at all, really.
Super. Well, look, we'll hear the starting prices after the end of the race. The horses are at the starting point. It's race 6 out of 8 here at Cherrybrook this afternoon. If you're joining us on the live feed from this part of the West of Devon,
the final checks
very
done,
welcome.
and
you're about to hear the men's open described by Mark Dennis.
And it is Honest Deed, the 5 to 4 favourite. Honest Deed 5 to 4. Then we're out to 5 to 2 for Radden Top, sorry. 3 to 1 is Different Gravy. Then we're at 4 to 1 for Mixed Boy. 6 to 1 is River Myth, Union East. Also a 6 to 1 chance, and then we're out to 10 to 1 for Alternative. Eric the Third, the outsider, just about 12 to 1. So flag is up and flag goes down. So we're away then for this competitive men's open race. A good race this, and plenty in with a chance as they take the first of their 18 fences then. They're really tightly grouped up as they cross that. And it looks as though it's Different Gravy with his nose just in front. joined on the inside by Union East. Also up there's River Myth. River Myth also up in the front rank, just now marginally with the lead. Mixed Boys, the greys are wider out and has run out there, run out through the wing and has got rid of his jockey as well. And looked a little bit horrific that for a moment or two. Glad to report that the jockey is up on his feet okay. So River Myth with the lead, just preceded by the loose horse as they cross the next then. And they've all jumped that nicely. Static Jack now may show just in second on the outside of Different Gravy and Union East as they cross the next then. And they're over that. Honest Deed, the favourite, right up the inside under Darren Edwards and just racing nice and collectively in the slipstream of the leader. On his outside we see Eric III and Jake Bayman as they cross the ditch then, and they've all sailed over the ditch beautifully and now prepare to race out into the country for the first time. So Union East with the lead, Different Gravy, Honest Deed there, 1, 2 and 3. River Myth is next on the outside, followed through by the hoops of Eric III. Green colours then of Static Jack. Race through and follow those. Radden Top is next. And a length and a half clear then. We've got Alternative. And the grey's gone out to join them on another circuit. So as they come to these two fences up the side of the hill then. In quick succession, we'll wait for them to reappear from behind the tree. So as they do so, River Myth with the lead. Union East just shown in second from Different Gravy. Static Jack's next, and then Alternative. Eric III and Honest Deed in behind this, and then Radden Top, the back marker as they tackle another plain fence at the highest point of the course. And we are going to bypass the next by the looks of it. Wing can't be repaired in time, so they prepare then to bypass on the outside and go through the run through. So River Myth with Darren Andrews with the lead. We're around about 2.5, 3 lengths clear. Union East as they race on. Then Union East has lost ground and is just at the back of the group, the grey. So they race on down then to this plain fence. It brings them into the home straight field. So River Myth, length and a half clear. Static Jack, racing that one through. On that one's outside is Alternative. Different Gravy and Honest Deed are a little bit more on the inside. And Union East is right up the inside at the back. So they pass the judge then, and they've got a full circuit ahead of them a race, and they sort themselves out for the open ditch then. For the final time, River Myth sailed over it out in front. Honest Deed just gave it a little bit of a nudge. And now they swing left-handed to head out into the country then for the final time in this men's open race. And decent gallop been set from Flagfall, as you'd expect in this competitive little event. So River Myth now joined on the inside by Honest Deed. Eric III is there in third. And wider out then we've got Different Gravy, then Alternative. And they now race up the far side then and on towards the next plain fence. And they're over that safely by the looks of it. And on to the next. So River Myth still with a fractional advantage. River Myth from Alternative. Alternative now goes up and on the outside of River Myth. They've gone about 3 lengths clear then of Honest Deed. Eric III is on the inside and Radden Top's on their outside, and Static Jack is next. They've gone a long way clear of Union East, and I think Different Gravy's been pulled up. So they're on the turn now at the top end of the course, and it's River Myth. Went down to the start early under Darren Andrews, and Darren just looking over his shoulder. He's going to see Honest Deed in his slipstream. Static Jack's on the inside in the green colours, and they now have a bit of a run to the second last then. And Radden Top's back there in fourth, trying to get on terms. Alternative is going backwards now, so they race down towards 2 out then, and River Myth with the advantage sails out over, just landed a little bit awkwardly. Honest Deed now trying to be driven up the inside under Darren Edwards. Static Jack's also running on well on the outside. Radden Top's in behind them, and they've gone clear of Alternatives. So final fence comes up then. Honest Deed on the inside. We've lost one there, runs out at the final fence, but Honest Deed and River Myth and Static Jack, though. Static Jack may have just got on top from River Myth. Honest Deed's next. Then we'll see Union East, Eric the Third and Alternative.
There we are, another job for it.
We're actually still waiting for. But I think, well, no, there's some dispute on the course whether it's going to be number 9 Static Jack called the winner, or number 8 River Myth, or indeed number 8 River Myth, or number 9 Static Jack, and we'll just wait to confirm that result. Honest Deed finishing in third place in what turned out to be quite a dramatic race. I think those around the two involved in the verdict are still trying to work out exactly who has been successful. So we will confirm that result for you in a few moments' time. Good to see lots of water here being used to make certain these horses don't get overheated. A couple of notices coming up for our next race, which is the intermediate. Change of rider from your card. Number 4, High Priority, is ridden by Vinnie Webster. And number 9 is Channel Wood, is a non-runner. But the others all go. Confirmation that Static Jack has won this for the Trenier family. And Static Jack, number 9 on the card, has just been confirmed by the judge as the winner from River Myth in second and Honest Deed in third place. I think we should be able to get an update on the starting prices for this particular race. What did the market make of Static Jack?
Well, the bookmakers would be wishing there were punters here because it went off at 12 to 1. 12 to 1. Second, River Myth was 7 to 1, and Honest Deed even money. That punter got on at 5 to 2. Can't eat value.
Excellent. So that 12 to 1 is that second 12 to 1 winner of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, what they'd have been getting if people had been here, the four bookmakers.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me tell you that you will have seen Radden Top run out at the last and deposit the rider on the ground. I can see Conor Houlihan is walking back, looking a bit disconsolate, but none the worse for that bit of drama in the closing stages of the race. And he'll be bouncing back before too long. Static Jack for the Treniers, 10-year-old, had some quite decent form with Devon Cornwall in Ireland. Devon Cornwall, who's had who had a really good Cheltenham Festival and continues to have a very good time. So Static Jack successful for them. Michael Trenier, the rider, on board, and we will hopefully hear in a few moments' time from him. Let's just see, what are we being given there on your screens? Those are the riders for race 7, and confirmation that there's a change of rider. It's not so much a change of rider, but Josh Newman, who's a brilliant jockey, but not even he can ride 2 in one race, and he was down on the race card as being the rider of 2, and that number 4 High Priority is now ridden by Vinnie Webster instead. So you're bang up to date. Let me just give a little plug for what we're going to be doing over the next few weeks. We have got coming up in a fortnight's time more point-to-pointing in the Devon and Cornwall area from Fleet Park. Then on the 24th we're in Cherrybrook for the 4-borough fixture. Then in May we're back at Fleet on the 1st, Upcut Cross, Bratton down a couple of times on the 17th and the 23rd, and there are 3 more fixtures after that. But I'm going to break off from that because we've just seen success, as I said, for Static Jack, and I think I'm joined by the winning trainer, Deborah Trenier. Come in close to the mic there, Deborah. That would be great. Well done, and your son Michael has won on.
This is Michael's second winner. He's a novice rider still. It's his second ever winner.
Get nice and close to the mic, Michael? Deborah, so we can hear you. So I'll tell you what, we'll talk to Michael in a second. Okay. Deborah, you come in. Oh no, let's talk to you together, but don't get too far away from the mic. Well done, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Who wants to? When I say this, what a lovely family affair, Mrs. Trenier.
Well, we've been looking for a horse for Michael, and we were very lucky to pick him up last October. He came out of training and he belonged to Paul Drinkwater, and he's been as easy as anything to do at home, which means I can exercise him, which is always very important.
So that's why he's trained to the minute, because you've done it yourself.
We've done it ourselves. Of course, Michael has been homeschooling or home universitying, so he's been there to do the work at home. So it has actually, in terms of getting a point-to-pointer ready, it's been a dream spring for us.
Oh, well done.
But you never know until you get to the course what's going to happen, and we are absolutely delighted.
And did Gavin Cromwell train the horse in Ireland?
Yes, he did.
Now he's a very good trainer, and this horse's form wasn't too bad in Ireland.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
I think Paul Drinkwater just said he had to reduce his his operation a bit, and this was a horse that perhaps wasn't going to do all he wanted it to do. So we were very lucky to get the opportunity to buy him.
Well done you, and Michael, congratulations. So what's it in terms of your stats? It's your second winner.
Yeah, second winner from about 30 odd rides. This is the end of my 4th season now, so yeah, not too bad.
And dare I say, you're practically having to duck your head inside our little tent here. How tall are you?
6'2".
So, and you but you managed to sort of wrap yourself around to look very neat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So
Michael's a product of pony racing.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. Clarissa Daly has been on to me, so I've got that question all lined up. Don't worry. But I want to just start. So you've been home. So just talk about your day. If you're home university schooling, what university are you sort of at?
So I'm in my final year at the Royal Agricultural University doing a commercial property degree.
This is at Cirencester.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it's consisted of getting up in the mornings, normally doing some work, then taking a break at lunch, riding out, and getting back to my work again.
Oh, right. And is Mum a good hard taskmaster? Does she make certain you're doing everything correctly?
Luckily, Mum's not the hard taskmaster.
Well, who is it?
So my brother and my dad definitely make sure everything's run.
And your brother Barnaby rides as well?
Yeah, he rode earlier in today. Yeah. And so, yeah, we share the rides between us normally. So, but it's nice that we picked this horse up, which I've been able to get a go on first.
Well, and you mentioned the pony racing, and the pony racing is really important to mention at this point, because more and more riders in the UK, it's been happening in Ireland for years, but more and more are emerging, and I'm guessing you feel you have benefited from having a chance to make a few mistakes, to hopefully ride some winners, etc. in those pony races.
Yeah, exactly. So I wasn't always on the best ponies, but so we tried to find a nice couple of ponies, and I rode only one pony racing winner. But just being there and riding a race and just the whole process has just made the whole transition to pointing so much easier. And yeah, such a good experience and loads of fun.
Yeah, I know. I bet it's fun being a parent on the pony racing circuit, isn't it?
It's terrifying.
It's quite. I know a few people involved. It's quite competitive, isn't it?
It's very competitive.
Yeah, Deborah, get a bit closer to the mic so we can hear you.
It's very competitive. It does introduce you early on to the highs and lows of racing.
Right.
Even with ponies.
Yeah, but I know I've seen some pony mothers. They can be quite. They can be sort of quite competitive when their sons and daughters are really in tight finishes.
Yeah. Well, the pony racing has been very important to us. Michael started, I think he fell off even before the start of his very first pony race.
Well, I'm sure he's really pleased he brought that one up.
But it has been very important. And, of course, we do a lot of hunting.
Yeah.
And so our horses do go out with the hounds.
And how many do you have altogether to point?
4.
4. And what about this one? Where might we see... that was quite a competitive race, and you've won that.
Well, we haven't really decided yet. I mean, he may go to Fleet, which is our own point-to-point.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then there's another go at Fleet a bit later on in the season.
He may go to Cherrybrook.
Right.
I mean, we have been told, we haven't tried it, but he definitely prefers a left-handed course.
Right.
So that might be...
And this ground, is that...
Seems to be fine, although he doesn't... he loved the ground today, didn't he?
Yes, he's worked so much better on good ground, so seems to much prefer it and just goes along. So we'll try to find some good ground and maybe a left-handed course and see where we end up.
And a final thought, Michael. There was a bit of uncertainty here who'd actually won. The judge, we had to wait for the judge's verdict there. Did you know that you'd won in the very closing stages?
Yeah, I thought so. So I was pretty confident.
And how good does that feel, especially when you're riding for mum as well? And
yeah. So
you've been able to throw the Cirencester lectures to one side for a couple of hours.
Yeah, exactly. I rode my first winner on the horse my brother rode today, so an off chance, and so both wins have been for mum and dad, so it's been great.
And there you see on the screen, you can't take it away from you. First, Static Jack, Michael Trenier at 12-1, River Myth at 7-1, Honesty, the evens favourite in third, 1.5 lengths and 2 lengths. Congratulations to both of you.
Great.
And lovely to see you in such good form today.
Thank
you.
Super.
Thank you.
Well done to the Treniers. And there's an opportunity now for Frank Yo, who's on the committee of the point-to-point here, to make a presentation after that race 6. In a few moments' time, and there's an opportunity to meet another of the riders in action here this afternoon, George Hiscock. Were you in action in that race?
No,
you were in earlier on, weren't you?
Yeah,
I was about to say that my notes aren't very good, but I thought I'm sure he didn't ride in that race.
No, I didn't. No,
so
I got changed really quick.
Yeah, well done you. Riding for family, loving every time I see you on the point-to-point course, I just know you're loving every minute of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm very much point-to-point through and through, really. We train a few at home, mainly for family, and a few pre-trainers for a good friend of ours. And me and Liv do it together, so it seems to work. Dad's keen, so we got a good crack doing it, to be fair.
Oh, I bet it's great. Right, we're just waiting for. You can possibly hear something in the background. We're just waiting for the weighed in on that. And you were fourth. It's Coastal Capers, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
And there were only 4 finishers, but you were full of enthusiasm, full of big smile on your face at the end of the race.
That's pretty usual. He's actually he's an older maiden. He got broken in really late. He's only had a couple of runs in Ireland.
Who ran in Ireland?
I have no idea. It was in a point-to-point yard.
Right.
I got it for a good friend Rob, and he's definitely a chancy one.
Did he run the hurdle race somewhere?
Yeah, I put him with Jack Barber for 2 or 3 weeks just to give him a spin, because he's he's a little terror at home, to be fair.
So, draw a little pen picture of a terror at home. What's he like?
Well, when I first had him, I think the first month I wanted to send him home.
Oh, really?
And if
So what was he doing?
I doubt they wanted to take him home.
Was he trying to drop you on the ground? What was he trying to do?
We had quite a few entertaining mornings on the gallops, and it was he's sharp. He's very sharp. Should I say?
And what's the mindset for you then? Do you think if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna make you run in a straight line or whatever it is?
I'm quite stubborn. Yeah.
Right.
I sort of.
And is the horse quite stubborn too?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of coaxing.
Yeah. Well, in the race today, to be fair, I had to coax him the whole way round, but he's actually getting there. He should. Well, he might pick up a maiden later on in the season.
So where might we see him in the not too distant future?
Well, because he's a terror, I'm going to run him every 2 weeks. Just keep him fresh at home.
Back down here, or are you going to look for something a bit closer to home?
Well, there's not really much round Dorchester, Dorset at the minute, so I haven't really made much.
You'll
of a
be
plan.
very welcome in Devon and Cornwall.
Yeah.
We like Wessex, but we like Devon and Cornwall even more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's good fun. I just really enjoy doing it, and we have a good family and partner Liv. It makes it all more fun, to be fair.
I bet it does. I bet it. And that sort of area. So you're in You're in Biddick country, Will Biddick, just close by. And a few
he's
other
not too far away. So sort of Milbourne is my local one. So we literally this year we unfortunately haven't got any around us. Dad quite enjoys the travelling.
Right.
Not. but no, it's going good.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we'll see you in Devon and Cornwall before too long.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's what I love about it is, obviously everyone wants to win, but if the taking part and getting round is pretty important as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like to win, but it's very few and far between at the minute.
Well, I'm sure it'll happen soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent,
exactly.
super. Well, look, lovely to see you today, and
thank you
for
very
chatting.
much.
Thanks for
Cheers.
chatting.
Thank you.
George Hiscock, who was in action a little bit earlier on, Coastal Capers, the name of the horse, and has shown enough, I think, to indicate the horse might well be winning in the not too distant future. Has that weighed-in been confirmed? The weighed-in is confirmed, so the presentation can be made to the Trenier family now.
Cornelius, thank you. I'd just like to then continue with the presentations with a fantastic family affair here this afternoon. Our sponsor, Totnes and Bridgetown, and Rebecca Nee Ogle presenting to Sister Deborah Nee Ogle. Fantastic win by Michael here this afternoon in the Men's Open. Well done, all of you. The Pegasus Cup, or was the Pegasus Cup, being presented to Deborah Ogle. Well done.
The Treniers who received their trophies there. I was just going to move slightly to the side and just have a look at our backdrop here. These are some of our supporters: Print Concern, Penbode Equine Vets, Dartmoor Hill Pony Association. Tyre Marks Tavistock haven't had as many mentions as they should have had already, and actually the roof that is above us is provided by Tyre Marks Tavistock, so we're very grateful for that. If it was pouring with rain, we'd be even more grateful. Wild Pony Meat as well, Condé Matthias, Chartered Accountants there, the Dartmoor Ice Cream Company supporters as well, and it's becoming that kind of weather, and I can, as the weather continues to hopefully improve, the Dartmoor Ice Cream Company are well worth following. And over here we've got Skinners, who are big supporters of Ladies Opens, the Oriental Club, Tattersalls Cheltenham as well, the Jockey Club, and ROR that you can see here and here and here. That refers to the retraining of racehorses, and we're very grateful for the support that they are able to give us. Well, we've had 6 races here at Cherrybrook so far today. Race 7 coming up shortly is the intermediate, and I'll just confirm the non-runner from earlier on, number 9, Chanel Wood, doesn't go, and the rider of number 4, High Priority, is Vinnie Webster. So those 2 bits of notices. I like the Rowstone in this race for the Robert Channin operation. Won a maiden here a couple of years ago. In fact, there are the runners on the screen now. And while you look at the runners and trainers and jockeys, etc., on the screen. And just to confirm that, number 4 has changed now, so it's Vinnie Webster. Simon's here with the betting.
Yes, they go 5-2 Render 2 and the Rowstone, 5-2 each of 2. 4-1 Imogen Sunder, 5-1 Bridge of Spies and Cloudy Music, 8-1 High Priority, Caden Michael and Lawson's Thorns, and 14-1 Ballybruff.
So the Rowstone, I'm not a complete mug for thinking the Rowstone's going to go pretty well.
No, it's a 5-2 joint favourite at the moment.
Oh, left my wallet in the car.
I'm sure your credit's good, Cornelius.
What a ball. No, I just like the way the Rowstone was successful here a couple of years ago. Hasn't run for a bit, but looking forward to seeing him in action today. He's number 10. I wonder whether we can see as we look on the paddock. I can see his rider, so that's good news for the Rowstone's rider. Martin McIntyre, riding the horse this afternoon. And we're looking for, there he is, number 10. And he's just going, there he is. And Lizzie Kelly is here as well. I'm really keen on this, number 10, the Rowstone here. Just in the middle of our picture now, nice sort.
Yeah, definitely looks nice, nice horse really. I think that he's clearly quite forward, having won a point-to-point bumper. That was a couple of years ago now, but he stays really well, and we've discussed this a few times today. The jockeys here today seem to just be getting racing quite early, and that seems to be quite an important thing here at Cherrybrook, to be able to stay quite well, and yeah, it would be interesting to see how he goes today.
And he's going to the start early. I thought in the previous race, number 8 River Myth went to the post early, and I thought that the tactic plus an excellent ride from Darren Andrews, I should say, had just was going to pull that one off. They were narrowly beaten in the end by Static Jack, as we've heard. But there's another horse just going to, and you see the jockey with his feet out of the stirrups just go quietly to the start.
Very quietly. I mean, I've just watched that. They legged on Martin McIntyre, who's a fantastic point-to-point amateur jockey. They legged him on really slowly, and he's coaxed him down to the start. So they're clearly just wanting to keep a lid on him. Another interesting horse was Lawson Thorns, who seems to he ran really well. He does run well at this time of year.
Likes the ground, doesn't he?
And he's won 3 points and sort of fallen apart since then with 3 pulled ups. But again, we're just seeing that as a result of the COVID stop and starts and the restrictions, and obviously the races that they could run in were sort of November time, so they had horrible ground. I mean, that day that we were at Ottery St Mary, it was like the Somme, wasn't it? So yeah, I mean, there's sometimes
you were about to give birth. I'm surprised you can remember anything about it. It was
sometimes
not one of the great weather days.
No, you can't read too much into some of the form. So yeah, it's interesting today. I think that we'll see some horses bouncing back.
And another one that just went to the start early, though in fact they've all been given the signal to go to the start now. Will Biddick has taken Rian Dutu to the start a little bit earlier than some of the others. Gradually they're making their way out onto the racecourse. That's my favourite camera angle about what's he going to pick up next. But in the paddock here I can see that's Ballybruff, quite dark colours when we come to it. Bridge of Spies, Conor Houlihan hoping for more luck this time, purple with lighter colours. And another one there, no, that's not Bridge of Spies, that is Imogen's Thunder. Charlie Sprake is a young rider on the up, riding that. High Priority now with Vinnie Webster just going to the start. And Cloudy Music with Charlotte Summersby. I love the story. You can probably relate to this because you must have ridden on some days with, say, your brother at the same meeting, and you probably ridden in the same race as Chester, your brother. And so we heard the story earlier on how after the Ladies Open, the winning rider was Natalie Parker, and she came here with Charlotte Summersby. They share a flat together, and one beats the other narrowly in a finish. The banter on the way home is going to be good. I imagine you and your brother, sometimes that kind of thing happened to you, or you and your friends.
I always liked riding against sort of friends, but my brother I hated riding against because I spent all of my time worrying about him. I know.
What a lovely story.
Yeah, I used to be down at the start, and I'd be like looking out for him, like, where is he? Is he in the right place? Like, is he going to be
Chester
okay?
saying, where is the old girl?
And I did like riding against friends. There's always a nice thing when I get on really well with Lucy Gardner, and we'd be down at the start making sure we were both all right.
And it was good. The banter and the fact that you all do know each other, that is typical of this circuit, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Particularly in the southwest of England, I think, where there's a lot of good racing, but the action out there is very competitive. But everyone goes and has if they were allowed, goes and has a drink afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of bottles of port have been opened in point-to-point car parks after the races, and that's a really nice sort of element to it. And I'm sure our viewers will be desperate to pack up their picnic hampers and do that again soon.
Well, I think gradually things are going to improve from about 10 days' time.
Yeah,
but,
fingers crossed.
I suppose it's not going to be till next season that everything gets back to normal. But, well, let's hope somehow it's all accelerated. Yeah, which makes me think that the horse running earlier on, Lizzie, called Dry Old Party, was particularly badly named. Can't have been named on a point-to-point, of course. Well, maybe it was, and that was the problem.
Maybe it was a Lark Hill where there's not a beer tent.
Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah. They've got a really cold outside bar.
But that's Wessex for you, isn't it?
Well, what can you say?
They wouldn't tolerate that sort of thing in Devon and Cornwall. Well, the horses got to the start. Donna's here, so let's quickly get her to mark our card ahead. She's been in cracking form for a lot of the afternoon. So quickly, because they have got to the start, Donna. Yep. What do we think?
Just a quickie. Cloudy Music won at Great Through under Charlotte Summersby. Gets the ride again today. This could kick off into action for the season again. Is it Ryan de Two?
Rien du Tout.
Yeah. One at Lark Hill. Wicken and Will Biddock, I think. Is it Wheels riding? And the Rosestone with Martin McIntyre.
Yeah.
Won his maiden here in April 2019 under Tom Shannon.
So if I made you pick one of the three?
He tried that before and hit the crossbar last time. I would say maybe the Rosestone to repeat his maiden win. Goes well at this course. Up against Cloudy Music at the finish, I think.
Well, best of luck to both of those. Thanks very much to Donna. Quick a bit of betting flash before the start.
5-2 favourite the Ralston, 3-1 Ryan de Toot, and 3-1 Imogen Sunder. There was late money for that on the telephone.
Late money on the telephone. You can, even though we're behind closed doors, there are bookmakers here, and you can have a bet via Pointing DC, D for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk. You can register. I think you've got to deposit some money, and then you can have a bet wherever you are following the live stream here, or it could be Fleet in a fortnight's time, or one of the remaining fixtures taking us through till the middle of June. Well, these horses then are at the starting point for this race, 9 of them, and marked, as you can see down there, they're all gathered and assembled, nearly ready to roll. Mark Dennis will be describing it in a few moments' time.
So it looks as though we're almost ready. Runner's just taking her final turn now. Flag is up. So flag is down then, and they're quickly away. 1 or 2 quite quickly away, and it looks as though it's Lawson Thorns with the lead alongside Ballybruff as they take the first of their 18 fences, and they're all over that safely. In the very, very early stages, it's High Priority who is the back marker, around about a dozen lengths off the leaders. As they've turned left-handed now and running on towards fence number 2. So Ballybruff with the fractional advantage. Lawson's Thorns on the inside. Following these through then, we see Imogen's Thunder and Caden Michael. And the favourite, Rue de Toy, is a little bit wider out. Joins the Rowstone on his outside. Cloudy Music, the grey, is next. And then Bridge of Spies was just slightly out-jumped there by High Priority. So they race now into the home straight and on towards another plain fence before they tackle the open ditch for the first time, passing the judge en route. They all sail over that okay. And now the ditch looms large on the horizon. So Ballybruff racing nicely out in front. Lawson's Thorns over in second. Caden Michael is 3. Imogen's Thunder's next. Then Rue de Toy just land a little bit awkwardly there. Will Biddick just squeezing him along a little bit for a couple of strides in 5th. A couple of lengths then back to Bridge of Spies and High Priority. The Rowstone's next, and Cloudy Music's just relegated to the back marker spot, but no more than about 8 lengths between first and last of these 9 as they continue to make the descent down over the hill and out into the country. They're going to bypass this next fence, so there's only the fence in the hedge to jump behind it. And they've bypassed on the outside, and the Chief Steward just told me that that's the right way round. So they look as though they've safely negotiated the next, and now race slightly left-handed to just about past the point of departure. So it's still Ballybruff and Lawson's Thorns, who are 1 and 2. Caden Michael is 3. Imogen's Thunder is 4. High Priority's made a bit of ground up into 5th with Bridge of Spies and Rue de Toy, who's was a little bit slow over that, but they now are clear of the Rowstone by around about 6 or 7 lengths, and 3 back to the back marker, Cloudy Music. So they now race on to another plain fence down the side of the course on the slight downhill. Ballybruff, Lawson's Thorns and Imogen's Thunder. Imogen's Thunder's gone up to join these 2 leaders. It goes up into second. Ballybruff maintains the lead. Lawson's Thorns back to 3. Caden Michael is next, then High Priority. As they cross the next, Ballybruff jumped it beautifully out in front. And now they race left-handed to come into the home straight and onwards towards the what will be the final fence in the circuit's time. They come to it now, and all leaders are safely out over it, all over it now. And they pass the judge then with a circuit ahead of them to race and the open ditch next, and Ballybruff's being lined up for it nicely. Alistair Harvey got a hold of him a long way out. Just did give the guardrail a bit of a shove, but as Rue de Toy has been pulled up, so Imogen's Thunder, Ballybruff, these 2 vying for the lead. Bridge of Spies travels nicely in between them. High Priority is next, then Caden Michael. Gap of about 4 lengths back to the Rowstone, then Lawson's Thorns, and then they've gone clear, right about 10 lengths clear of Cloudy Music. And as they continue to make the descent then, and they're up the far side, around the outside of that island fence, and onwards towards the fence in the hedge, and come to it now. It looks as though it's Bridge of Spies. He's just gone up to take closer order, goes up to join Ballybruff. It is Bridge of Spies, just with a fractional advantage over Ballybruff. High Priority's around about 3 lengths off of him in third. A length then back to the Rowstone, who's ridden along. Back in 4. Caden Michael's next, then Imogen's Thunder. They're clear then of Lawson's Thorns and Cloudy Music. So that was the fence at the far side then. Leaders safely out over it. And now things are going to hot up nicely as they take the turn that brings them back towards us for the final time in this intermediate. So Bridge of Spies with the advantage. Bridge of Spies, Ballybruff looks held now back in second. Rowstone is 3. Then Caden Michael is 4. And Imogen's Thunder is next. So Bridge of Spies now being ridden out in front. And the Rowstone is next, trying to get on terms. Ballybruff's back about three lengths back in third. Caden Michael's in behind this. So 2 out then for Bridge of Spies. Out over. Joined on the outside now by the Rowstone. Ballybruff held back in third. Cloudy Music is running on well from the back with a wet sail. So they race towards the final fence then on the outside. The Rowstone, Bridge of Spies on the inside. They jump and land together. Cloudy Music now into third, but it's going to be a little bit too late as Bridge of Spies and the Rowstone fight it out. Judge will have to split them. Cloudy Music about 5 lengths back in third. Imogen's Thunder next. Ballybruff, then Caden Michael.
From the judge at the end of that one. Very tight between number 2 and number 10, the Rowstone, who went off as the favourite. One of the stragglers, High Priority, just finishing the course at the moment. I'm sure that horse will be back, well, I hope so, back in the winner's enclosure before too long. So we await confirmation. Bridge of Spies, Conor Houlihan, or the Rowstone being ridden by Martin McIntyre, by Fly McIntyre. Actually, talking of Mr. McIntyre, change of rider involving him in the last race of the day. Number 4, Skylander, is now ridden by Rob Hawker, not by Martin McIntyre. And there's another one just finishing, so please see Lawson's Thorns. That's absolutely fine, having got quite a long way behind. The sun's still out here, so it is a sun-baked afternoon, though, as one or two of those people lucky enough to be here today have been saying. I'm sure it looks really sunny if you're watching from afar, but it's not quite as warm as it looks. If this was the beach, people have been wrapping up on the beach. Right, here's the result coming. And it is confirmation that the Rowstone has won it for Robert Channin and for Martin McIntyre. And I suspect when we're joined by Simon for the starting prices in just a few seconds' time, in fact, he's here now, you're going to tell me that the Rowstone was favourite.
It was 5-2 favourite, yep. Second was Bridge of Spies at 5-1. And third, Cloudy Music at 4-1. So all the ones in the shake-up there, really.
So how many favourites is that for the day? It's not been such a good day for favourites, has it?
No, it's not. The bookmakers have been okay.
But the Rowstone has won that and has followed up a success here 2 years ago when successful in a maiden in April 2019. Won by 5 lengths on that occasion. And I suspect there may be a little bit more to come from number 10, the Rowstone, who is confirmed as our winner of that race. Good gracious, we're nearly at the end. We've had 7 out of 8. The unsaddling is taking place after the final race of the day. And we will hopefully be just mopping the race up and talking to somebody connected with the Rowstone in a few moments' time. So we've just been talking about some of the interviews that have taken place during the day, and there's certainly been quite a lot of amusement with some of the people we've been able to talk to. Static Jack, a big success in the men's open for the Trenier family, and good to hear that student Michael Trenier had ridden his second winner in that race. The ladies open earlier on. Apple's Queen, the horse which is male with a female name, Apple's Queen, successful for Sally Allner, and great to see Sally at the races here today. earlier on in the afternoon, the restricted won by Where's Wilmer. Where's Wilmer, and lovely to hear Michael Watson telling us the story. Another sort of typical point-to-pointing type of story. A horse who was a relatively young horse had somehow managed to get covered unexpectedly, and she had a foal. But then she got into racing and is proving to be a really good racehorse. She was successful in the restricted part of a double for her rider, Matt Hampson. And then much earlier on, we had Crown of Thorns successful for Sarah Pidsley. Great family success for them. And Division 1 of the maiden race, which was miles earlier on in the day, going to King's Quay again, Matthew Hampton. And Division 2 of the maiden race, success there for Our Grey Boy, for Annie Bacon and for Josh Cameron. But the intermediate, as we've just heard, after a thrilling finish, has ended up going to the Rowstone, winning once again here at Cherrybrook. And Robert Channin has been good enough to join us. Come in nice and close to the mic. I want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Well,
he's a nice little horse.
Oh well, he's nicer than a nice little horse, isn't he? He's done really well.
Yeah, we bought him as a store horse in Ireland. The boys did. Unbroken 3-year-old. They broke it. We've kept it all the time. It won its bumper race down at down at Great Sue. Sorry, first time out. And then.
So you probably thought we've got something okay here.
The plan was to sell it, but the owner didn't want to sell it. So then we decided we had to keep it. We couldn't run it in a.
Is this the Knoxes?
Andrew and Sue unfortunately couldn't be here today. They wanted to keep it. His other son Ian wanted to keep it. So
you were outvoted.
Yeah, outvoted. But it would have been worth a nice bit of money to actually sell.
And he won here.
He won his maiden here
a couple of years ago.
And that was his. After he won his bumper, because back at the time you couldn't go in a maiden, you could only go in a restricted.
Right.
As a 4-year-old, it would have been unfair to go in a restricted. So we put him in the extra bumper final, which we promptly got him probably wound up for that. And after that, he thought every time he went to a race course, all he had to do was go flat out.
Right.
So it took him two or three runs last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
To actually calm down and learn what to be in a racehorse is. Fly said today he was holding on to him most of the way around, just to kind of filling him up all the time.
But it got a bit exciting towards the end, didn't it?
Yes, yeah, it got a bit close.
It's a funny old angle here at Cherrybrook. You can't be absolutely certain.
When he won his maiden down here, he jumped the last upsides or a little bit behind, but won the race by 8 lengths. So he has got a turn of foot.
Right. So you're winning with him for the third time in all.
Fourth time, because he won a flat bumper, a maiden, and restricted. And they're the intermediate.
So what are you beginning to think about him now?
Well, Andrew just loves pointing, and he would have Andrew and Sue would have loved to have been here today. They've been loyal owners with us in the yard for years. I was a joint master with Andrew for 10 years before that, and he just loves the job. But unfortunately, he's watching this on the television.
All right. Well, give him a big smile and a thumbs up.
Well,
and the fact of the matter is, owners like Andrew will be back in fairly soon.
Yes, they will be.
So presumably,
hopefully next time we actually run, whether that depends how he comes out today, whether it's 2 weeks' time in Fleet or thereabouts. He's a nice little horse. This would have been the fastest going that he's been on so far.
And he was okay with that.
And he was okay with that. So this sort of going would be fine. Whether I'd risk him on any faster, I don't know. We'd have to decide that.
And the extended Channing operation, all looking
forward?
all
looking fine. Ian's got a runner here today in the last race coming up. A horse that was in our stables, but the lady who owned it sold it, and Ian decided he'd try and win a race with it.
Is it Skylander?
Skylander.
Yeah.
Good old favourite. But the girl who owns that also owns the Alice's Star. So
this is Anna Highlands.
Anna Highlands. She had 2 with us, and with lockdown and whatever, she decided she didn't want to keep 2. So Ian bought the Skylander, and this will be his first time on the course of that.
And so Alice's Star is trained by you?
Yeah, that's
so does that mean that I'm holding you up, putting a saddle on?
No, I got plenty of boys back there doing the work.
You've got them all under control.
We had the novice riders who rode earlier on. William Knight, who rode in the 2nd division of the Maiden. That was his very first ride, and he did tremendously well.
He came and chatted. He so enjoyed it.
Yeah, and Alice Board, who rode in the ladies' race.
I thought she did pretty well.
Tremendously well to actually stay on 3 out. If she hadn't, I thought she was gone. Unfortunately, she only ridden once before. That was down at Weybridge when she unseated. So today, it was success all the way around in that part.
So I'll tell you what, the horse then made the mistake and dropped out.
Yeah, dropped out.
But if they hadn't made the mistake,
yeah, it would have been there.
Yeah.
It would have been thereabouts, and so they're all highly excited in that part about it.
Excellent. Well, you know, the organisers are making gestures at me that they've got a trophy for you, so we've got to stop talking and you've got to go and get your trophy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well done, and best of luck in the last.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well done to Robert Channing, successful with the Rowstone. What a good horse he is proving for Andrew and Sue Knox as well. So best of luck to the Knox with the Rowstone in the future. Hopefully be seeing you actually at the races before too long, and hopefully seeing the Rowstone back on the racecourse before too long. Well, now I've got to shut up because the presentation is going to be made. Have we had the way in? We can do the presentation, and it's Frank Yo. He's been working harder than anyone today. This is presentation number 7 of 8 that he's directed. Over to you, Frank.
Cornelius, thank you. We now come to the presentation of the intermediate, the Penbode Vets race, and it's my pleasure to present the prize this afternoon to Robert Channing, who's the trainer of some very good friends of us all, Andrew and Sue Knox, the Rowstone, and worthy winners in a very hotly contested race here. Robert, I'm not going to hand it to you, but I'm going to let you pick up the trophy, the memento, the jockey's memento, and for all of you to have a hamper as well to celebrate the weekend. Well done. Congratulations.
At least they get the job more. So if we got a dolly off, it's only one. Oh, he did it.
So if you could. So, confirmation that trophies have been handed out now for the penultimate race of the afternoon, and we saw success in that race for the Rowstone, ridden by Martin McIntyre, Fly McIntyre, for the Robert Channing team. And the winning jockey is here now. Which do you prefer, Martin or Fly? I never know what to call you.
Well, Martin, but I got the nickname Fly in the Boulders when I was over there, so it stuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it a tellable story why you're called Fly?
No, well, I actually...
If it's rude, don't tell us.
No, it's not rude at all. No, I went down there literally very raw because I only sat on a horse for the first time at 18, so I started quite late and went down to my good friend Peter Carberry and Nina Carberry, obviously, right. So they're locals to mine. And I went down there one day and swallowed a bloody fly, and he just called me the fly catcher, and then he just calls me Fly. So
what, you literally swallowed a fly?
Yeah. Well, just he brought me up.
While you were on the gallops or whatever?
No, on the horse. Literally, he just nicknamed me that as he turned up. I only ever jumped over hurdles in my life, and he brought me up cross country over banks, so that was a bit interesting, yeah.
And so you've been Fly ever since?
Yeah, Fly ever since, yeah. Right. So, and the Bulger's the man for the name.
Right, yeah. Excellent. Well, and he's brought you along really well, and the Rowstone's going along really well.
He is going along very well. I only picked it up there Tuesday evening. As another jockey, Rob Hawker, who was meant to ride it, he was going to Kimblewick and his horse didn't run, so he's only filling in the blanks really, but delighted to get the job done.
Yeah, and it turned out to be, as Robert said, a tiny bit more thrilling a finish than perhaps you'd have liked. At one point it looked as though Bridge of Spies was going to be...
I was quite happy to get a lead kind of as long as I could really, and down the hill he kind of slightly jumped across me at the second last, to kind of put me back a bit further than I like, but no, he got the job done well. He hasn't raced in a long time, and trying to give him an easy time as I could really.
And Connor pointed at you afterwards. Was that as that to say, you so and so, you've beaten me?
Yeah, no, I'd be very good friends with Connor, and obviously his brother Sean would be a very good pal of mine, Sean Houlihan. So I know him since he's come over and that. So no, just good friends really. And
so you're not riding in the last, are you?
No.
So Rob is riding that.
Rob is riding the horse in the last. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what have we got? We're the beginning of April now. The season's going to go on for a couple more months. Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
everything
fingers crossed is right.
goes. So you must be really pleased to be fully in your stride.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, I was off actually at the back end just before lockdown. I actually got a bad fall at Barbary Rings and broke actually my neck. So I was off for 12 weeks with a brace. So lockdown couldn't have came.
So when was this? Just before Christmas?
Yeah, just no, February time, just before the second lockdown.
Right.
So before Point to Pointing went on for 2 weeks after that,
Yeah.
and then it was off, so I didn't miss much. And then obviously with all the lockdown, I didn't really go too far, but I was quite lucky, really.
And you're raring to go now for the remaining weeks?
Love it, yeah.
Plenty to ride?
Plenty to ride. Be up with Claire Hitch there probably once a week, and I'm based at David Pipes. Very good friends at Ed Partridge, if anyone knows him around here.
Right.
Lizzie Kelly's other half.
Right.
Who
apparently says she's appeared on television today looking like, was it John McCrick?
Yeah.
Apparently he said.
Yeah. Is that what he called you?
Yeah.
I think he's. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. One of the bigger compliments he's come out with lately.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, Ed's a lovely lad. Yeah.
Excellent. So the pipe team's had a great season as well.
Yeah. No. Very good.
Looking forward to Aintree next week.
Yeah. No, that's it. Look, really en rouge, and obviously Adagio goes again. So nice prospects to go there, and fingers crossed that we had a winner today, I think, so far, and I don't know how the others got on. I was too busy, but I think we had a winner in the second so far, so horses are running well, so long may it last.
So it'd be great to see Viollion Rouge going around those fences again.
He's a stalwart horse in the yard, and look, he's been around there probably more than any other horse really, so it'd be nice to see him get around and run very well.
And your stable jockey riding for the opposition, riding for John Joe.
I know,
on cloth cap on the favourite.
He jumped straight all right, yeah, but no, look, it's another very good chance.
That's lots of good interest for the yard. So you've got Tom Scudamore to watch on cloth cap. You've got Conor O'Farrell will be riding Viollion Rouge. They obviously get on really well.
Yeah, they get on very well. And sure, look, Conor rode him the last time and he won around there. So look, he knows the horse and
he learnt everything he knows from the pipes anyway, I think, doesn't he?
That's it, yeah.
You all do. You all go in there knowing a bit and come out knowing masses.
Yeah, no, you learn an awful lot there, and like there's a good bunch of lads, good team. You have like former point-to-point jockeys, Ashley Farrant, you have Jerry Supple, and I was here today, and Joe Supple who I came up with, but we're always learning, and there's very good knowledgeable people that work there. So. And
Martin Pipe always in the background?
Yes, yeah.
What you couldn't learn from him?
No, he's a very knowledgeable man, and look, his record speaks for itself, really. So, it's very good.
There's a small chance he's watching this afternoon, so I thought I'd bowl that up so you could say something really nice.
Yeah, no, he's a top man, and look, very lucky to be there and very lucky to be getting chances for him. So,
well done to you, Martin-Fly-Martin. I love the story.
Lovely to meet you.
We've heard a lot of good stories today from people, but the one of I was nicknamed Fly because of Fly went down my throat. That's almost the best story of all.
That's it. Yeah, no, look, and the Bulger. So I learned an awful lot of him. So it's a great thanks to him.
Yeah, well, we maybe see you at Fleet in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah. Flying down the hill,
Flying down the hill, well done.
Man, thank you.
Well done to Fly McIntyre, successful on the Rowstone. I tell you what, the Rowstone as well will be winning again before too long. Right, we've got horses beginning to appear in the paddock for our last race of the day. This is the joint members, subscribers and farmers race number 8. It's due off at 5:35. I've lost my watch, so I'm not quite certain what time it is, but the race will be, somebody's going to tell me what time it is. Oh, right. Well, it's due off in about 5 minutes' time. It'll probably be a bit late, but in fact, from your point of view at home, it doesn't really matter because we need to just emphasise that you are following this transmission 5 minutes later than it's actually taking place. That's one of the rules that comes from the point-to-point authority. And there are the runners for this race. Alice's Star with Anna Highlands, Atacotti with Joe. Somebody's just said non-runner to me. Yeah. Which one's the non-runner? Number 2's a non-runner. Atacotti is out. Sorry about that. One is still Alice's Star for Robert Shannon looking for a double. Anna Highlands, the rider on board. Atacotti doesn't go. Macca's Stowaway with Henry Bailey. Skylander now with Rob Hawker. Darren Edwards on Soul Caliber. And Talk of the South with Isaac Bunkle. And that one trained by Gordon Chambers. Who's a crucially important figure in the whole administration of the point-to-pointing in the Devon and Cornwall area. Good opportunity to mention that practically everything everything that is worth knowing in relation to the Devon and Cornwall point-to-point area is on the website, pointing D for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk. And I'll tell you, one of the things on there is reminiscences from yesteryear. Lots of good stories from the past, and they're well worth having a good look at the website and finding out some of the things that have happened at various point-to-points across the Devon and Cornwall area over the years. So horses in the paddock, jockeys just appearing. We might see if we can start having, we can, as if by magic. And Lizzie Kelly is still here too. All the horses, all 5 of them, are appearing in the paddock. In fact, before we go to Lizzie, we're going to go to Simon, who's been in the betting ring, and that's Macca Stowaway's rider, who was just in the middle of the picture there. Here is Simon Nott. And what have we got in terms of betting on this race?
Well, when I first went down there, they were betting 5 to 4 each of 2, Soul Calibre and Talk of the South. But the phone started to ring. Soul Calibre is now odds on, 6 to 4 on favourite. Talk of the South is 7 to 4. 5 to 1 each of 2, Macca Stowaway and Skylander, and 6 to 1 Alice's Star. So all the money for Soul Calibre. Excellent.
Well, Talk of the South still, I thought, was certainly of interest. A couple of decent efforts from that horse in the past. I rather rudely stopped Lizzie right in her tracks there. So I apologise for stopping you right in your tracks there. You ground to a halt. If this had been a driving test, I'd have just put my pad on the front dashboard and said stop at that particular point. So what did you think? No Atticotti, but the rest are here. What did you think?
I don't know. I think it's a bit tricky to kind of pull them apart, really. I think quite a few of them act on sort of softer ground, so obviously you'd probably think that they're going to struggle on this quicker ground today. But Skylander, he seems like he won plenty of races.
A long time ago, though, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago, like you say. But he at least acts on good ground and had.
So let's see if we can find him in the paddock. Can we? Number
4.
So already the first of those. That's not him mounted there,
He's
but in fact there he is. There he is. Number 4 Skylander, and Rob Hawker about to get the leg up on Skylander.
Yeah, so difficult. I mean, if all of them would prefer softer ground, then they're all going to have to, struggle their way through on just this nicer, sort of better ground. But in some of the others, maybe
number 5. Can we see number 5, the blue colours with the lighter blue disc on the rider, just going towards the far end of the paddock from where we are speaking at the moment. I think it's just about to emerge from the left of the picture, I hope. Where are we?
So that's Soul Calibre.
Yeah. So he's number 5. There he is. Number 5, Soul Calibre. He's been very, very solid in the betting.
Yeah, of course. Trained by Dean Summersby. Again, he won 5 points a couple of years ago and won well at Bratton Down as well.
And I think the ground will probably suit that.
Yes.
The ground here today will probably really suit.
He probably is the only horse in the race that will actually, prefer this sort of ground. He kind of had a couple of runs where he was slightly further down the field and pulled up, but again, as we've said about a lot of the runners here today, that was around the COVID meetings that were on, when the ground was, you just had to run because that was where the meeting was, and it was, the only meeting available. Absolutely. So they just had to run. So yeah, he could be another one. Well, he's probably, like you say, he's the favourite, and he's probably got the best chance of the lot of them.
And gradually streaming down towards the start. I'm just going to ask Donna to come over and mark our card, which has been a feature of this afternoon. Donna's suggestions have almost invariably been excellent. Get right into the mic so we can hear you properly, Donna.
Don't be shy. Now, having picked the winner of the last.
So what do you reckon?
I would say Talk of the South, Gordon Chambers. He's ex-Irish import. He looks promising, I think. I'd like to see him run a good race. It's a Milan side Geldin, previous winning National Hunt form when in training with Paul Henderson. And I also like Soul Calibre. Dean Summersby's horses are banging form, they're close, they're running well. Although Soul Calibre, my only doubt is he ran at Stratford recently and he didn't look to take to National Hunt fences, but he's a winning pointer, and I would say
he'd like the ground, I think.
He'd like the ground. Darren Edwards could finish the day on a win, and that's.
Congratulations on your tipping today. It's been. And I've just been plugging pointingdc.co.uk and your preview of which day of the week. So if there's racing on a Saturday, which day does your preview appear?
It will appear on the Point to Point website usually on a Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning.
Excellent.
There is a curfew on entries with Weatherby's until Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
So my preview does appear then around that time, and also on Jumping for Fun, and in Western Morning News on a Friday. Athwena Irons, who is joint owner of Soul Calibre in the Little Acres Syndicate, it would be nice for her to have a winner today as well. Which
Excellent.
Is really good for
Look
publicity.
at that, nice shots looking across the course there. The sheep in the background taking absolutely no notice of the important, as far as we're concerned, action that is taking place in front of us. If you haven't been to Cherrybrook in the past, you will see, just from the pictures that we brought you on the live stream this afternoon, you will see, we might just get rid of that graphic for a second if we may, just what a really lovely surroundings these are. Yeah, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's close to the Devon town of Tavistock. That must be 5 or 7 minutes drive away, up into the hills behind Dartmoor in the background, behind the track as well. It's as they say, picturesque with a capital P, and certainly if you can get some decent weather, and we've certainly been fortunate with the weather today, this Easter Saturday afternoon. What a cracking afternoon it's going to be, which makes our hearts sort of beat that much harder at the thought that, sadly, only essential workers in terms of this fixture going ahead are here today. We have been behind closed doors, as all the as the notice boards around the area keep on saying, we're sorry, but it is the rules. But the good news is that owners will be back in a couple of weeks' time, and then gradually small crowds will be allowed back in under COVID regulations. But if you have wondered, you've noticed that I haven't been wearing a mask because I've been broadcasting. But as I look around behind the camera, everyone basically is wearing a mask. It's standing quite a long way apart to make certain that all this is taking place within regulations. And we're very grateful to the local authorities in Devon for advising the hunt and making certain that we do everything within the rules. So, horses at the start. Mark Dennis has been our commentator all afternoon. He will pick up the baton once again for the final race of the day. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope it's been enjoyable watching our live stream. We'll be back. I'll tell you where we'll be back in a few moments' time. I'm not saying goodnight just yet, but we're just about ready to go for the lucky last. Mark Dennis to describe it.
Erected. And as quick as it went up, it comes down. So we're away then for this final race of the afternoon. This is the members, subscribers and farmers race. As I said, a joint pickup of the local hunts surrounding the Spooners to get enough horses together for this members race. And they're over the first safely, and now begin the turn left-handed. And it's Alice's Star. Looks to be with a fractional advantage on the outside. Soul Calibre and Talk of the South on his inside with the blue colours. Following them through, we've then got Macca's Stowaway and Skylander at the back, widest of all. And so they're over the second, and now making their way on down to fence number 3 in the glorious sunshine here at Kilworthy, or sorry, not Kilworthy, Cherrybrook. It's been a glorious afternoon and some great racing to boot. So they race now into the home straight for the first time, and on towards fence number 4 of the 18. We come to it now, and it's Soul Calibre racing on the outside of Talk of the South. Talk of the South, Isaac Bunkle, and Darren Edwards on Soul Calibre. These two a couple of lengths clear then of Skylander, Rob Hawker, and then Anna Highlands on Alice's Star, Macca's Stowaway, the back marker, and Henry Bailey. And no more than about 6 lengths between these 5 then, as they now begin to make their descent down into the dip and out into the country for the first time. So Talk of the South and Soul Calibre hold sway. Skylander just shows in third. And Soul Calibre, unreported in running, is 5-4, the favourite. And now they race up then the far side to this solitary fence. And looks to me as though they're all safely head over. as they reappear them. And it's Talk of the South with a half-length advantage over Soul Calibre. 2 lengths clear of Skylander, another 2 back to Alice's Star, and a half-length then back to Macca's Stowaway. And 1 circuit being complete then for this members race as they cross the next then and are all safely out over that and continue away on. Gallop just a little bit steadier than we've seen previously this afternoon. And they're now on the run back towards us once more. So Soul Calibre on the outside of Talk of the South. These two come to the next. Better jump there by Talk of the South. Goes on by a half length. Skylander shows in third. And Alice's Star is next. Macca's Stowaway continues as the back marker then, as they make their way on down to this downhill fence that brings them into the home straight field. And now they're left-handed to come into the home straight. So on the inside, Talk of the South. On the outside, Soul Calibre. Those two jump and landed together. And Macca's Stowaway just give them a shake of the reins on landing after that fence. So they sort themselves out now for the ditch for the final time. Talk of the South there, good jump again. And he's jumping slightly better than Soul Calibre. Soul Calibre just slipped or tripped slightly on the bend there. And about a length and a half down in second. Skylander hitched on the heels of these front two. Length and a half back then to Alice's Star, who is just niggled along now by Anna Highlands. And Macca's Stowaway just about 3 lengths adrift now of the main group of 4 as they continue down into the bottom. Now they're up the far side, again around the island fence and on towards this plain fence up the far side of the course. Soul Calibre and Talk of the South. These two pretty much match strides from Flagfall. So they make their way around the bend. It's going to take them across the top end of the course. So Soul Calibre on the outside just goes on fractionally from Talk of the South. But length and a half back then to Skylander. Skylander just jockey a little bit lower in the saddle now, trying to keep him in touch with these two. As they've cleared that one okay. And now begin their turn to come back towards us back home for the final time this afternoon. So in the centre of the 3 up front, it's Soul Calibre. On the inside, Talk of the South. Talk of the South there just niggled a little bit as they come to the third last. That was 3 out. Soul Calibre with the advantage. Skylander wider out. Also looms up large now. Just grabs the advantage as they race down then to the second last. Second last coming up then. So Skylander, 2 lengths clear. Soul Calibre, Talk of the South on the inside. They're over 2 out then. And Skylander now low in the saddle, Rob Hawker. And they've hit that marker, but they come into the home straight then, 3 of them. So Skylander with the advantage. Talk of the South on the inside. Soul Calibre back in 3 as they settle down now. Macca's Stowaway is going to race into 4th, but on the run up to the line then. Good race between these 4. It looks as though it's going to be Skylander. May have just held on. Talk of the South fast, finished in 2nd. Soul Calibre and Macca's Stowaway, the judge will split them, and Alice's Star will be the final one to finish.
So, sorry, I was just doing a bit of that with my microphone. So, we're just waiting for the judge to confirm the result, but only 5 runners, but 4 of them very much involved towards the end. Skylander and Talk of the South, along with Soul Calibre and Macca's Stowaway, and we're just going to wait for the judge to confirm the result from where we are. Not a great angle to actually say anything with any certainty, but it was Soul Calibre who'd been a very popular choice beforehand. Lizzie Kelly's been here all afternoon. It's been great fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been really good fun, and feels a bit like sort of being let out, doesn't it? To see all these people, and not that there's about a man and his dog here really, but it just feels like it's heaving because we're all so used to not seeing anyone.
If there'd been a beer tent as well.
Ah, crikey, I'm not sure I'd have coped. That's
Well-
like overstimulation with babies, isn't it?
Oh, right. Is that, yeah, so you could write a book about it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, lovely to see you here today, and thanks for
thank
providing
you.
all the analysis. I think you were very keen. If Skylander is confirmed as our winner of the last, you were
Very keen
that
on
one.
him, yeah, and I had another one earlier in the day, didn't I?
Yeah,
so
well done.
I can't
Between
remember
you
what
and
that
Rita,
was.
you know, it's gone well. Are you racing? Are you going to Aintree?
Yeah,
next
so
weekend?
Talk Sport.
Right.
So that'll be fun. So I'll be up there for the 3 days.
Punditry on Talksport.
Yeah.
All right.
With
I saw you. I heard you at Cheltenham on Talksport.
That's right. Yeah.
Were you good?
Well, I hope so. They rebooked me anyway, so.
Good. Well, that's the main thing. Skylander is confirmed as the
Yay,
winner.
there we
Yeah.
are.
So Lizzie ends the day with another winner. Thanks
Yeah,
very
thank
much
you.
to Lizzie. I'm going to bring Simon in just to confirm starting prices as we continue to look at Skylander.
Yes,
well done, Skylander. What price was he returned at?
Skylander was returned at 3-1.
And the second horse was number 6, I think, Talk of the South.
5-2.
And the third horse was number 5, Soul Calibre.
Yeah, that's the one they bet as if it couldn't get beat, and that returned 4-6.
Right, excellent. And if you were to sum up the betting from the day, it's not been a great day for favourite backers, has it?
Nope.
Been one or two slightly difficult to predict. I suppose after a long layoff, you know, it is hard, isn't it? But
Yep.
it'll be that much easier in a fortnight's time when we return at Fleet.
That's right. The bookmakers would have come out on top today, unless they were very unlucky there, but I think they would have come out on top.
And worth emphasising, pointingdc.co.uk, you get all the details of how you can, if it continues to be behind closed doors, you can have a bet from afar.
Yeah, if you get
is it
your
a straightforward process?
Yes, you just have to sign up and put some money in. I think it's using PayPal. You can do it any time now between now and the next meeting, and they'll take your bets on the telephone call on course, live from the course. So.
Super. Just remind us of the starting price of Skylander again.
Skylander was sent off at 3-1.
And another success for the Channing operation. Thanks very much to Simon. Talking of the Channings, 5-2, did you say? I think we had a 5. We're going to bring Ian in at this stage. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's catching in your family.
Yeah, no, that's good. We haven't had him very long. Anna Highland had him, used to ride him and Alice's Star, but what with the COVID and everything, she only wanted to carry on with one with the uncertainty, so that's how we came by him. And yeah, no, we're very lucky. Yeah, the horses seem in good form. We've got a lovely place to train. Very lucky.
I love earlier on. I know it's your dad, the trainer of the Rosestone, but I think that's a nice horse, isn't it?
He's a lovely little horse. Yeah, God love him. He's quite an active, bonny little horse. And you know, we've only brought him along steadily. He's only 7. Is he 7? I think 7.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
And he's won. He's particularly good fresh as well. He's won most of his first starts of the season, and he's for Andrew and Sue Knox own him, and it's great for them. Obviously, they can't be here today because
in 10 days' time, when we're at,
but they've been our best support, one of our biggest supporters, our longest supporters. So it's great, and I hope they've managed to work the live link.
They have. Well, I think they have, from what I hear. And just quick word about Skylander. What might happen next with him?
Well, he does like quick ground, and if anybody's looking for a ready-to-go pointer, he's probably on the market, as most of mine are. And you know, other than that, we'll go on. He's with a Silverton certificate because Dad's chairman of the Silverton, and we live in the Silverton country.
Yeah.
But I love hunting with the stag hounds, so he might go for our stag hound members. You know, I've been out with the stag hounds with him, but obviously he's got. Well, we need to get a Tiverton certificate, a stag hound certificate. So he might, because you win a nice photo of a stag or something, which is. That could be the Gold Cup. That's the big one.
Well, look, well done with Skylander. Well done to you can have a little family celebration.
Yeah, we'll have a Chinese from the local Chinese, and if we get home in time.
Well, I think you ought to, oughtn't you?
We'll have a Chinese and a Thatcher's Haze, and yeah, it's great.
Feel pretty happy about your
Yeah,
day's
and the
work.
novice riders also did fantastic for us today. Will Knight had his first ride in first, and Alice Board, and and Anna Highland's there, so they're all coming on.
Excellent. Well, and will we see you at Fleet in a fortnight's time?
Yeah, probably, most probably, yeah, or Copplestone next week. Who knows?
All right.
So yeah, no, wonderful. Yeah, lovely. Thank
Excellent.
you very
Well,
much.
look, they're gagging to give you a trophy. I don't think it's a picture
well,
of
anybody that's subscribed to the live stream, I hope you've had a good day. Everybody's very grateful.
Good. Well, I hope it's been
I'm sure you've done a wonderful job.
Super. And the commentator was quite good, wasn't he, Mark Dennis?
Brilliant. Yeah, it makes the day. And this is a lovely setting, as you can see. Kilworthy. Somebody's probably told you by now, but that's Kilworthy. You can see.
Yeah, over there.
And we used to finish up that long chute that goes up through the sheep. That was brilliant.
I was just suggesting we could have a point-to-pointing festival in this part of.
Oh, you could.
Wouldn't that be good fun?
I'm sure it would take a bit of organising, but yeah.
Excellent.
Lovely job.
Super.
Thank you very
Lovely
much.
to see you. Lovely to Ian. There's a trophy for you, and we're just going to have a quick word before the complete trophy presentation process takes place with Rob Hawker as well. Yeah, come over here, Rob. Well done.
Right, yeah, thank
well
you.
done.
Cheers.
You should have been somewhere else today, shouldn't you? And you end up here.
We're going to go to Kimball, but we reverted around anyway. So
well, that's
luckily
good choice.
Ian let me back on him, luckily.
Yeah. Excellent. And it turned out only 5 runners, but 4 in with a right shout coming into the closing stages.
Yeah, it was a good race. Their boys went a nice enough gallop, and I wasn't really sure where I was going out of the last circuit, but once he sort of got a bit nearer to him, he was away then. He wasn't easy in the end. He's stopping in front, but yeah. Good.
And great to be back with the winner.
Yeah, exactly. Can't complain. Blow the cobwebs away anyway.
Yeah. Somebody said earlier on they were quite huffing and puffing at the end of it after a few months off. Did it feel a bit like that?
Definitely. Good job the horses are fit anyway, so that's all right. They can carry us fat amateurs around. So
someone's heckling you and saying you're still huffing and puffing now, but I can hear every word you say. And where will you be next? Where in the next few days?
I've got one at Chepstow on Monday, actually. I picked up as a spare this morning.
Right.
In an amateur riders race, and then Mollington Saturday and Copplestone Sunday. So
right, and maybe Fleet in a fortnight's time back
in
this
Fleet
part of the world.
Yeah, maybe this lad might go there. I don't know. Speak to Ian.
Excellent. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good to chat, and well done to Rob Hawker with that success at the end of the day. Right, there's one more presentation to come, and you can't really see it, but we are actually underneath a canopy here today, which has been sponsored by Tyre Marks of Tavistock, and they sponsored our last race of the day as well. And on their behalf, Frank Yo is going to make the presentation to Ian Channon and Rob Hawker.
Thanks, Cornelius. We now come to the final presentation of the day, the joint members and subscribers and farmers race. It's my pleasure to present to the trainer, Ian Channon, the winner with Skylander. It's sponsored by Tyre Marks, really supported us really well. They're regular sponsors here, and we really appreciate their help. Today, we have the Members' Cup. You're going to take home the Spooners Members' Cup to the Silverton. So we hope that maybe next season you could subscribe to the Spooners and maybe come back and win it again. Very good. Well done. Great competitive race, and congratulations.
So happy scenes at the end of the day as presentations are made. And as you can see, under COVID rules, they can't both handle the trophy, so just the one trophy. And there's the being held by Ian Channon there. And there's confirmation of the results. Skylander for Robert Hawker riding at 3-1. Talk of the South with Isaac Bunkle at 5-2. Soul Caliber, the 6-4 on favourite, finishing third, ridden by Darren Edwards. The distance is 3/4 of a length and 1 length. And that brings us to the end of the day, an 8-race programme here at Cherrybrook. I hope you agree. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon. It started at 1:30. Must be nearly 6 o'clock by now, but we've had a great afternoon. Lots of good action, lots of highlights that I should be taking away from this. Hope you will be via the live stream as well, whether it was the horse that likes custard creams, whether it was the jockey called Fly because a fly flew down his throat, or whether it was one of the, or that lovely story surrounding Where's Wilma earlier on in the day. And Where's Wilma, I think, is a horse to follow in the remaining, well, in fact, I'm not going to say the remaining weeks, in the next 2 months as the season continues here. And look, as if by magic, we get news of the upcoming Devon and Cornwall point-to-points in this 2021 season. So we have a weekend off next week, then the Dartmoor at Fleet in a fortnight's time, Forborough, Treeberdanon on the 24th of April, back to Fleet for the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company Limited fixture, and thanks to Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company for their brilliant support. So we're at Fleet on the 1st, the 9th of May, it's the Eggersford at Upcut Cross. Then we're at Bratton Down for a couple of days, Monday the 17th and Sunday the 23rd. Back to Upcut Cross for the South Tetcut on the 31st of May. And then we round off the season at the Tiverton Staghounds at Bratton Down on the 6th of June. And the 12th of June, the Torrington Farmers at Umberley. And the plan is to have live streams of all of the races from all of those fixtures from the Devon and Cornwall area. All the details via the website, pointingdc.co.uk, and in fact there's a Twitter site, there's a Facebook site, there's the website itself, lots of good stuff. My personal thanks to everybody who's made this possible here at the racecourse. There's a long list of people, but I'm going to mention a couple. I always forget somebody, and last time at Wadebridge I forgot to mention Rita Hurd, who runs around and is a brilliant supervisor of everything. Mike Drown as well, providing lots of good information. And I need to mention in particular Molly and Tolly and Andrew and Matt from Falmouth University, who are all here as part, they come here as part of their studies, for goodness sake, which is fantastic. And we've been really pleased to see them today. And thank you to you for watching wherever you are. I know there's been a small charge. It's not to line anyone's pockets. It's just to make certain that we can do this. And I hope very much you'll consider just dipping into your pocket for the tenner or whatever it is in a couple of weeks' time when we are at Fleet. But on the most gorgeous evening, though it isn't as warm as it probably looks on TV. It is still quite chilly, a little bit of a wind, but a lovely sunny day from the Spooners and West Dartmoor Hunt point-to-point at Cherrybrook near Tavistock. We can say goodbye, thank you. My name's Cornelius Lysaght. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you again soon.
Action pack.
Countrywide.